everybody, to Stream League 8, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. I feel like we just did this, but for Alchemy. This is always such a fun tournament to be a part of. Thank you, Jim, for doing this with me once again. I'm pretty sure this is like your 5th one with us already.
Somewhere in that range, yeah.
Super excited to have you here with us. You bring just the next level of commentary. See, I can bring you the good play. You can bring us the best play.
I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. And I honestly have Stream League to thank, as I was just saying to my stream before I rated, for my PTQ win last weekend, because I took Elliott Dragon's winning deck from last Stream League, tuned it up a little bit, and then played it in the qualifiers. So not only great entertainment, fantastically looking commentators, but metagame breaking deck lists as well.
Yeah, I mean, I loved Elliott Dragon's deck. When we saw him in round 1, I believe it was round 1 or round 2 against the Mill deck, I was like, wait a second. If this can be aggressive enough to beat the Mill deck and not lose without playing counterspells, and then being controlling enough against other aggro decks, it could go all the way. Yeah,
the deck was just super great. You know, I mean, we were talking about it, you know, in the coverage or whatever. I think we saw it round 1 and then in the final round, right? Deck just did a really good job of being able to be proactive enough against the control decks and the more combo-y decks and bigger over-the-top decks, but also controlling enough where against the aggro decks, you're just like, kill your thing 2 for 1, kill your thing 2 for 1, kill your thing 2 for 1, which is awesome as well. You know, Go Blank, Town Razor Tyrant, just good stuff, good stuff.
And you know what we're going to see in Historic? Some Town Razor Tyrant.
Yes. Well, I'm sorry, this is not Town Razor Tyrant. This is Town Razor Tyrant with a capital R and a very, very slight nerf that I think will almost essentially never come up, especially in Historic.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come up in Historic, but because there's so many lands that aren't basic lands, we have access to all the shock lands, we have all the triomes. People aren't really playing monocolored decks because there's no real reason to play a monocolored deck. The monocolored decks, I'll show you what they look like. 8 color, splash green for Collected Company.
Yep, exactly.
Mono white, splash green for Collected Company. Mono blue, splash green for Collected Company, as we see with Merfolks and things like that. Most of those cards are blue, but you're definitely playing green for Collected Company. That means there's breeding pools, and they even have Tropical Island in that deck. So, right?
That is true.
So, I mean, you can target, in this tournament, we can see a Tropical Island or Tropical, whatever it's called, Tropical Island, being targeted by a Town Razor Tyrant. I don't play Legacy or Vintage or whatever to play with those cards, but
I feel like that's one of those like bar, you know, not bar bets where like, you know, you say some silly thing, it's like could never happen. You're like, has Tropical Island ever been Town Razor Tyrant? And they're like, of course it hasn't. Town Razor Tyrant doesn't exist in paper. And you're like, haha, actually it has.
All right, well, I have to get your hot shot pick for winning the tournament. Okay, snapshot. Look at the deck list. So you got.
Let's take a peek over here. So we got, I do love the Affinity deck. I don't know if it's like super good, but I have played it a lot myself here. Tom Maxwell's playing Azorius Affinity. We got some mono black aggros. Is it Phoenix, Rakdos Arcanist, Golgari Food, of course, one of the top decks in the format. We got mono green aggro. My fiance Nicole is playing mono red madness. Deck is super. I like that deck a lot, of course. A little Lotus Field, little Goblins. Pretty wide open field there, actually. It's like a huge spread of decks.
Yeah, no bias here. You know, you're not going with her to win, right?
I will not. I'm gonna choose Arya as my pick to win the tournament. She's playing Azorius Auras with Luris, and Arya's just really good and kind of a bit of a sneaky pick here, but it got some new cards, and Stormchaser Drake is really good, and of course Saram, Spirit Dancer, all the usual friends, and Esper Sentinel too. So get some new cards, has an already proactive plan, and we see some Curse of Silences too. Saw that last week.
Yeah, we did see Curse of Silence last week, and that was kind of crazy. But Hogpog is a amazing player. So I don't blame you for picking her to win this tournament. Also, I love me some Stormchaser Drake. If you can get that card off and it goes unanswered, you outright win the game.
Yeah, it's a little more vulnerable than a card like Saram or Spirit Dancer, but having the flying already built in is really huge. Is really huge because this deck wants to get an evasive threat in, get it huge, kill your opponent really fast, and it does a very good job of that.
Yeah, and by doing a very good job at that, there's some people that might not know the how fast things can happen in Historic. That deck can have 18 cards in hand and a 40-40 real quick.
Yeah, yeah, real quick, real quick.
Turn 4, turn 5, you get a number of all that glitters on there or something, and the game's over. You
Yeah,
have
against
to have
any
an
deck that's
answer.
like not doing interactive things as well, like against certain linear decks, you know, a deck like goblins or decks that aren't playing a ton of removal spells, it can just go totally uncontested. And even if your opponent is playing removal, they have interaction points. So they have protection spells, Karametra's Blessing, I believe, is the protection spell. And then, you know, we see things like, I mean, like Curse Silence, I guess, is kind of cool too. But in the sideboard, you know, Dovin's Veto, counter spells, pretty cool. So a lot of options, a lot of options.
We're gonna just give you a quick snapshot a little bit. We're gonna be starting out with Dragosi's match, playing against Adamant MTG. Those two players have played, and this is not their first time playing in Stream League. They played in before, so we can call them Stream League veterans. Adamant MTG actually made the top 8 of Stream League 7, so super excited to see his deck. Can you give us a snapshot on Dragosi versus Adamant MTG?
So we got Is It Phoenix versus Azorius Auras, as we were just saying. A slightly different Auras list here. You still see the Storm Chaser Jake, Selfless Savior over Esper Sentinel, which is a little bit different. Savior is better at protecting your threat, but Sentinel's really, really good against Phoenix in particular. So missing out on that. We see 2 copies of Captain Eberhart. That's a new alchemy card, which is pretty sweet. On the Phoenix side, nothing too crazy here. We do see a copy of Fading Hope. You know, one big thing is that the Phoenix deck is good at killing creatures, but it's good at killing creatures that are a little bit smaller. There's 1 Lightning Axe, obviously on Holy Heat. For the most part, the damage spells deal 2 damage here, 2 damage there. So if Adamant's able to get a very large creature in play, it could be hard to kill, barring the 1 Fading Hope, but can kill them when they're still small. So a big point here is going to be, Is It Phoenix kill the Drakes and the core spirit dance or stuff like that before they're able to get really, really big?
And I think it has a really good shot at doing that. I think if I was the Auras player, I would be really scared playing anything into an open mana, even just 1 Unholy Heat in response to something being cast on a core spirit dancer could kill it. And if that happens 2-3 times in a row, and Adamant only has a couple creatures in hand, they start falling really behind when they can't add a creature, and the only thing they're doing is maybe adding Lurrus to their hand. When they're doing that, you know, as the person trying to kill all of the threats, that you're in a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think Selfless Savior is a huge thing here. Selfless Savior, 2 main deck Spell Pierces, 2 main deck Shajiri Shelters, 2 main deck Karametra's Blessings here. So these are the important cards. Is again, there's sort of a race here of, can Adamant get the core spirit dancer up to 6 or 7 toughness before Dragosi can kill it? That's it. And we see here Dragosi understanding that by killing the Savior. You got to keep killing these things and keep going.
If I'm the Phoenix player, I'm definitely afraid of Selfless Savior. That card is going to kill me. Not the card itself, but the fact that it's on the board is going to make me die. If we don't have a bounce spell, if you're the Phoenix player.
Absolutely. And it's sort of like a preemptive Thoughtseize, but it's better than Thoughtseize in the sense that your opponent's supposed to spend the mana to kill it. So it's not like you're Thoughtseizing their Unholy Heat. You're saying that Unholy Heat doesn't matter, but you need to also spend a mana to cast it too. And in that early turn, those early 2 or 3 turns where you're trying to get that 1 big creature, it's absolutely huge.
Especially as a Phoenix player. I'm talking about the Phoenix player a lot because, excuse me, because I am a Niv Mizzet Reborn player in Historic, and we kind of like do the same role here. They're completely different decks, but you just want to kill all of their things to put auras on, or else you were going to lose, right? So as a Niv Mizzet Reborn player, I see the Selfless Savior, or if I'm playing like a Boros mid-range deck or something, and I need to kill their things, I'm afraid of Selfless Savior. I do have to pay that mana into it, like you were saying. But now they have a flyer that's a 1/2 that's probably going to become a 2/3 or 3/4 or 5/6 next turn, and they have to deal with that too.
Right. Basically every turn, Adamant's going to be saying, hey, here's my thing. Can you kill it? Because if you can't, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
And so far, Dragosi's been able to do that.
I like this spot if I'm the Phoenix player, especially being able to kill the lifelinker. It's a huge flying lifelinker. That is the worst thing possible if you're a Phoenix player.
Yeah, it's a huge turn though. So Dragosi is tapped out. So if Adamant can get down a core spirit dancer here and put 1 aura on it and get it sized up, that could start the snowball rolling. And right now, not really much to do with that on Dragosi's side.
Unholy Heat's going to be an important card in this matchup. We see a brand new card from Alchemy, Captain Eberhard.
Cool card. It's got double strike, which is like it's using very, very well. Cost reduction is not going to matter too much because there are a lot of 1-mana spells in this deck. But cost, I feel like this card's two different cards, right? It's a double striker, and it's sort of like this weird Thalia card. And in this deck, the focus is more on the double strike aspect than the cost reduction and cost thing. So unfortunately, it's not big enough.
The cost reduction, it reduces all the cards you draw, and that works really, really well with Core Spirit Dancer and SRAM.
Well, that is true. That is really cool.
So literally every single card you draw off of that, if it's not a land, is 1 mana cheaper that turn. Wait, if Captain Neverheart's on the board, I really like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I did not consider that because the deck does tend to go off with SRAM. You kind of just keep drawing cards and playing auras and drawing cards. That is pretty cool. But unfortunately, not big enough here. Here's Spirit Dancer, though. So, again, big question. Can the Spirit Dancer get big enough to survive removal spells?
Now, a really good utility piece in this deck is the card in the graveyard that you can keep casting over and over again, so you basically never run out of gas unless you don't have a creature. So yeah, Expressive Iteration popped off here, growing the Dorat. Dragon Rage Channeler gets to put a card in the graveyard. I believe we're close to Delirium, just not yet. Consider Opt and a land.
Yeah, I imagine the looting is going to give Delirium here. That's the issue for Adamant, is that there's no flying defense right now. And we're going to see probably lethal coming across this turn, barring nothing. There's no blue mana card that can survive.
There's no Fading Hope in there? All right.
Yep, so there's your Delirium. There's your power. So we said that Dragostea will have to keep the board clear, and was able to do that turn for a pretty convincing win.
It seemed like Adamant was trying to hold the Core Spirit Dancer until maybe like until he was forced to, but the turn he was forced to, he just died. Yeah,
definitely. The having the right auras as well. If that had been a Staggering Insight on the Spirit Dancer, that still wouldn't work. So an Arcane Flight, somebody give it flying, but not enough that game. And again, that's the game plan that Dragostea has to do here. Get a threat down and kill things so they can't build up. But the threat's important too. The turn 1 Dragon Rage Channeler was huge that game. It got him for a lot of damage. Kept scrying and found the Phoenixes. If Dragostea is just killing things but not applying any pressure, Adamant will have all the time in the world to kind of keep doing it over and over and over again, and eventually it will stick.
Right. I think a turning point in this game was a couple different plays. Number 1, making sure that the dog dies as soon as possible.
Yep.
Number 2, making sure the big flying lifelinker dies. If those two things didn't happen and they both had to happen, I think Adamant could have rolled away with the game.
Yeah, if that attack had not been lethal, Adamant gets to untap and just start pounding auras on the Spirit Dancer. If any lifelink auras found, the game is basically over. So a huge turn there of not giving Adamant the chance to even go off by killing that big turn.
Right. That's actually a thing in card games that I've noticed in some card games is, and even if you're playing against a combo pseudo combo deck, like having a Spirit Dancer plus an aura to go with it. If you kill the Spirit Dancer, you have to have another kind of combo piece in a way. If you don't kill them, they can roll back really quickly. And Core Spirit Dancer is the best card in the deck to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. The snowball can start rolling, and you need to find the spot and not let them not let them bring the snowball back up to the top of the hill.
And that's super scary if you're the Phoenix player. That the pressure is so hard on the Phoenix player because the Adamant's deck is so good at doing the thing that it does, is that if you don't have the removal spell immediately, you're just dead, most of the time.
Absolutely.
It's so much pressure just playing the deck that needs the removal in this situation.
Yeah, and we see a hand here, but it is pretty good. We see Looting Channeler, and actually Dragostea's going to play Looting on turn 1 over Channeler, looking for that removal spell. So you see, normally you definitely play Channeler here for sure, but desperate to find the kill spell to kill the creature on turn 2.
And finding a Fading Hope and an Unholy Heat off the top, what more could you want?
Yeah, Fading Hope is again, there's one Fading Hope in the main deck, and there's one Brazen Borrower in the sideboard. These bounce spells are huge because they can actually kill. They can actually come back if the first sub game has been lost. Now there's a 7 times creature in play, we can't kill it. these are the cards that can kind of make do. So Fading Hope's going to be huge here. Found the one copy, and I believe it's going to be a major player of this game.
Getting rid of the Unholy Heat was definitely a decision. Maybe it was to get an instant in the graveyard for Dragon Rage Channeler, and also to get off of Finale of Promise.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it. That is pretty strange. I mean, Finale is certainly a path for sure, but not as nimble as just casting Unholy Heat straight up.
I was definitely surprised about that. We see the Soul Guide Lantern come down on turn 2. Maybe Adamant setting up for a turn 2 Spirit Dancer plus Aura turn.
Yeah, I would say things are looking pretty good for Adamant right now, even with the Fading Hope. The Fading Hope is like probably the best card Dragosy has in this matchup, but this start has not been super aggressive. The Soul Guide Lantern keeps the Phoenixes and Channeler at bay, and there's no real threat going on. It makes the Finale Promise look kind of silly. And that's the thing these Phoenix decks have to contend with, is that once the Graveyard Hate comes in, their card values change a lot. You know, Dragon Rage Channeler, not as good. Arclight, not as good. Finale Promise is the one that really, really gets hit hard because it actually does nothing. You can still hardcast the Phoenix or whatever. But so far, this is the game where not a ton's happening on Adam's side, but the pressure isn't really there for Dragosy.
I think a big player post-board against all the decks bringing Graveyard Interaction is Crackling Drake.
Strong agree.
That card is the game changer post-board for Phoenix.
Strong agree. And there's actually only one copy between main and board in this deck. There's one main deck copy, none of a sideboard. However, there are two Sylvian of Sea and Sky, the Merfolk god, in the board, probably to assume that role, just like a non-graveyard threat.
The thing that works really well with Crackling Drake around Graveyard Hate is it works even with your graveyard getting exiled. It works off of instants and sorceries in exile, not only in the graveyard. So when they Soul Guide Lantern you, or when they the white enchantment that exiles all everything. Forgot the name off the top of my head. But
Rest in peace.
What was that?
Rest in peace?
Yes, rest in peace. Crackling Drake still gets that power and toughness. It can really close out a game in 2 turns if it's not dealt with.
Yeah, very, very powerful card. Also, because it draws a card, also, it's always card advantage. It's like a creature that draws a card that your opponent has to kill on sight, or they die.
Oh, Unholy Heat's a pretty good draw here. You still have the Soul Guide Lantern to be cracked in response to an Unholy Heat, potentially.
Yeah, the issue here is that, right now, Dragosy's not playing a control deck. Dragosy's playing Arclight Phoenix. And with no pressure in play, this is going to give Adamant all the time in the world to get set up. And Dragosy doesn't really have, like, the end game to kind of play as a control deck here. You know, a Crackling Drake here, a Storming Entity there is all fine and good. But there's no, Wrath of Gods, Teferis, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say Dragosy has to get some work done here pretty quickly.
And for Adamant's sideboard, I assume that there's some number of... We saw a removal spell being used in Devout Decree. If you are Adamant, do you bring in a Mystical Dispute or anything like that in this matchup?
It depends. There already are a number of protection spells. There's a wide array of cards in Adam's sideboard. 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 2 Disputes, a couple Devout Decrees, a couple Portable Holes. So there are certainly options. I'm not sure. We see the Disputes in Dragosy's hand, and Dispute doesn't really hit a ton in this deck. You can hit the Stormchaser Drakes, hit like the Staggering Insights, and so on and so forth, but isn't really hitting a lot of the key cards. So, Dragosy taking a little more of a controlling role here. We're seeing to see if that's going to work out or not.
And holding up 3 mana in the Phoenix deck always feels pretty bad, right?
Yeah, for sure. 3 mana leak is not particularly great. Interesting to see that this Soul Guide Lantern just never do anything. Didn't counter. Could have countered the Finale Promise, chose not to. Could have got this Phoenix, chose not to. I'm curious what Adamant's waiting for, but Devout Decree is obviously a pretty reasonable path as well.
I'm curious as well. You get to crack the Soul Guide Lantern to nullify an entire 3 mana's worth of play for Dragosy, and the value out of the cards as well. Curious to see what he's holding off for, maybe for multiple Phoenixes in one single turn.
There's also the Luris available too, so like even if you pop the Lantern, you can just get it back with Luris, next turn.
Yep.
So we'll see. Option here for Dragosy is to Fading Hope the Arclight and keep it from being exiled. Then it could be hard cast next turn, but Fading Hope, of course, is a very good defensive card against his Aura's deck, so gonna hold on to that one.
Very interesting decisions here. We had the turn 1 Faithless Looting, discarding the removal spell, the Soul Guide Lantern, not exiling the graveyard. So There's got to be information in Adamant's hand that is influencing the decision for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And with 5 cards in hand, I believe both Devout Decrees have already been cast for Adamant. So
that's true.
A mild concern here is this Crackling Drake. There aren't many answers for it left. However, Hushbringer's cute against Drake stops the card draw. And we're going to see a Fading Hope here, which is pretty aggressive as well.
Yep. Fading Hope here maybe wants a Scry.
Dual Shot is interesting. Dual Shot can be a way to kill Selfless Savior, kill Stormcast Drake when it's small.
All right, nothing happening here. Adamant's tapped out. We have a Crackling Drake, which is super important. And that's the one Crackling Drake, and it still works when things are exiled. So, like I said, that 2-turn clock could be a thing here.
Yeah, and with the both Devout Decrees gone and no board for Adamant at present, this Drake is very threatening. This game has been pretty weird for Dragosi. You know, without this Drake, I'm pretty unhappy with Dragosi's position. But with the Drake, that's a lot of power in play, and doesn't seem to be an immediate answer for Adamant.
That's why I've seen up to 4 copies of Crackling Drake in the 75 in the Phoenix decks, just for these post-board scenarios where both players are kind of scared of the opponent's game plan, because Historic is so powerful. You put a Crackling Drake on the board, it replaces itself, and now you have to deal with a completely different axis of the game.
Yeah, strong agree. I think Drake's awesome. I think Drake's super, super good.
All right, here we go. Okay, maybe holding Luris in the set, and maybe Adamant's game plan here was hope to draw a Core Spirit Dancer before he has to play the Sentinel's Eyes and some more things. Wants to get that value out of the cards. But looking at the Crackling Drake on the other side of the board, there's no time to waste for Adam anymore.
Yeah, this could go lethal here between Iteration, the Hazard, the Looting. You know, this is 8. And we're going to see, here's 9.
Consider can also bin a spell, potentially.
Yep. That's oh, it was counting the Consider in exile. So my why is a 10? That's pretty funny. So, cast Consider, this is 10. Hazard is basically 11 and 12, and Looting is 13, 14. Yeah, it's just lethal.
Oh my gosh. That's actually hilarious that it counts the exile as well. Want to discard that negate, right? Probably to get that 11th power.
Yep, just discard 2 spells here. Cast the Hazard, which counts as 2 more.
I guess the Dispute and the negate, right? You don't need those anymore.
Yep, yeah, just put all the spells in the graveyard and attack with your monstrous creature.
And then Spikefield Hazard can go face for even more damage and go to the graveyard.
Yeah, I think the Hazard here is worth 2 points, not 1.
Oh my goodness.
Huh. This is a little strange.
Jim? You're seeing what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I don't.
Does Adam get a turn?
Yeah, and when Adam gets a turn, Lurk gets the lifelink.
Adam's gonna get a turn.
All the glitters is now in play. You know, all these big sort of powerful auras. So a bit of messed up here from Dragosi. Had lethal, but it required Dragosi to dump all the resources, which is obviously a kind of weird thing to do. But now we're gonna see a turn for Adam.
I think Adam might just think that Crackling Drake doesn't work with cards exiled. Maybe?
Yeah, maybe that might have been it also, for sure.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Right.
It's happening, Jim! It's happening!
That's pretty good.
The comeback!
So both creatures dealt with. The Lantern's replayed, a Lifelinker in play.
Gosh.
And Miss Lethal here is going to be...
it's happening.
Gonna be punishing.
Oh
for Slogan
my
Lantern has to exile a card, exiling Adamant's
Here we are. Oh, okay.
That's fine.
That's a good draw.
But the problem is it's not racing this Luris with lifelink. So
yeah, not at all.
Now, Healing's punishment is not a permanent solution. Eventually, of course, it will be free from the punishment. But as of right now, it's got a ways to go. Now, there only are 2 copies of all the glitters in Adamant's main deck. So there aren't a ton of, like, huge auras to make the Luris super big.
This game is insane. The Arcane Flight comes down, you're going to negate that? If you negate it, then it just gets cast out of the graveyard anyway.
Yeah.
So I guess make them use another mana? Oh my gosh, this went from 0 to 0.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is an absolutely wild game from both sides.
But yeah,
Here's
this
Hushbringer.
is like that old baseball game with the Oakland A's. I can't believe what I just saw in commentary.
So here comes Lurrus, 10-point life swing.
Dude,
Now it's 8 to 7. 2 life flickers in play.
Game's over.
Drake's still under punishment.
I mean, if anybody doing co-hosting a Magic tournament, you would know what my reference is.
Actually, it sounds familiar. I couldn't recall the exact game for you, but
oh no, okay. You can just lie to me now. Just lie to me and tell me you know what I'm talking about.
oh yeah, the Oakland A's game for sure. Yeah, Ricky Anderson, Mark McGwire, right?
Oh my gosh,
Ricky.
This game is insane. I mean, hopefully, I know that Scream League 7 had some amazing games, and those games were intense. Especially, remember when the control player almost won in 4 minutes? Two games in 4 minutes? Can we have some games like that? This is kind of a great start if we're going for that kind of tournament.
I mean, we probably still have game 3 here also, because it looks like Adamant's going to take this one down. I mean, Mystical Dispute, not very good. The Obsession can still resolve, or just be recashed in the graveyard with the Lurrus anyway. Gotta just pay for it? Sure.
Wow, this
Either
is
way,
crazy. And this is exactly what we talked about in game 1. The exact thing. If you don't kill them, you will die.
Yep. So you see a trade here. A lot of life gained. Lantern can eat the Phoenix. And right now, Dragosi has nothing. I'm a little surprised Dragosi actually played the land last turn, because now looting off the top is ineffective. Whereas the land in play it is somewhat effective, but
What's the out? I mean, opt, okay.
I mean, let's find out, I guess.
Consider, okay, keep it. Consider.
Try it again.
Oh, okay, maybe we can draw an out to Lurrus. That's a thing.
I still don't know what
That's a bar. Okay.
Okay, that's a plan.
I mean, add Bolt to hand, put Steam Vents into the deck, Brazen Borrower in exile, bounce the thing, hold the Flameless Bolt.
The problem is that while this is a temporary solution, Lurrus just recast everything anyway. I guess the Bolt can kill the Lurrus.
Bounce the punishment, attack for game. Wait, that's not an attack for game though.
Actually, I think it was.
Well, it was, but they would have to jump block with the Lurrus. So that was the better play, right? Maybe.
Oh, Lurrus had flying. I'm sorry, you're right. Lurrus had flying. My bad.
It would have been amazing if Lurrus didn't have flying.
Yeah. All right, so now we see the Lurrus bounced. The Bolt can kill the Lurrus in response to an aura going onto it. And we can't actually see how many counters are on this punishment. Oh, there we go, 2. So Crackling Drake is almost out of detention here.
This could be really good for Dragosi. If this happens and Flameless Bolt can kill the Spirit Dancer, another Brazen Borrower off the top can bounce the punishment.
All right, going for the Staggering Insight. That's not gonna work.
Is this the last counter on punishment?
Nah, there's one more.
All right. What do we got?
So out
Unholy
of detention this turn. I mean, I guess like it's out, but like it can't attack till next turn.
Okay. Main phase Borrower.
All right.
Maybe playing around a counterspell?
Yeah, that makes sense. But so here's Lurrus, but now this Crackling Drake's just kind of like free to go, right? There's no suppose Hushbringer could chump block it, but the Unholy Heat draw and we'll deal with that.
So at this point, you just put the fly on Lurrus? Maybe?
I mean, losing Lurrus is tough. I mean, the Heat's gonna answer it one way or another, whether it's an enchantment on Lurrus or Hushbringer. Either way, the Heat answers it, and the Drake comes in and kills. So we've had quite the seesaw game here.
This is insane. I mean, seesaw is the right way to put it for sure. All
right, well, there it is. Heat it, get out of detention, and Crackwing Drake in for 100,000 damage. Now, it's important to note that the Heliod's Punishment removes the ability of Crackwing Drake. It's not actually a 0-4. Once this falls off, it's going to be a 18-4. 18-4. And Unholy Heat on Hushbringer, and that is it.
Wow.
What a ridiculous back and forth game. 19.
Wow.
Oh my God.
That was insane.
Dragosi takes it down. Game 1, a little more unorthodox. I'm sorry, Game 2, a little more unorthodox than Game 1 was. But all roads lead to victory, and Dragosi takes it down 2-0 over Adam and MTG. Wow. Yeah, crazy. So, fixing a slight audio issue here with the Discord notifications. We're getting that one all set up. Apologize for that. Chat, you're all being awesome. Thanks for tuning out for Stream League number 8. 32 players, historic, playing for CoolStuffInc.com prizes. We got qualifications on the line. I got big thanks to CoolStuffInc.com for sponsoring this event. CoolStuffInc.com. Go use me. You have a code, one James? I'm gonna bump my code here on your stream. I
have a code. It's code James5 at checkout to get 5% off. You can also use Jim's code as well, or you can use even DGen Gaming's code DGen, to get 5% off. So either one of those three you can use as well. And what's your code, Jim?
Jim5.
Jim5. So James5, Jim5, or DGen. And I have my cool stuff gear on here as well. My shirt.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I actually should have worn mine. I just threw a shirt on today. Don't tell Evan.
Don't tell him.
I'm gonna get in trouble.
Oh, wait, is he watching? Oh, never mind. You didn't hear that. Quick, mute it. Mute the stream. No, but I believe the Discord notifications should be okay now. I've had a problem with that in the past, but we're gonna go ahead and see if another player is currently still playing, and we'll gonna get you the next match as soon as we can.
Do we have a command in chat for the melee page with all the standings on it, so folks can check out the Ultimate Necklace and see what's going on?
We should actually have that. It should be ! tournament in the chat. But if I can have a mod check on that, that would be amazing. Thank you very much. We're gonna go ahead and see if we can get the next round here. We have Airball against Elliott Dragon. Elliott Dragon playing a completely different deck. Let's go over to Elliott Dragon playing a blue deck, not a Rakdos deck.
Zorius Control. Zorius Control versus Jeskai Control. That's Control Mirror here. So, of course, they're still playing.
Don't worry. I got this.
Teferi, we get into the match with Teferi saying, "Don't worry."
Oh boy, we've come to quite the board state here. Teferi, Narset.
And this is a new introduction to Historic, the 4-mana Teferi Time Wrap.
Yes, that is true. Actually, this is the nerfed version of Teferi. That is pretty cool. And we see. Let's see here. Where's nerfed Teferi? I don't see it on the deck list. It's possible there's like an issue. I'm sorry, I have it backwards. I'm looking at the wrong deck. 2 main deck Teferi Time Raveler, the nerfed version, and 1 on the board. So there was a big question of like, is Teferi Time Raveler good enough in its nerfed version? And the answer so far is yes. And things look a little weird here because obviously Hagara only has 3 lands in play. 2 of those are Lotus Fields, and Lotus Field, of course, taps for 3 mana of any color, utilizing cards like Stifle to make it so you can play the Lotus Field to keep trigger, also Stern Proctor as well. But right now, has the mana in play, but not much else. Hall of the Storm Giants here, and I think this is going to be the end.
Yep. A lot of lands in hand there for Elliott Dragon. It's going to be cool watching Elliott Dragon pilot this deck rather than the completely different Rakdos deck he was playing before.
Yeah, absolutely. Crazy deck, too. Discontinuity. So a lot of ways to work around the drawback of Lotus Field, which is to sacrifice 2 lands when you play it. So Lotus Field taps for 3, but requires you to sacrifice 2 lands when you cast it. Well, with Stern Proctor in play, you can just play it, and the Stern Proctor will counter that ability. You can stifle the ability. You can also use Discontinuity, so you can play the Lotus Field and then just cast Discontinuity to end the turn with trigger of a stack. Keep your Lotus Field that way. So trying to use Lotus Field as a kind of an unfair ramp card in a more controlling blue-white shell.
Now, I'm personally not a huge fan of the Strict Proctor build of these is you can draw Strict Proctor and not draw your Lotus Field, or vice versa, or you have a 2-land hand with a Scry or something. You have a 2-land hand with a Search for Azcanta, which you would want to keep, but if one of those lands is your Lotus Field, you just have to mulligan. So I personally don't like it, but I can see why it's just so powerful.
Yeah, lower floor, higher ceiling than your average control deck. A big thing too is Strict Proctor is just good by itself against a lot of decks in the format. So you play against a deck with a lot of blank synergies, or a lot of company creatures with comes into play abilities or stuff like that. And the Proctor has a lot of utility there as being sort of like a pre-sideboarded card that's also good in your deck. Certainly not good at some matchups, but in those matchups, it's just a tool for your Lotus Fields.
Right. Also, a really good card against control decks usually, especially in Historic, is a card like Elite Spellbinder, which Strict Proctor does stop.
Yes, which is great. So there are a lot of good comes into play effects where Proctor can be useful. And a 1/3 blocker in the air is also not like, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's not a blank card. It definitely has some defensive.
It's not what you want to be playing, but it'll suffice, I guess.
Right. If you need a blocker in a pinch, it can perform that role as well.
We see one copy of Beholden Multiverse. What do you think is the reason of that? Out of all the cards you can pick in Historic, the draw cards, there's a lot of 4-mana draw cards. Like there's the one that also cycles for 1. There is Memory Deluge and things like that. Why choose that card?
I think the big thing is just to have a variety among your mana costs. There's 3 Memory Deluge, 4 Archmage's Charms, 2 Narset, 1 Sphinx Revelation. You just want to have a variety of costs. You'd much rather have 1 of each card in a control deck than have 2 of the same card, because it gives you more flexibility as far as like planning out your spells, when you want to play your reactive spells, having card draw on certain turns, being able to spend a spare mana or 2 here or there. Variety is just a good thing to have.
Right, and it also plays around cards that people might be playing against control decks, like Test of Talents.
I'm sorry, like what?
Like Test of Talents.
Yes, exactly, for sure. So, having a variety of cards is good against things like that. It's good for you as far as sequencing. It's good against your opponent because they're not sure what card you're going to have. You foretell a card and they're like, and this is an open deck storm, I suppose, but on the ladder, it could be a Doomscar, it could be a, whatever. So,
yep,
just a little variety is good.
I think the on the ladder could be Doomscar. Could psych some aggro opponents out for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And it's important to know this is an open deckless tournament. So, a little bit different than the ladder because players are to see deckless. We saw last Stream League, Zan Saeed playing 4 main deck Curse of Silence because it's open deckless and Zan can know what card to name. So we see the combo here, though. He's a Proctor, he's a Lotus Field, but the
oh my gosh,
Proctor dies in response, and
Whoa.
still works though.
Yep, still works.
So actually really cute. So normally you would think, oh crap, they can just kill the Proctor in response to a Lotus Field, but Lotus Field is a land. So the land has already come into play, the trigger's already got on the stack, and you can kill the Proctor, but the Proctor ability has already countered the Lotus Field ability. So huge mana advantage here on turn 3.
And that's exactly what you want if you're Elliot Dragon. You want that turn 2 Strict Proctor, or in this case, turn 3 Strict Proctor plus Lotus Field, and now all of a sudden you're way ahead on mana, and being ahead on mana in the control mirror match is like what you want to be doing. But this does give Airball the chance to resolve Narset, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty awkward, obviously, with Archmage's Charm in hand. No way to remove Narset. This blue-white deck does not remove Narset super well. We've got a couple of Shark Typhoons that can attack it. I suppose Teferi can tuck it, but not... I guess there you go. The Fateful Absence is here. There are 3 copies of that card. So Absence can work, and now the card draw is online. We see Search for Azcanta. We see Castle Vantress, able to utilize the mana from Lotus Field as well. So great draw for our bottom player. So many options here. Narset's probably going to die. Want to kill it now before it's able to minus again. Makes a lot of sense. And then Archmage's Charm is up too. So this is a really ideal spot.
I must train hard.
Mana advantage achieved. Counterspell up.
Yeah, we have Archmage's Charm, Search for Azcanta, Narset died. I mean, Airball does have 7 cards in hand, so we'll see how that works out. There's a Shark Typhoon as well.
Yeah, the big issue here is that the mana advantage is just so stark. Airball's got 7 cards in hand, but only three lands in play. Whereas Elliot Dragon's got 3, 6, 7 mana available. Counter spells, card draw, Search for Azcanta, Castle Vantress. As you were saying earlier, mana advantage is just so important in these kind of matchups, where if you're able to do the things you want to do and leave up counter spells, it's a huge, huge edge. And the Shark Typhoons are also better too. So we see iteration from Airball here, and Airball is going to find a land. We still see Shark Typhoon in hand. So, iteration, we see the land, we see a land drawn for Elliott Dragon, and now I have a bunch of options here. Search for Escanta, Castle Vantress, Archmage's Charm. Just gonna say go though. Play Castle and say go. So now Castle's up, the Archmage's Charms are up. And also, Airball's in a tough spot where, with so many cards in hand, needs to keep making land drops or will be discarded to hand size, which is kind of a dangerous thing in a control mirror. You miss that land drop, neither player's doing anything. So both players can kind of chill, and then if they hit the hand size limit, you have to start discarding. So here's iteration for Airball. Elliott Dragon's going to think about it, and I would think that Elliott will leave this one alone, because right now the resource Airball is missing is not cards. There are plenty of cards available. Keep a Charms to draw cards and counter, but we'll see what Elliott thinks of this iteration. Again, trying to draw out of this current scenario. And again, it's a huge advantage for Elliott right now. Elliott's thinking about it a lot, actually. Long think here. Long think. Gonna let it resolve. We see a card go to hand. We see another land go to exile. So land gets played here. However, there are 9 cards in hand for Airball. So even though Airball has card advantage here, we're about to see a free Mind Rot from Elliott's side. End step, we're going to see activate the Castle Vantress. Not going to cast a spell into the spell, just going to use the Vantress, which is smart, because if Elliott goes for an Archmage's Charm here, and Airball's able to counter it, 1 less card to discard. So we see the Scry. We're going to see Airball discard to hand size. Also saw the timer indicator go up as Airball is on the clock here in Game 3, long control mirror. So, Elliott draws a Disruption for turn, plays a Pathway, and says go, and now has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, is it 8 mana? I have 8 mana available, so can activate Castle and cast Archmage's Charm, holding back on the search for Escanta. We see nothing, just draw go from Airball, play land and say go. End step Scry for Castle Vantress, seeing Castle Ardenvale and Commit. Both very good cards here. Ardenvales are great at making threats. Ardenvale makes these sort of like back and forth draw go scenarios very, very good for Elliott, because every turn's a creature. Those creatures add up and apply pressure and force Airball to actually do something. So, gonna keep both. And again, not gonna cast Archmage's Charm. No reason to take down shields or anything like that. Shark Typhoon is still there. So Shark Typhoon is still in Airball's hand. Will probably be cycled this turn, as the 4/4 is pretty good. It's important to note also that Archmage's Charm can steal the Shark from Shark Typhoon, which is a pretty important dynamic in these historic mirrors. So we're going to see a 3 mana Shark, or I'm sorry, 3 power Shark off of Airball, leaving up 1 mana. Might be an indicator that Airball has another Shark Typhoon in hand and is trying to not give the biggest Shark possible to Elliott. Elliott's gonna let it go though, so no reason to do anything just yet. Double Charm up, Disruption still up. Search still in hand, has not been cast yet. Land number 7 for Airball. So now we see a 7 mana for Airball and 9 mana for Elliott. Again, starting to even out a bit here. And we see the nerf version of Teferi. So nerf version of Teferi, a little bit different. Opponents can't cast spells during your turn as a passive, and it costs 4. Slightly higher loyalty, but still quite good here. And of course, we'll still turn off counter spells. Still an important card to have in a control mirror. It's very on the stack. 3 mana available for Airball. And Elliott has to decide what to do now. Probably has to cast an Archmage's Charm here. Once the Teferi resolves, the hand just kind of turns off. So, gonna cast Teferi. We'll see if Airball has a response.
What type of role do you think that Teferi will have? I mean, we know what type of role it will have, but what kind of impact do you think it will have being 4 mana, 1 more loyalty? Is it just for control mirrors or against control matchups, or can it be still stuck in the main deck against aggressive or mid-range opponents as well?
It definitely loses a lot of its utility. You know, the fact is that against aggro, Teferi was still just a repulse that had to be attacked. At 4 mana, that's a lot. You know, it's at Lunar Rejection instead of repulse. But I agree. It definitely still has utility in Control Mirrors, which is very good. Still a main deckable card. We see 2 copies here in the Jessica control deck, but not a card you're dying to play. Not a card you want to jam turn 3 every game for sure. More of a tool than an all-purpose, Swiss Army knife.
Yeah, I'm actually playing 2 Teferi in main deck and 2 in the sideboard, just like Airball's doing here in my Niv Visit Reborn deck in Historic, and it's been pretty good so far. I can't say it's been broken or anything, but one thing that I've really noticed about Teferi Time Raveler at 4 mana here in Historic is that they can still cast things at instant speed on their own turn when you have Teferi, which was like a little bit to wrap my head around.
Oh, the Teferi plus ability.
The Teferi passive
timestamps.
Yeah, the Teferi passive, you're not used to your opponent ever being able to play anything at instant speed, but they can still play cards at instant speed. Your opponent, if you have Teferi, your opponent can still cast cards at instant speed on your opponent's turn. So they can, if you try to kill their creature and they respond with Snakeskin Veil, they can still do that if you have Teferi, if it's their own turn.
Sure, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a much weaker version of the effect. Both with that, and then both also now it just doesn't turn off Finale of Promise and other random things that it just randomly would screw over.
Right, and even more importantly, if you have Teferi on board and you counter your opponent's spell like in a control mirror, they can counter your counter even if it's their turn, even if you have Teferi.
Right. Definitely a much weaker version of the card, but a much more reasonable version of the card, honestly. Because Teferi, as printed, that passive is both irritatingly good as well as insanely annoying against so many things. The fact that it just turns off Cascade, it turns off Miracles, it turns off all these mechanics that are fun parts of the game, and they're just not functional with Teferi in play.
Right. Definitely, I think that was maybe something they wanted to be on the card of Teferi to stop those cards, or maybe it was a miss. I don't know, but it just seems like it shouldn't stop those cards that are fun.
Yeah, for sure.
We see the 3/3 Shark coming in, Elliott dragging into tank a little bit on what to do here. Do you steal the Shark here with the Archmage Charm? Do you do the cute play?
There's no reason to steal it yet. Probably consider steal it end step. Has commit to answer it also. Deluge looking pretty good here as well. His tokens are starting to add up. Mana advantage wise, Airball's made some land drops here, and now has the cards to go as well. But we're going to see in combat steal the Shark.
Little Archmage Charm on Archmage Charm action. Should they put Archmage Charm in Historic, Jim?
Yeah, I think it's a super cool card.
Okay. It's maybe it's like a better cryptic command in a way. Maybe it's worse in a way too.
It's different, but I think it's just not really good enough for modern. It's cool seeing it playable in a format. And without fetch lands, it's a little harder to get blue consistently. So I think it's cool. I like the card.
Is it played in blue-white control in Modern?
It's played a little bit in Modern, but it's not like a 4-of or anything like that. It's just a card that sees a little bit of play here and there.
Right. Commit, Memory Deluge. Let's see. Still took the 3 damage. You could, if you're Elliott Dragon, you could actually conceivably die to the 3/3.
Yeah, I mean, Elliott definitely valuing activating Castle over casting spells. Not one of the things that get countered, but eventually these spells got to get cast, and then the Archmage's Charm to try and steal the Shark is interesting. Could have committed it, Charm to steal Shark is best case scenario. So one went for the highest stealing effect and then got it countered. We'll see what the plan here. Search for Escanta.
You see Elliott playing on I guess tournament mode, I could call it, with the full control on. Search for Escanta comes down. The graveyard's pretty full at this point, I believe, so we might see a flip Escanta, but, the weakness of a flip Escanta is you could just be dead.
Yeah, this Shark's still coming, and still a lot of cards for Airball. Elliott's sort of taking the kind of passive control mirror-y approach, but the problem is this 3/3 is just getting in every turn. So we do see a Deluge resolve, though.
All right. Little creature land there as well. Doesn't take the creature land, doesn't want the tap land.
Yeah, the pathway not super exciting here. Absence is also not super exciting. It does kill the shark, but gives Airball another card. And now the Elliot wasn't really able to abuse the mana advantage gained early, and we're seeing the card advantage that Airball has gained kind of catching up here. You know, we see Airball's got more cards in hand, has the threat in play. You know, Elliot's hand is just land, cycle, land, commit. Flashback Deluge is possible. Search for Escant is starting to get there, but if his clue draws a card, it's pretty good for Airball. So the biggest problem for Airball right now is probably the clock, honestly.
That's what, 5.5 minutes left remaining.
About that range, yeah. It looks like Elliot's not even in the numbers yet.
Yeah, so Airball, I wouldn't even be surprised if Airball countered this Fateful Absence.
It's interesting though, because like you don't really have to. It's just a 2-for-1. You know, like Absent is an okay card, but you know, numbers wise, this is a 2-for-1 for Airball.
Right. I would say that that's the correct play, but at 5 minutes isn't the correct play.
Correct, exactly. So the clock being an issue here, I mean, this is a long think, almost at, you know, about below 5 minutes now. Does Airball need to kind of like play that more aggressive game, or can Airball just keep playing normally? Tough choice. And then the longer the clock goes, the more that changes, I suppose.
I would say you let this go through if you have another shark. So a good sign if there's another shark is if this goes through. So my thought is there's not another shark. Unless there's a 2-2 shark, which would be lethal next turn.
I think I agree with your assessment, though. Discontinuity, okay. So, a little time stop action here. Being another Deluge off Escanta and transfer. All right, so that's
really good.
We just went from no cards to a lot of cards for Elliot here. Now, double Flashback Deluge and Search for Escanta all available. That's pretty good. And with 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12 mana available.
I did realize that I wasn't muted before. I muted myself right afterwards, and I wanted you to hear my call. That's what I wanted.
No worries. So yeah,
okay,
we still made here to deal with the shark. We can also see a discontinuity on Airball's turn to just like take a time walk. You know, just 6 mana, end your turn, keep going. So between commit and discontinuity, and we also have test talents too. So Elliot's got 3 things lined up to deal with the shark. And now it's 2 Deluges and a Search for Escanta. Elliot's also taken over the card advantage aspect of the game and has the clock aspect of the game. So I think it's on Airball here to really just like find a way to cheese these last few points through, maybe a Lightning Helix and a Shark Attack or something.
I mean, Shark Attack would be kind of a flavor win, but let's see, Discontinuity is super powerful. Is there enough mana to Discontinuity and Memory Deluge with the other land there? Tapping for 3, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 12 mana?
Not short.
Quite enough.
But commit, discontinuity, test of talents is all castable. So yeah, we're gonna see upkeep, commit. So now if the commit is answered in some way, discontinuity can go and end the turn and just like wipe off Airball's entire turn. No draw step, no anything else. And that clock is ticking for Airball, both in the clock itself, literally, as well as, you know, the clock in play is starting to go away. This commit resolves.
Now, I also wouldn't be surprised if this also got countered. There's 5 minutes left for Airball, or is that a 3 now?
That's 3 and change. And the thing is that, like, there's no way Airball can, if Airball's thinking this long, it only has like 1 counterspell to work with.
Yeah.
That's not going to stop discontinuity and test talents too. So
there's exactly enough mana to discontinuity and test talents.
Yep.
And then if this also gets countered, then discontinuity can just stop the turn and not take the 3.
Correct. I imagine the continuity is going to get cast right now. Still in the draw step. Gonna look through the deck and see what's up. Of course, Elliot has much more time, so it has the luxury of doing this. We see Shark Typhoon, Mystical Dispute, and Teferian. So Dispute can actually counter discontinuity. So However, it's important to note that discontinuity can be used as a counterspell too. So discontinuity basically just says end the turn. And if Airball were to cast Teferi Time Raveler, Teferi Hero of Dominaria, and Elliot were to cast discontinuity, when it's still have a stack, the turn is ended and it's not actually in play. Nice.
Yeah, that's a little bit of like a wrinkle with discontinuity that is you might not think about, but it's either the world's cheapest, most amazing counterspell, and take extra turn spell, or it's, you know, it can just stop an entire stack.
Yeah, and important to note here is that discontinuity can also counter the end step Shark Typhoon. So it only costs 2 mana on Elliot's turn. And if at any point Airball goes cycle Shark Typhoon, when the abilities are on the stack, you just cast 2 mana continuity end the turn. So Airball is gonna be prepared for this and go for the main phase Typhoon. The problem is now shields are totally down, Archmage Charm's found, which is the perfect find, and now this game is basically over.
Yep.
Seal the Shark, Azcanta up, discontinuity up, double Deluge up, and that should probably do it here.
Does Elliot Dragon win another one? Another Stream League?
We'll see. Off to a good start.
LA Dragons are only 2-time Stream League champion.
Oh, sweet. Well, looking pretty good here. So cast discontinuity with 4 mana up to pay for dispute. Again, this will end the turn. So the Teferi will just, on the stack, will just say, okay, I'm gone now, sorry. And the turn will just end. And there you go. So, sorry, Airball, your turn's over. The only thing it's good for is Airball's clock.
Here we go. Is there an answer? It has to be an answer to, I guess, that they have to fade, search for Azcanta, pay enough mana for Mystical Dispute. There's a lot of things that have to happen, and I don't think there's a way out at this point.
Yeah, between the castle, all the mana, the Deluge, the Dispute, the Shark already in play. Yeah, I don't think there's any path here.
That is a really good Azcanta.
Yeah, that's
Would
all
you
good
like
ones.
a
Almost too
cross
many good
spell?
ones,
Would you
honestly.
like a big shark? Would you like a planeswalker, or would you like a counterspell? I mean, take the pick.
So gonna counter with Teferi. It's kind of interesting, honestly, because Teferi's not really doing much here. But either way, I mean, it's totally rolled up one way or another.
I mean, unless there's another... I guess I would have not countered Teferi, maybe, because even if Teferi minuses on the 5/5, there's still lethal damage in play.
Right, there's still 3 tokens in play, and you still have your counterspell, so...
Right,
and
so you could have kept your counterspell
Impressive showing from LA Dragon.
Shark. But either way. Wow. Pretty convincing in that game for LA Dragon, for sure.
Yeah, and we saw the mana advantage. You know, it was a little tenuous there for a second, but, of course, worked out well in the end. A lot of card advantage as well. You know, the big thing about the mana advantage is there's a lot of cards like, you know, Memory Deluge, you know, cards you can put a lot of mana into and draw a lot of cards, but are kind of slow. And that extra mana advantage can help kind of bridge that gap as well as catch you up, which is pretty cool. So this continuity, super cool deck. Looks sweet.
Yeah, I mean, how do you expect Control to kind of finish in this tournament, or maybe in the historic metagame at all? Because there are decks like Golgari Food that kind of feast on these Control decks.
Yeah, I mean, if these decks can beat Izzet Phoenix and Golgari Food, you know, that means having some graveyard hate, maybe, you know, ways to kind of handle those engines, be it Arclight Phoenix or the not Carrion Feeder, the cat. What's the freaking cat called? I forgot what it's called. Cauldron Familiar. I like blanked it out of my mind. I'm like, I don't ever want to think about that card ever again. It's gone forever. But yeah, Cauldron Familiar engine or the Arclight engine. If the control decks are able to keep those in check, they're golden. But that's the big if, of course. So we'll see if they're able to do it.
And maybe Strict Proctor is one of the things that stops the cat over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good there, honestly. You know, it can block the random 1/1s. It can turn off the life gain trigger from the cat, as well as some other triggers. It makes Trail of Crumbs a little worse, too. So, could be sweet. Could be the answer.
For sure. And we do have round 2 coming up very soon. We're going to go ahead and pair. That was actually our last player playing. Okay, could you believe it? The Control Mirror is the last player's playing.
Really?
I know you have a snapshot of people that might have won in round 1 already, or maybe a deck list that you like or two. I know you already called your shot on the winner of this tournament in Hogpog. How did Hogpog do in this round?
So it looks like Arya was able to take down round 1. Arya played against James Adam playing Jun mid-range and took it down 2-1. Other winners in round 1. Nicole won round 1. My wife, of course, playing. No bias here, of course.
You're playing for her in the background, right?
Yes, of course. And Tom Maxwell or Zorius Affinity taking down round 1 as well. I also see Buttons Gaming here. Mono Red Burn, a deck that I actually kind of just glossed over. I just didn't really notice it in the initial look at deck list here. This is a pure burn deck. We've got 24 burn spells, a couple 1-drops, Frenzied Geist Blaster, a new card from Alchemy.
Yep.
Super cool looking deck list. That's pretty awesome. Mono Black Aggro, Bant mid-range. This is going to be the Blink deck most likely. No. Ooh. So now it's important to note on Melee, there are a bunch of archetype names already laid out, right? And not everything will fit into everything. So Bant mid-range here, I guess Bant Turbo Fog is not in the system because this is a Turbo Fog deck. Teferi Time Raveler, and Tamio Collector of Tales, Haze of Pollen, Approach the Second Sun.
No. Come on.
We're seeing Fogs. We're seeing Approach. Oh. This is the kind of deck that makes you want to pull your hair out.
Get me out of here. I think I just lost a hair.
Yeah, Flush Donkey is 1-0, so we'll see. We'll see if Haze of Pollen can take down Stream League number 8 here. That's a pretty exciting one.
Not like this.
Yeah, we got Heliod Company, Orzhov Vampires. Honestly, just an unbelievable spread of decks here. I mean, Phoenix, Bant, Azorius, Mono Black, Golgari Food, Jeskai Combo, which is going to be the Indomitable Creativity deck, Infinity, Burn, Heliod Company, another control deck, Orzhov Vampires, or the Azorius Auras, can't talk today, Rakdos Madness, Rakdos Arcanist, Mono Red Madness. I can't even lose. I'm counting my fingers on what's going on anymore, but that was like 15 different decks. So a lot of archetypes here on display in Stream League number 8, which is awesome. It's cool to see Historic being a very, very vibrant format. A lot of different decks. Feels a lot like Modern, which is a really good place to be.
Yeah, it's a very, very diverse deck. I think I want to see Burn against Haze of Pollen in the finals.
That's your finals call? All right, you heard it here first, folks.
No, I didn't say it.
That's a prediction. I heard it. Go to the video
take
team.
it back.
You said it, not me.
I take it back. I take back everything I just said. I don't know if I want to see Approach of the Second Sun, Haze of Pollen against the Burn deck. I don't know. I think I'd be pulling hairs out from each side of my head when I play against Burn.
It's important to note that there are no Bone Crusher Giants in the Burn deck. Of course, Bone Crusher is pretty good against Haze of Pollen. Cute little rider text on Bone Crusher of damage can't be prevented, which is kind of funny. Just snuck that one on there. So,
all right, you want to hear who we're matching up with right now? It is Hearsay against Rumty. Give us a little bit of a snapshot as we start the round.
All right, let's get these decks. You said Hearsay against Rumty?
Yep, and we're watching Rumty.
We got Gruul Company against Mardu Midrange, and both players here unfortunately lost in round 1. So they were not part of my breakdown we just heard. But, of course, Rumty loves green creatures. Loves them. And this is basically mono green. We've got a couple of Frosidons here, a couple of Flame Blessed Bolts. This is mono green. Steel Leaf Champion, Werewolf Pack Leader, and friends. And, of course, Rumty loves mono green. Playing against Mardu Midrange. And this is a deck. We've got more of a Reanimator deck here than a mid-range deck. Priest of Fell Rites, Faithless Looting. Also, Saurian Imperious Bloodlord. Looking to put Olivia the Crimson Bride in play. So we got a super crazy combo deck on one side and a straightforward beatdown deck on the other.
All right, you love to see it. One of the things that I know about Rumty's deck and listening to his podcast with Arjuna on the Arena Craft podcast is when he was talking about his Gruul deck here. It's like mono green Gruul, I guess. Is that the reason why he's playing red is for the Rampaging Ferocity. And the reason that he said he has to play Rampaging Ferocity, which is the only reason he's playing red mana, is because of the Heliod Company deck.
Yeah, Company deck is really, really good, and Ferocity is obviously a great answer to that deck. So we'll see how impactful it is here, because this is going to be interesting. This is more of like the I'ma do my stuff kind of deck against the crazy combo deck, and if they're able to do their things are certainly more powerful than mono green creatures are. But we see our removal spell here, Primal Might, will be able to do that. Pretty good start from Rumty.
Rumty's usually a standard player, so how happy do you think Rumty is by getting the ability to use Primal Might again?
Very happy. Problem Might on Werewolf Pack Leader. I believe those cards were never legal together, right?
Problem Might and Pack Leader, no, but they're really good together.
Right. So the combination of standard mono green decks of times past coming together, and I'm sure Rumpty's very, very happy right now.
Yeah, you get to go into the memory bank, into the time lapse, if you will, and just put all the cards you ever wanted to play in mono green into the same deck.
Yeah, that is sweet. That is sweet. So unfortunately, we can't see Ringo's Graveyard right now. We see Priest of Fellrights able to flash back. And a kind of sad Meat Massacre because Collected Company is definitely coming here.
Okay. Do we get a 1/1 if we're on Rumpty's side?
No. So good news, bad news. You know, we put 8 power on the board, but this Lovestruck Beast is very sad and very lonely.
I think if you're Rumpty, you're looking for a Scavenging Ooze.
There are 4 copies. Oh my god. 4 copies of Scavenging Ooze in Rumpty's deck, which is going to be huge here, obviously, against his Reanimator deck.
Would you say that the 4 Scavenging Ooze main deck player is going to be the one ahead here?
Yeah, this is that's a lot of Scavenging Oozes. That's a lot. But Olivia's here. The Crimson Bride Hardcast.
Oh, this is it.
Defense.
This is it.
That's it.
More like Scavenging Snooze, am I right?
Yeah, definitely. It's not even necessary. Goodbye, Olivia. That's it. Game 1 goes to Rumpty, absent of Scavenging Ooze. You know, you would think that winning Game 1 here would be all about Scavenging Ooze in this Reanimator matchup, but just good old-fashioned beats. Good old-fashioned beats.
I would think if you told me that Mono Green never drew Scavenging Ooze, I'd give the Olivia deck the nod on that one.
Strong agree. Because the reality is, like, this is a Mardu kind of like control-y, mid-rangey Reanimator deck. There is a reanimation package. There's 3 Lightning Yellows, 3 Deafening Clarion, 2 Banishing Bursts. There's tons of removal spells here. So, pop on over to the sideboards, and we see a little more Graveyard Hate here in Soul Guide Lantern. On the Mardu side, we see a couple of Braids, a couple of Fatal Pushes, a couple of Fateful Absences. So more kill spells can come in. The problem is, when you're playing a deck like this Mardu deck that's kind of leaning into the reanimation stuff, your game 2s and 3s aren't as good because your opponent's going to have more specific cards for you. Now, Sorin can put in Olivia, you know, from hand. These cards are castable. You know, Elish Norn is castable. Sarah's Emissary is castable. If enough removal spells are available. Also, Kroxa. So, going to be taking more of the control role here for the Mardu deck, and we'll see if Rumpty will sideboard accordingly.
And Rumpty looking at that sideboard across the table there, the proverbial table, it's got to be a kind of nightmare situation. Like, you mean you have all these removal spells and so much life gain and sweepers and everything? But if anybody could beat a deck like that with mono green, it's Rumpty. Yeah,
for sure. And the tools are here. I mean, 4 Scavenging Oozes is a lot. A card like Run Afoul is a pretty sneaky card, kind of a weird fringe sideboard card. Run Afoul is 1 green instant. Target opponent sacrifices a flying creature. Well, if they only have 1, and it's Olivia Crimson Bride, that's pretty good. That's a 1 green Sword to Plowshares with no downside. So,
yep.
Definitely some tools are available here, not including the Scavenging Oozes. We see a Great Henge get shaved here. I like that a lot. You know, not looking to get to go long here. Just want to get things going, get the damage in, and maybe have a Scavenging Ooze here or there and do that.
But at the same time, I like keeping some number of them in, because if you're expecting them to take the control role against you, which they kind of have to with all those control tools, you can just resolve a Great Henge eventually. Even if you have a 2/2 in play and you cast Great Henge for 7, you can still, every creature still has the opportunity to draw a card.
That is true. Yeah, it's kind of a weird song and dance here, you know, between the kind of broken reanimation stuff and the control stuff, which makes things hard on Rumpty. You know, what am I worried about? Do I want to go fast and walk into a Deafening Clarion? Do I want to go slow and walk into a Sarah's Emissary? So we'll see how Rumpty's going to navigate it, but great hand here. Great hand.
We see Rumpty shocking in this Stomping Ground over playing the Pathway on red. Maybe he's saying, I just want this on green.
Yeah, I think with Steely Champion of a deck, that makes a lot of sense. You know,
this Flame Blast Bolt is going to be doing a work.
Gets paid off. Exiling Priest is pretty good.
And that's a collateral benefit from him playing red, right? Because he doesn't want to play red. He has to, but that's a card you get to play if you're playing red.
For sure, yeah. And having that cheap removal spell is so good. You know, very, very tempo-y deck with Llanowar Elves and huge creatures.
Oh,
and we see no land here for Ringo, and I think this might be
It's
it
gotta
for
be
Ringo.
over.
It's pretty tough.
Mammoth, attack leader, land drop, Great Henge, attack, draw a card. Okay, no longer a draw card, but still.
Yeah, it's funny because the Mammoth here is actually the better card, even though the pack leader looks better because Mammoth casts Great Henge. There's Scavenging Ooze.
Okay. I mean, there's a good game on Hearsay's side, but Rumty has nothing in hand anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a Deafening Clarion wouldn't even do it, right? Because is there a creature in the graveyard? I guess there isn't.
I'm not sure. I think everything got exiled.
Yeah, so a Deafening Clarion here would be pretty good, but with the Great Henge in play, any creature's an insane draw, so nope, just Lightning Helix.
Yep,
no creature.
Surprisingly,
right, so,
no creatures. Everything gets exiled. Oh my goodness.
There's a creature.
At this point, you can just no longer you don't have to play around sweepers anymore. Like, yeah, Hearsay did miss another land drop, but you could just jam everything since you're drawing so many cards. Well, at this point,
yeah, and now this Ooze can be a 4/4 with the Ooze in the graveyard plus the counter, draw more cards. Yeah, this is I mean, kind of a shellacking, as they say in the business.
Shellacking is right. Even if you're Hearsay and you draw a land and a Deafening Clarion, there's still the Scavenging Ooze in the graveyard to make Scavenging Ooze a 4/4.
Yep.
Oh my gosh!
It's funny because it's not going to matter. So, didn't save the Scavenging Ooze. Huge mistake there from Rumty, and unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to matter. We'll see. 2 lands in hand. Love Sharp Beast is lonely. Here's Sorin.
This could cast Olivia, or play it.
This could put Olivia, but there's nothing in the graveyard, so...
Oh, I mean...
chump blocking Olivia.
Okay, I mean, could be attacking with Scavenging Ooze right now.
Yeah. So, we'll see if the Ooze mistake will come back to haunt Rumty here. Has drawn lands, has gotten a little unlucky here drawing all lands, but could have also won the game already. So, we'll see. No, it's not going to be it. Not going to be enough. Not going to be enough.
Wow,
all right,
that
so...
was crazy.
Little misstep by Rumty, but the stomps on, and we see a quick and pretty easy 2-0 victory.
I guess he was still thinking about that there's no creatures in graveyard, but after the Clarion there was.
Right, exactly.
Wow. Let's go ahead and see how your prediction for winning is doing. Let's go over to Arya.
Okay.
Arya, are you still playing? Arya is still playing. We have Toscrubbly against Arya. We have a Storm Chaser Drake on the battlefield with a Lurrus and a Core Spirit Dancer. I don't know. There's a Sorin Imperious Bloodlord for the second time in this tournament coming down in a completely different deck.
Yeah, very different here. Pretty good looking board for Arya here. This is game 1. We see Blessing up as a protection spell. Lurrus already in play. Pretty big Storm Chaser Drake.
What are you thinking if you're Arya here? First glances, we don't know what the Curse of Silence is on.
Yeah, I mean, Arya's probably not playing the Blessing in response to the sword, so maybe just like riffing here on like a Spell Pierce. Let me look at Arya's deck list up here and take a quick look. Looks like there are Spell Pierces in Arya's deck. So it looks like Arya there was trying to say, hey, think about Spell Pierce next time you cast a spell. We see Champion, we see Zealots. There's your Wombo combo of Sword Imperious Bloodlord plus Champion of Dusk. The one real powerful thing that the Vampire deck can do.
Right. That's the exact reason to play Vampires. If you regardless of if you think the Vampire cards are way too powerful or less powerful, or however you like to play your aggro decks, a little bit of burn damage, a little bit of card draw, the reason to play this deck is for that Sorin Champion of Dusk mini combo.
That's hilarious. So Curse of Silence is actually an aura. Even though it isn't attached to anything like on the battlefield, it is still an aura, and then it targets your opponent. I didn't like process that. So that's awesome. So insane start here. Now the engine's online. Saram, Spirit Dancer, Arcane Flight's available. Blessing is here to protect the Stormchaser Drake. This is looking pretty good for Arya here. Very, very good situation.
Are you attacking Sorin here if you are a Stormchaser Drake player? Your Hogpog?
I think it depends on what cards are drawn here. So we see Flight going on to the Spirit Dancer. More cards drawn. Yeah, then now the engine's just rocking and rolling.
Yeah, this is where that the Ironheart card that we were talking about before in round 1 that would reduce all of these cards to 1 mana. Captain Eberhard, actually.
Yeah.
But I would say that card's a little maybe it's win more, because if you're doing those things, you're probably winning anyway.
Yeah, a lot of the cards just cost 1 naturally anyway, so definitely a cute interaction. But I'm gonna name Fatal Push here on Curse of Silence. I didn't catch what the first 2 curses were on, but
there's 2 of them on Fatal Push now.
Oh, so Fatal Push costs 5. Okay.
Would you like to Fatal Push as your entire play? All right, so going after the Saurian here, Core Spirit Dancer comes in the air. This is looking super over.
Yeah. Has the board, has the cards in hand, and then has the protection spell too, and Caramage's Blessing over there, way over to the left, which can give a creature that is enchanted, hexproof, and +2/+2, and indestructible, and everything basically. So, not sure what Scrubbly can have here.
Shock and then a Sorin. What does this mean? They're going to scoop anyway?
Not sure, yeah. I'm like, Arya, I wouldn't concede here. It's looking pretty good for us.
Sorin's just too good. It's too good I can't beat the second one.
All right, so there's Sorin.
Maybe realized she was on coverage and popped up the resolution a little bit. I don't know what she did there.
I don't know, but
all right. So two cards in hand. What's happening here? Sorin has the ability to deal 3 damage to something. Maybe kills Aluris.
I mean, it could attempt to kill Aluris or the Storm Chaser Drake, but
Henrika. That's the one that I have not seen in Historic yet.
Yeah, I mean, Henrika's ability to Edict here is pretty good, but at this point, the things are already really big, so Saram can just eat it and come back from Aluris anyway, so...
Right, I think you sacrifice the Dusk Legion Zealot, deal 3 damage to Aluris, and then make them sacrifice something?
Even then, the flyers are all that matters here, really.
Yeah.
I suppose there's no way to remove... The Henrika is still on the battlefield. All right, we see another vampire coming down.
Oh, okay.
What's it going to be?
An Edgar.
We saw Olivia, and now we're seeing Edgar.
Wow, the cards that I've only seen in Standard and Alchemy, seeing these both in Historic for the first time, and they're both vampires.
So interesting. So we're going to see a flip here to the 4/5 Death Touch Lifelink side. Choosing not to go after the creatures. Could have killed Luris and Saram here. And now there aren't actually many. There's one Heliod's Punishment is the only way to remove the Henrika from the battlefield as far as attacking goes. But we're going to see Arya draw like 1,000 cards next turn. Or not, actually. Could not draw an aura.
Okay. I mean, this is a main deck Cerulean Drake also. I just noticed.
Yeah, I think that, like, realistically, this attack can just attack. We see the Blessing just to kill the Henrika. Now shields are down a bit. We see a card drawn off this. The Sentinel. So still no aura. Any aura just, like, starts a snowball going far faster than it could ever hope to be contained. But now we sort of see Hushbringer, Saram, Cerulean Drake, the one of Cerulean Drake, a little hedge against all of the good red decks in the format in the main deck.
And actually just unbeatable by if all your removal spells are red.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and like between Unholy Heat and Friends makes a lot of sense. So despite Arya breaking off a little bit here, having 7 cards in hand but no auras, still firmly in the driver's seat here.
I guess Bone Crusher Giant kind of gets around it in a way.
Yeah, if it blocks, definitely. But as far as this deck's more of a put pants on it and attack kind of deck.
Yep.
So
yep.
Henrika's back, but we can see Sorin plus Lightning Helix. Now we're going to see some Death Touch action. All right.
I mean, not an aura.
No auras in this deck. Not a 1. Not a 1.
I mean, Curse of Silence is a next level play in open decklist tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, now the thing is that, like, the board is stabilizing a tiny bit. I guess with the actually, you know what? This is actually really, really good for Arya anyway, because with Loris in play, Arya almost wants the Drake or Spirit Dancer to die anyway. So he'll put it in the graveyard for Loris and put Ors in the graveyard as well. So
I actually would have liked to see the Core Spirit Dancer also go face, kind of make to Scrubbly block one of them and then cast them from the graveyard. One of them has to die, right?
Yeah. I think this was saying that Arya would rather have Spirit Dancer in play than Drake. And now with the auras in the graveyard, can just draw a bajillion cards. And now we're off to the races. Right, here's an aura, here's another aura. And now we're going to see infinite auras cast forever until all time.
Until deck out.
Yeah, basically. The fear is that Arya decks. So Sentinel's Eyes, Esper Sentinel.
I bet Scrubbly's saying cards in deck.
I'm sorry, what?
I bet Scrubbly's asking cards in deck.
Yeah, basically, you know, you got a oopsie here. There are two Carametric Blessings in this deck as far as protection goes. One Heliod's Punishment, only one All That Glitters. Not a lot of like removal or ways to really buff up. You don't really need to go super big here. You just play all the cheap good cards. Henrika still has Death Touch as a Death Touch blocker. So.
All right, so this is all in the second main. So Heliod's Punishment can get in for lethal next turn by making the Henrika not be able to block. So we'll see if Scrubbly draws a removal spell or another flyer.
Also important to know that Arya is at 36 life, so not really under any immediate duress, but like a cheesy attack or something like that. So looking pretty good. Looking pretty good here.
I don't know what Scrubbly has that can be an answer to this, because the vampires don't usually have an abundance of removal spells, even like sweepers at all. Even then, abundance of removal spells kind of not likely.
Yeah. The thing is that, like, even if, you know, top deck kill spell kills this Core Spirit Dancer, there's just still Luris in play.
Yeah, you got to kill Luris.
All these creatures.
As far as the draw is concerned, we know what that last Curse of Silence was on. Luris has to die, and then everything else has to die, and that's just not going to happen, I don't think.
Yep. Also cool here is that the now the Curse is sacrificed. It's in the graveyard. It's an aura for Luris too, which is cute. Hushbringer turns off the Champion of Dusk ability, which is also kind of cute.
All right, here we go.
All right, detention. You're in timeout, Henrika. And
all right, timeout. Everyone in chat that says Henrika. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. We're
yeah, I'm down for it. All right, go for it, chat. Say Henrika. See what happens.
If you say, listen, don't test us, okay? Us mods are ruthless.
All right, so we have a lethal attack here. And 1820. It's a good year. It was a good year.
It was a good year. Core Spirit Dancer. Oh. The game almost crashed at how big that Core Spirit Dancer was.
All right, so game one goes to Arya.
All right, so we see what are you bringing in the sideboard of your Arya?
Sorry, so he's there. So Arya gets to bring in Selfless Savior, Portable Hole, a little more removal spells, of course. Can tailor the deck a little bit. I think Curse Silence and Spell Pierce, don't really look super well suited here. Cerulean Drake can probably come out. Just, kind of tossing that one out there. And then bring in more removal spells, a little more protection. I think Arya gets a lot from sideboarding here. 3 or 4 removal spells, a little more protection, and ready to rock and roll. It's also nice that Hushbringer turns off Champion of Dusk, which is one of the best cards in the Vampire deck. So with that ability off, the Vampire deck just draw a lot of cards, put a big body in play. That's their nut draw. Sorin, Champion, draw 3 or whatever is very, very good. So big ups for Arya here.
I really like Hushbringer for a different reason as well. All the reasons you said, of course, but another reason is how is the Vampires deck beating you? And that's probably overwhelm the board, go super wide, and just kill as fast as possible. Especially if it gets to that kind of game state, the Vampires deck always loses. So I really do like the lifelink and the big toughness on Hushbringer. Especially if you can strap on a couple of auras to it, make it even bigger. The lifelink is really valuable on top of everything you just said about stopping Champion of Dusk.
Yep, and then on the Vampire side, we see Fatal Push, Legion's End, a couple Noxious Grasping, a few more removal spells, honestly. So Ari's also going to cut the Sentinels too. Esper Sentinels not super great here. Only cuts 2. There are obviously some spells in the Vampire deck, but more of a creature-based deck too.
Looking at the Vampire's deck, what
pretty
spells?
well focused to beat. It looks like Ari's deck is pretty well focused to beat. Is it Phoenix and the food decks? A lot of spell-heavy decks. These 4 Esper Sentinels.
Right. Out of the Vampire deck, what spells do you think could be brought in from the sideboard that Esper Sentinel will be good against?
Yeah, Fatal Push, Fracture, Legion's End. Like, there's going to be more spells for sure post-board, and there already is 4 Sorin, 4 Thoughtseize, Fatal Push, etc. So if Sentinel draws 1 card, I think Ari's pretty happy with it. And honestly, it's kind of similar to Hammer Time in Modern, where Sentinel's sort of like this card that like isn't really great against creature decks, but it's good against the decks that are going to interact with you. And then it's like fine against post-board lands too. So
and I think Auras is just good enough against creature decks anyway, right? You can just get so much bigger than creature decks, so you probably don't even have to worry about them too much. So Hushbringer helps with that. Core Spirit Dancer gets humongous. So if the creature deck isn't playing something like Fatal Push, I mean, just like Scrubbly's deck is playing Fatal Push, but if it's not, if it's like a green-based deck, red-based deck, like we see a Phoenix, the Phoenix that we saw in round 1 with Core Spirit Dancer, if you can get that Core Spirit Dancer to 6, 7, 8 toughness, they can just never deal with it.
So we see this is basically the ideal draw for Scrubbly here. Knight into 2-drop into Sorin minus, but Hushbringer means that the champion would not work here. But Edgar's a good plan B. And lording up here. But now we see Spirit Dancer come down, and this is the train starting to roll.
Yep, getting to kill the Sorin is really important. Have that Selfless Savior to stop the Core Spirit Dancer for something like a removal spell. You did mention Legion's End, which could still deal with Core Spirit Dancer, and I think Legion's End might be an actual nod in the sideboard against Auras specifically, potentially.
Yeah, I could buy that for sure.
It's also really good against cards like Death Shadow and Crokeyz.
Yes, for sure. So, yeah, a lot of pressure. If Scrubbly doesn't answer his Spirit Dancer, honestly, maybe even this turn, the game is pretty much over.
It's going to be really difficult to do that with Selfless Savior in play. That's what I was saying in round 1 about Selfless Savior. That is a nightmare to black and red based removal decks. Unless they have Exile.
Absolutely, yeah. And now we're off to the races here. And now we can see all the glitters can go onto the Hushbringer too, as far as the huge lifelink flyer you were talking about as well. So punishment, yeah.
Also making a Cartouche of Solidarity, giving an additional blocker. Really relevant here against the Knight of Ebon Legions.
Yep, and also good against the Henriki as well. We see this in modern Boggles, where Cartouche is good against Liliana of the Veil, but here happening also in Historic. Second Fatal Push here would be a little punishing, but not available. So,
Cartouche
is gone.
Cartouche is played in Boggles in Modern.
Yep,
that's funny. That's good to know.
Yep, and it primarily was played for Liliana. Now Liliana's not very playable anymore because that's more back in the day kind of thing. But back in my day, before Lurs was in every single deck, people used to play Liliana of the Veil. So,
really, Uncle Jim.
Yeah. So we see a life gain from Hushbringer. Hashtag content.
The Scrubbly really knows how to create content, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one. They both had pretty good draws there, but I think in the battle of pretty good draws, Arya's deck is far too powerful.
All right. Wow. Let's go ahead and see if we can find another match here. Someone that we haven't covered before. See if they're still playing. Let's go ahead and look at John Likes Games playing against someone that we've seen before in Dragozy, but playing a cool Rotting Regisaur. So let's go ahead and check out the game 3 of that one. Still going on here in round 2. We have 2 Sap Vitalities and a Rotting Regisaur in the hand of John Likes Games, fellow DGen Gaming creator.
I do like Rotting Regisaur. Me and Reggie are tight.
Listen, this is historic. You can't have a historic tournament and not play Rotting Regisaur, Jim.
Seriously, the card's freaking awesome. Just great design. Exciting card, fun card, fair card. Just great. It's good stuff.
What keyword, if any, would Rotting Regisaur have to have for it to be even better, but not too broken?
Trample would obviously be insanely good.
Flying. No, it'd be too good if I
flying dinosaur. That's great. All right, so we see Sap Vitality here, And Sap Vitality is a super cool new alchemy card.
That's a 10-6.
Kills a creature, and then perpetually makes creature in your hand bigger. So what's better than a 7/6 Rotting Regisaur?
The bounced one.
10/6, but perpetual is perpetual. It's still a 10/6, even though it got bounced.
Yep, that's still a 10-6. I mean, Nighthawk Scavenger could be such a huge beating against the Phoenix deck.
Yeah, I like the choice from Pummeler here to put the augmentation onto the Regisaur and not the Scavenger. Scavenger can be killed. It only has 3 toughness. So just say, hey.
Oh my goodness.
That's a big one too.
Phyrexian Obliterator. This is basically.
What if it was a even bigger Obliterator?
This is basically Exodia against Crokeyz, right?
Yeah, these are a lot of Nightmare cards for Phoenix.
Oh my gosh. And wow, I'm actually surprised Rotting Regisaur comes down here, having to discard one of these cards, but still.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the augmentation on the Scavenger, not the Obliterator, because I would imagine you want to play Obliterator here, not Scavenger, and one of these cards is going away next turn, or not. Oh,
I mean, maybe okay. I guess wanting to get down the Stormwing Entity. Maybe if I was Dragozzi, I would have waited until the discard and during the upkeep, Unholy Heat.
Yep, I can definitely buy that.
But still, we have 2 more bangers of cards to play: Nighthawk Scavenger and Phyrexian Obliterator.
That is a big count, unfortunately, against poor Reggie. It is not fair that red is a 1-mana spell that can kill Reggie. That's just, like, not fair.
Yeah, it shouldn't be allowed in the game.
It shouldn't be like that.
If you're John Light's game, do you play nothing and then just hive the looting in the graveyard to leave Dragozzi on nothing, or do you play a couple threats here?
I mean, you gotta threat up here. Lifelink threats are pretty good too, so it's a hard choice. The Obliterator is just so good to play, but I think playing 2 things here is better.
Obliterator also gets obliterated by Unholy Heat.
It does, but at a pretty big cost.
Yeah,
pretty big cost.
What do you need lands when you have game on board, right? With flyers.
That's true. That's true. The best way to win is having no lands in play for sure.
Is that the bounty today? Okay. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna gift 2 subs to chat if Dragozzi wins with no lands in play.
I respect that. I respect that a lot. All right, so not interested in trading the Scavenger for the Brazen Borrower.
Okay, actually might be 1 land in play since there's 6 lands in play right now. Okay, maybe 2 lands.
Well, it still deals 6 damage, so it's still 6 sacrifices.
Oh, that is true. So 7 lands in play could be 1 land. So maybe bounty doesn't happen. Oh my gosh! If
One
there's
card left, it's got to be a good one here because
if there's more Brazen Borrowers or whatever bouncing Obliterator, that is the worst.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much pressure on Dragozzi right now because Pummeler's hand or board right now is just pummeling. There's 3 insane creatures. I guess the Aetherboard's not super great.
Oh my gosh, Lightning Axe.
And Castle Lockthwain and Hive of the Eye Tyrants are still there though, you know?
Cry the Carnarium? Okay, I mean that can get rid of the Brazen Bar, but that's been a long time since I've seen Cry the Carnarium, Jim.
Yeah, that's interesting. And crying here means no Hive of the Eye Tyrant, no Castle Lockthwain, but cutting the clock in half is pretty good.
It's very good, especially with that Lifelinker in play.
For sure, for sure. Definitely want to attack first before casting Cry. It's good. It's good. Good sequencing.
All right.
Little fireworks show.
I love how Cry also affects the graveyard after the cards have been played.
Yeah, it's a weird templating on that card. Definitely a weird one.
Oh my gosh, Graveyard Trespass. There's so many, I guess, difficult to interact with cards for John Light's Games' deck.
Yeah, all right. Pummeler. That's a cool freaking deck.
That just beat Phoenix.
The 4 Rotting Regisaur, 4 Phyrexian Obliterator deck is awesome. Love it.
Wow.
Love it. I'm a fan. Sign me up. Sign me up. A lot of cool cards here too in this deck from Alchemy. It was 4 Sap Vitality, 4 Veteran Ghoul Caller, Subversive Acolyte. A lot of sweet ones. A lot of sweet ones.
Well, let's go ahead and go over to Christmas, not playing Mono White.
Christmas. Not a white Christmas? Unbelievable.
Christmas playing a green-red deck with a Resolving Collected Company currently. Have a Gruul Spellbreaker in hand with a Bonecrusher Giant in exile. Playing against Cool Jets with a sweet Rakdos deck. What can you tell us about that deck?
Like maybe munitionist expert and Goblin chain whirl. I can't even like make a fake one. Chain whirler is pretty easy to read, but yeah, little goblins here are pretty fun to see. Definitely a dominating board for Christmas here, and one big card here is Rampaging Crocodon, which makes Muxus look pretty ugly.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and go over to Crokeyz's screen, so we're having a little bit of lag here on Christmas side.
Go about to convince me to go to the goblin side, so. Where is
Cool Jets going down there, getting attacked by a Ghoul Spellbreaker and a Voltaic Brawler here. Voltaic Brawler is going to use the energy to give itself Trample and +1/+1. Musician's Expert here to block if they want to against a couple of Tramplers. The Tramplers that are in Gruul in Historic are pretty powerful.
Yeah, for sure. Goblins, it's funny because, like, in most formats, Goblins is misunderstood. Goblins is a blocking deck, not an attacking deck. And Trample, of course, makes that very, very difficult. So,
wait, are you joking? Is it actually a blocking deck?
Yeah. Your goal is to stay alive. You know, in Historic, it's more about staying alive to Muxus. And then in older formats, it's more about staying alive to Goblin Ringleader and Aether Vial and stuff like that. Goblins is a card advantage deck. It can win fast, but its goal is to stay alive and, like, have a better end game in other decks.
I mean, you're the one to talk about this, too, okay? I can't ask anybody else. You're literally the best person in the world to talk about this.
I appreciate that.
You play Goblins every single week. You have even a stream day dedicated to Goblins. What better person is there to commentate this tournament, this match here?
And a theme song.
And a theme song.
So yeah, the first one on here is pretty devastating. Muxus, even if cast, is very, very dangerous. Call of Death Whirler is pretty cool here, but a little bit short. It is. We do see the Death Whirler combo here. So for Death Dellers will give the Chain Whirler a Death Touch token when it's reanimated, which is pretty good when you're dealing one to all your opponent's creatures. But Cool Death has to actually get there first. There's a lot of Tramplers in play, so if Cool Death can survive his turn and put Chain Whirler in the graveyard, we could see some fireworks.
The Death Whirler interaction, I always say that not only does it kill all the creatures, but it just death touches your opponent's face too. They just scoop afterwards.
Oh, that's dead. That's dead. That's dead, and you're dead.
Yeah, exactly. It does do 1 damage to face, and that also has death touch.
Yep.
So how good is Rampaging Froststone? Do we cast Muxus into it? Probably not, right? Since we're at 6, we just never cast Muxus into Rampaging.
Yeah, you don't usually want to do that typically. I mean, the thing is that with the Pashik Bonds in play also,
could be dead.
We can see some triggers here and there. This is probably going to kill the Brawler also. It's just a removal spell. I don't know if I love this block, though, because now if we see an Abrade or something on the Chain Whirler, the trample damage will also go through. But looks like it's going to be a straight trade.
They are Gruul Spellbreaker does allow Christmas to be hexproof during this turn, so no Pashlik Bonds damage going to face here. Oh, I guess so. It dies. It dies beforehand, so. Could go to face, could go to the Frostodon, could go to Voltaic Brawler.
It's funny because I think you kill the Brawler here, even though you're probably bringing back Chain Whirler anyway. But I don't know. It's actually, I think it
is this
by going face, you're basically just screaming out loud that you have the call. So, all right, this could be the turnaround that Cool Death is looking for here.
And killing the creature here makes Christmas think that there's no call of the Death Dweller, which might make Christmas just blow out the hand here, trying to kill Cool Jets, being at 6 life. And then that'll be basically bait for the call of Death Dweller to kill everything.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny because if the Spellbreaker had been played pre-combat, it could have been played pre-combat, right? It could have had haste too. It's kind of interesting. I guess the first striker was in play too, but yeah, we're going to see a nasty Death Whirl here.
No Muxus. Don't do it. Don't do it, Cool Jets.
I would respect Muxus here a ton.
You'd respect it?
It wouldn't be a good idea, but...
I mean, listen, Jim, you're not playing Goblins not to cast Muxus, okay? Do you cast Muxus?
It's true. I mean, playing Muxus is pretty awesome, but yeah. So, pretty cool deck, honestly. We see Call here gives death touch counters to things. It's obviously insanely good with Chain Whirler, but also good with Expert and Pashlik Bonds as far as making a machine gun, so...
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
Pashlik Bonds
is a fairly new card to Arena.
So we see the Bugbear is there for a little goblin on goblin violence, but not quite enough, and not getting through this this Chain Whirler. It's important that the Chain Whirler also has Menace too. So it is a Menace Death Touch First Strike, which is an amazing body. And now we have to see Muxus now too. So I'm here for Muxus. Daddy's home. Cast the Muxus, Cool Jets. I swear to God, you don't cast the Muxus. Don't look at that Battlecry Goblin. Cast Muxus. We're going to a commercial break, folks. Gotta go to a commercial break here. I'm very sad. I'm very sad. This is probably the correct play because it can't miss. Yeah, it's just lethal anyway with no cards in hand.
Yep.
But not playing Muxus.
Like I said, you play
a
Goblin
game lossable offense in this
Muxus,
tournament.
not to cast Battlecry Goblin. What are we doing? Just shame. I don't like to speak down on people, but listen, Cool Jess. I'm gonna have to have a word with your manager.
Yeah, this is. I'm upset. I don't know if I can continue.
All right, I got this myself, guys. I mean, it was a pleasure hanging out with you, Jim, today. Thank you very much for joining the stream today. Yeah. All right.
Okay, I can do it. I can stay.
You can stay. You can handle it.
Yeah, I think I'm professional. All right, I'm gonna take a deep breath. I'm gonna power through. You're power through.
Okay. I'm happy that we get to continue having you after that abysmal not play of killing your opponent with goblins.
Again, to Cool Jet's credit, it was the correct play, obviously, but you gotta just cast Muxus.
We have to hype it up for the content. You can't not play Muxus.
Right. This is Stream League, not play optimally League. We're having some fun here. You know, we want to win too, but come on.
I mean, it's not like there's actual prizes like Mythic Invitational qualifier invites on the line or anything, or like a bunch of arena gems.
Yeah, who needs gems and cool stuff credit and qualifier invites? We need Muxus.
Yeah, we got to actually talk about what's actually important here.
All right, so where are we headed now?
I'm currently looking to see if there's a player that is still playing. I don't think there's anybody still live. Let's go ahead and double check on the control player because we have to do that. If Elliot Dragon's not still playing, then probably no one's still playing, right?
So we're heading off to round number 3. Great.
Oh wait, I believe we do have a nope. That match is not playing either. Do we have a new round? We might have to take a little bit of a break, but because I do have to take a little bit of a break right now for a couple minutes. I'm dying. But we are going to start round 3 in just a few minutes. You just hold on. You have more Stream League action coming in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll be right back. I'll see you soon. Welcome, everybody, to round 3 of Stream League 8, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We are covering the one, the only, Jim Davis's wife.
This is I know as a commentator, I'm supposed to be not biased, right? This match I am involved in basically every way. So, of course, my fiance Nicole is playing, basically my wife at this point. I mean, we're going to get married at some point, probably. But, Nicole is playing the Mono Red Madness deck that I've played a lot. And Nicole's opponent is
Svimixin.
Simixin, who's playing Rakdos Goblins, also a deck I'm super familiar with too. So we got Goblins, we got Mono Red, we got Family. This is going to be an exciting one.
Not only is Svimixin playing Goblins, but is a former Stream League champion.
Sweet.
He usually liked playing really aggressive red decks. So you see a Skirk Prospector on turn 1, you love to see it.
Yes, pretty good end for Nicole here, although Bomat Courier a little worse on the draw and a little worse against blockers. But I think if Courier trades for Prospector here, Nicole's very, very happy.
Bomat Courier is one of those cards that is played very sparingly in Historic now, but when it is, you're just always scared of it.
Yeah, one of my favorite designs, honestly, possibly ever. I love the card. Super cool card. It's sort of like if Ragavan was a 1/1, where it has it's not really a great battler, but can draw a lot of cards if things go right, you know?
Yep.
But it is very small. It needs help. It needs help. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So we see Sim here deciding to attack a Firebrand and not kill the Courier.
I'm a little surprised, but then again, you have to think like, is Nicole really going to pitch the hand? I mean, maybe, right? It's madness.
The thing about this mono red deck is there have been times where I've played this deck and I've discarded 4 cards to Courier and madness 3 of them, you know, because the Courier is a good card by itself, but it's extra exciting in this deck because of how madness interacts with discarding. So could happen.
Whiskey Mage earlier on in the stream about an hour ago. Thank you so much for the 5 gift stuff. That's extremely generous. Now 2 Bomat Couriers is even worse because you can sacrifice 1 before you discard the next hand.
Yeah, and it looks like Nicole might be setting up for a big discard here. Deciding to discard both Phoenixes, keep the Rual in hand. We'll see. Now, discarding the Walla there would have set up a blocker for Prospector and Firebrand. It's kind of weird though because I think that who's the beatdown sort of element. I think that Nicole is the beatdown here, and our Goblins player is more of the control deck. Even though our Goblin player, that's why. Okay. Oh god, that's brutal. So that's the answer why the Firebrand came in and attacked and did not kill the Courier, because Chain Whirler was waiting in the wings to really muck things up.
And this is the second time we're viewing this Rakdos Goblins deck with the Goblin Chain Whirler. What do you think that reason for that is in Historic? Is that for some particular deck to play around, or do we just want to go away from Mono Red Goblins since there's cards like Pashalik Mons and maybe Musician's Expert that are black?
This is a very anti-creature Goblin deck. 4 Musician's Experts, 4 Firebrands, 3 Pashalik Mons, 4 Chain Whirlers, and 4 Call of Death Dwellers. So very, very hostile creatures. Probably a little weaker against non-creature decks, but going to be very, very good against creatures here.
Reminds me of kind of the Death Touch Mayhem Devil synergies you can do in the Jund deck, where you could just put a card that should never have Death Touch on it, have Death Touch.
Exactly. Yeah, and that is exactly what's happening with Chain Whirler for sure.
We see a Root Walla coming down, second Root Walla. I mean, if I'm Lady of the Crease, I'm kind of cringing right now.
Yeah, second Chain Whirler here would be pretty gross. Hasn't happened yet, though, so got to imagine that's probably not there.
I can imagine everyone in the stream's already following Lady of the Crease on Twitch if she streams.
She's not actually now. She's on Twitter on Lady of the Crease. She'll stream on my account occasionally with me, but definitely follow her on Twitter. She's captain of Team Arclight, does commentary for the VML MTG, doing a lot of Magic stuff, which is super awesome. We're a Magic family.
Magical Firebrand again, just like we wanted. Oh my gosh. Pashalik Mons plus Firebrand is pretty annoying too.
Yeah, again, super anti-creature. This is basically Zim's entire hand and killing everything. Definitely a great start for our Goblins player.
Now, if that Fiery Temper was a sweeper...
Yeah. Unfortunately, no way to manage the Temper right now, but hard casting it is not the worst. Smashing's not bad either. Like the tools are kind of there, but unfortunately, this entire time the attacks have been coming in as well. So
For smashing, do you just save it for a larger smashing? Because the Chain Whirler is very scary, just being a 3/3 first striker, but you also don't want it in the graveyard either, kind of, because of Call the Death Dweller. So what do you do here if you're Nicole?
there's no you got to kill Chain Whirler. I mean, if call happens, it happens, kind of thing. You know, I'm at 11 life here with Passion Mon's in play, Chain Whirler's in play. So much damage coming across anyway. I think Chain Whirler probably just has to die here.
I mean, killing Passion Mons, I guess, makes it so that Spim can't like continually make goblins, but at this point, maybe you just have to kill the Chain Whirler.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I guess it's like damage-wise, it's pretty similar, but of course these Mana Gorger Phoenixes are very, very good, but they can't block. So they are good offensively, not great defensively. Killing the Passion Mons does make oh wow, okay.
Oh, this will kill a Phoenix.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty good for Nicole, I think. This is going to kill a Phoenix. Now the Dragon Rage Channeler can come down unopposed because there's no way to kill it anymore between the Firebrand and the Channeler. We're see the other Phoenix come back. It actually was pretty good for Nicole, honestly.
This is
and now
really
the Shadow
good
Smashing in hand.
This is amazing.
Yeah. Channeler not quite there yet, but 11 life is a decent amount for sure.
And then Untapped Lane can kill the Goblin Chamberlain with the Shadow Skull Smashing?
Yeah, which would be great. An interesting omission here from this Rakdos Goblin deck is no copies of Sling Gang Lieutenant.
Really?
Which is a big finisher.
I'm always scared of Sling Gang, but I guess Muxus similarly wins the game?
Yeah, I mean, this deck's not playing Goblin Matron. Again, it's very, very focused on the anti-creature stuff, the Chain Whirlers and the Passion Mons, Firebrands. Not really any room for Matrons. I mean,
they're still
playing one
Haste
Sling
Goblins,
Gang
right?
wouldn't do as much without playing Matron also. So it kind of makes sense given how the deck is constructed, but it's a very, very good card, obviously.
Now we still have the Muxus quote unquote package here, right? With the Hasters and the Muxus bringing out basically win the game on the spot.
No, there are no haste creatures either.
Wow.
There are no lords that give haste. But the thing is that there are a lot of creatures that come into play and do good things. So if you hit Expert Firebrand, Passion Mons off of your Muxus, you can do a lot of damage that way.
Wow, I think this is the most control version of Goblins I've ever seen.
It's weird though because it's not really drawing cards. Like Goblins is typically kind of board control. This is a really board controlling Goblin deck, but aside from Muxus, there isn't really much direct card advantage. There's no Matron to find Muxus. There's no ringleaders. So definitely an interesting build though.
Definitely less combo.
Very, very good against creatures.
All right, we see the team coming in here: Death Touch and Menace Chain Whirler.
Yeah, tough spot. Even if the Chain Whirler can get killed now with this match, I think just too much damage has been dealt. So unfortunately, just a devastating anti-creature draw from our Goblins player, killing both cores with the Chain Whirler.
There's no sorcery in the graveyard, every creature can be dealt with, but Den of the Bugbear wins.
Correct.
Because Shadow Skull Smashing for 2 with me and putting the last sorcery in graveyard for Unholy Heat, being able to kill that Chain Whirler, but just not enough against that Den of the Bugbear.
Yep. Yeah. So for sure, almost stabilized there. There's still got to dodge the 4 Muxus as well, but
yeah,
it's not quite enough. Not quite enough.
Imagine dealing with everything and there was no Den of the Bugbear, and then Muxus slammed off the top.
Yep. There are 4 of them. There are 4 Muxus.
I mean, that's the benefit of playing a deck like this Goblins deck, that you just have a chance to outright win the game sometimes.
Yep. So, of course, Nicole has a few Goblin Chain Whirlers of her own, which are going to be reasonably good. We see some Lavamancers. Lavamancers is a little weird, though, because it does die to Chain Whirler. So while it is good in creature matchups, usually it doesn't seem great here. Hazoret, a Chronowar, interesting.
Yeah, I think Hazoret is... I mean, your opponents already want to exile your cards, like Ox of Agonis and Mana Gorger Phoenix, and those same exile cards can be used on Hazoret, but it just gives you a little bit of an extra buff. It gives you a little bit of haste. Your hand's gone anyway, and it gives you a little bit of burn damage to seal the deal.
So I like the cutting of the Root Walls here, recognizing that there's just a million Chain Whirlers flying around, a million 1 damage effects flying around, And Removal is not really blocking or attacking super well either. So love cutting that. And you can see here, so with the Couriers out too, Nicole's turning into a little more of a board control deck of her own. You know, Chain Whirlers, Chandras, can kind of slow things down a little bit and not get not get brutalized so bad by Chain Whirler and Pashlak Mons and Fanatical Firebrand.
Right. If imagine if Chain Whirler does deal damage to Planeswalkers, but not the Death Touch damage.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Unless there's the Golgari 4-mana, what is there, like a 4-mana Vraska in Golgari colors that can actually do that?
Yeah, I think there is actually. So Nicole brought in the Soul Guide Lantern. It was pretty interesting against the Call of a Death Dweller. Yeah. I don't really like that much, honestly. It does stop Call, but it doesn't do anything else against the deck. And I think Nicole needs to be kind of proactive here.
Okay. I guess having one mana card, it's like that can also just cycle. I guess the floor is really high with a card like Soul Guide Lantern, and the ceiling is super high also. So like I don't hate it, but if your game plan is to be the aggressor, I don't know if I like it as much. Yeah,
I don't love it. And tough hand here too. So this is a 1-land channeler plus looting hand. So you can definitely find some lands. Very, very, risky, but
I think I might have kept that last hand.
I might have kept it too, but I don't begrudge.
But are we greedy, Jim?
Because if the channeler gets killed by a Firebrand and the looting's pretty tough, so if he ends up with a pretty good hand here though, so.
All right, getting in for a 1 with Dragon Race Channeler, maybe holding up an Unholy Heat.
Yeah, now this is I like Nicole's choice here to not cast Faithless Looting, because you really want to use the looting profitably and not just kind of like draw and discard cards willy-nilly. You want to discard things that are profitable to discard. So nothing really to do that with. Yes, just going to hold on to it.
Maybe really
Firebrand here, unfortunately, tagging the Channeler.
Yeah, I think if I was Svim, maybe I just do it on Svim's turn so that there's a little bit of a less chance of the Surveil, but I can see it being played both ways.
Yeah, I think I agree. Denying the Surveil, you're probably going to kill it anyway. So
see if it's on the top. I mean, Soul Guide Lantern also does help with Delirium, so I don't hate it.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that third land for Pyromancer is pretty appealing here too. Unfortunately, the thing is that like by taking a slightly more reactive role, cutting some of the 1-drops, bringing some more removal spells, that brings Muxus into play really hard. If this Soul Guide Lantern had been a Grafdigger's Cage, I'd be much more about it, because Cage would answer both the call as well as Muxus. Because now the problem is that the game kind of slows down. Muxus is going to enter the battlefield and make things really, real messy. So,
and if it was Cage, yeah, you can't use your Mana Gorger Phoenixes, but you would just side them out in that case, I guess.
Yeah, you have to find some other path. That is definitely true.
Now, Fiery Temper is just going to dome them for 3.
Yeah, I mean, this red deck is kind of a burn deck, between Fire Temper, Pillar of Flame, chip shot damage. So it's going to go right to the face here.
Now, Seasoned Pyromancer is probably one of, if not the best card in this deck, right?
Pyromancer is very, very good. Yeah, it
draws additional cards. You can discard whatever you want. If you do want to discard cards, if you don't have any cards in hand, it refills your hand. It also comes back out of the graveyard to make more 1/1s for more aggression. It's just super powerful. I'm actually just super excited and happy that it's in Historic in general. I play it in my Boros deck.
Yeah, it's very, very good. It's a very good card also, like, in this deck, because you're pretty good at just dumping your hand. Just casting it on turn 3 or 4 with an empty hand is awesome. Just like a 3-mana Mulldrifter, which is great.
Yep. I mean, 3-mana, I guess you can 3-mana Mulldrifter, but it doesn't stay on the board.
Correct, yes, correct.
Here we go. Here's the Chain Whirler. Here's the Firebrand potentially coming in for 1. Well, not attacking.
Interesting. You see the looting again. Unfortunately, lands are not forthcoming here.
Let's see. I personally played a version of this deck as well in the past, and I didn't have Magmatic Channeler in my deck, but it does discard cards.
Yeah, it's a discard engine. It's usually a 4/4, as you can see here. Problem is,
not
of
having
course,
lands is really tough.
yeah.
I'd be tempted just to try to draw a land off the Soul Guide Lantern.
Yeah, if the lantern cracks to draw a card, then Nicole can draw a land and then Unholy Heat the Chainwhirler, which is kind of cool.
That's what I was thinking. Here we go. Oh. Wait. Use it and then in response, crack the Soul Guide.
Yeah, the lantern could get cracked here for no cost, then you lose a card too. So
I'd be tempted to just take the damage this turn and tempted to just draw a card.
Yeah, I agree. I think that like with the card draw happening though, it should probably happen on Nicole's last turn, but wants to fire off the Heat instead. So
looks like a little bit of a pixelation happening here, unfortunately, in the Discord. Okay, Patchwork Mons goes face.
Yeah, so we see there's the land draw.
Okay. The land was on top. That's good.
So it stinks because if the lantern had been activated last turn, the land would already be in play.
Yep.
But we can see a 4/4 blocker here, which isn't necessarily great against Chainwhirler because it has first strike and the 1 damage off the Firebrand, which is kind of annoying. But still at a reasonable life total here. 15 life.
I guess saving the Soul Guide Lantern at this point is just for the Call the Death Dweller, just to say you can never cast that card.
Yeah, I mean, there's a benefit to leaving it in play because it's a card that's like in our hand that's not in our hand. And now Pyromancer can just draw 2 cards straight up next turn, hopefully. Yep. Depending on if a land is drawn or spells are drawn.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
That was the problem. That there's all this nickel and dime stuff happening, but then there's just Muxus waiting in the wings as well. And
oh my.
It actually wasn't the best Muxus of all time. It was good. But honestly, in this deck, Muxus is more of just like a top-end card than like a game-winning card.
Yeah, even if Muxus just comes down and is a 4/4 that plays a Chainwhirler and a Snoop, you are ecstatic about that.
Yeah, like there's no Crokeyz in this deck. There's no War Chiefs in this deck. Muxus is never going to be, backbreaking. It's just going to be a really good card advantage card.
No Krenko. If you're nickel and diming people, I feel like Krenko's insane because you nickel and dime them while you're making a infinite 1/1.
Well, the problem is with Krenko is that it just dies. It's like it's a hell giant.
It dies to like almost everything, right?
What's up?
It dies to like almost everything, right? A braid kills it.
Correct. So like it, your Chainwhirler is killing things on the board. It's blocking really well. Krenko is the kind of card where the floor is really low. The ceiling's really high, but the floor is really low. And it looks like Spin has built their deck so all their cards are at least reasonable all the time. They can trade off and do things like that. And just saying, you know what, Muxus will be good enough. Maybe it's not going to kill my opponent on the spot, but hitting a Snoop and a Whirler is still really good. I mean, it was, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It was 9 power in play, card advantage engine, 1 damage to everything, and a huge attacker. That's still pretty good, so.
Right, and I can see Conspicuous Snoop being a really nice card advantage engine if you're not playing. You're always playing Snoop if you're playing Goblins, but regardless, there's no Goblin Matron and things like that, as you said before, in a Ringleader. So, Conspicuous Snoop can play some extra cards off the top for card advantage as well. So, I like that.
Yeah, so, firing off the Channeler, discarding Temper here. This is in the main phase, and I believe a land has already been played. So, no card off Channeler can be played anyway. They need a land regardless. So, both these cards are going to be, one of these cards is going to be gone. Or both, they'll both be gone. And now the 4/4 is not available on defense here.
And that's the only odds.
And now Snoop's just doing the thing off the top. Oh my god! All right.
Oh wow, another Snoop or another Prospector.
Yeah. Yeah. Just too much board control and card advantage.
Yep. Just doing the Ranger class thing, playing some stuff off the top. It's never a bad thing. Oh my gosh, there it is. Wow.
Just a shellacking. Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
my gosh.
The thing is that I think that against a regular Goblin deck, Nicole's deck is pretty favored because it can close pretty quickly, and it just kind of like is able to do its thing. But Zim has built their deck in such a manner where they're just so hostile to creatures that there's no way to overrun it. And if the game goes long, it just casts Muxus too. It's kind of a cool build of a deck, honestly. Pretty cool build of a deck.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how far that one does. And do we get a Goblins mirror match in the finals?
I mean, it's not Monday yet, but it's Monday somewhere, right? Probably, hopefully, maybe.
All right, let's go ahead and go over to Medicus Dota, our first time catching Medicus Dota in this tournament, with a Crackling Drake and a Dragon Rage Chandler on the board already. There's a Chandra Torch of Defiance on 5 Loyalty. We have a Faithless Looting in the graveyard, getting ready to be cast next turn with an Arclight Phoenix in hand. 4 cards in hand for Airball that we've seen before playing Jeskai control. There is a Grafdigger Sage on the board, though.
Yeah, Grafdigger Gauge don't do too much against Crackling Drake, Dragon Rage Channeler, or Chandra. So,
or Sprite Dragon.
Yeah, or Sprite Dragon. Or even Hardcast Arclight for that matter. But so this is looking pretty good here. I do want to deck list check to see if there's any Cellular Wreckage in Airball's deck. I don't believe there is.
This could be a win if you go Consider into another instant speed card. There'll be an extra damage off Crackling Drake, extra damage off Sprite Dragon. Alright, here's a Shark Typhoon. This does save Airball from dying unless there's an instant speed. Okay. Wait.
That would have killed the.
Yeah, that would have been game, right? Okay.
I'm gonna assume there's also a Lightning Helix too, based on how a Lancer taps.
I guess you can also like play on Holy Heat too off the top instead.
Sure. That works too. That works too.
But that Fry would have gotten straight to the top if it was me.
Yeah, the Fry did the thing that this only Unholy Heat did. You just guaranteed, not, you know. It could be anything. It could even be a boat, right?
Listen, we're all screamers here. They did the content play. We're gonna put it in the graveyard, and we're gonna draw another one. All right.
A lot of damage coming across here.
A lot of damage, enough for lethal. So what do we do here? If you're Airball, you have to be screaming for Helix right now. But even if there's a Helix, there's a Chandra at 6 Loyalty on the other side with a Haste Phoenix in hand.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things to deal with here. A lot of things to deal with. And this is part of the power, like we were saying earlier, of the Phoenix deck, where the Phoenix deck has the ability to kind of ignore the graveyard, bring these different threats.
Yep. And
the control player wants to bring in Grafdigger's Cage to deal with the Arclights, but you can just kind of sidestep that and do other stuff too.
Right. So when I play a deck again that I know for a fact I have graveyard interaction with in the form of Grafdigger's Cage or Rest in Peace, like we were talking about before, especially in my personal Boros midrange deck, I always just treat it like they're just an aggro deck, and I'm like, I'm gonna kill every Sprite Dragon and Crackling Drake because that's how they're gonna kill me. Even post board, like, yeah, they want to use the graveyard, and if it's available to them, if you don't have graveyard hate, of course they're gonna use that. That's what their deck's built around. But the way they're really going to kill you is by them preparing around your graveyard hate. And so if I just focus on using my Chandra to kill their 4 toughness Crackling Drake and use my instant speed interaction to kill their Sprite Dragon, and then maybe I eventually draw the graveyard hate, then I win the game. But seeing this Axis flip of the Phoenix deck is super strong.
Pretty good one there, though they are at 3 life now. They're at 1. This is ruins anyway. Sure, yeah. Just don't even need to attack. Burn damage does plenty here.
Medicus Dota takes that one rather easily. Maybe there's a Lightning Helix in the maybe a Lightning Helix kills a Dragon Rage Chandler, but the Crackling Drake's gonna get there regardless unless it's bounced also. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. It's a sweet, good looking win there for Dota.
Wait, Jim. You're forgetting something. We got to be the Harbingers of Doom.
Bring it in, and that's it. That's us.
All right, I'm trying to get to people that we haven't covered before. Let's see if this person's still playing here, and we'll cover some other people multiple times, of course, considering if they do very well in the tournament. But as many people as possible and different decks as possible because we have a lot of different decks. Let's go ahead and go over to Jarvis Moonbeam playing against Michael Kritz. There's a Tibalt Wicked Tormentor on the other side of the battle. We have a 4/4 human potentially made off of this Castle Ardenvale. This is going to be the deck that won the previous Hooglandia Open, the Scurry Oak Life Gain Cup.
Yeah, very, very good deck. It feels like a modern deck, honestly. It's a creature company deck with a combo finish. Hell Rider is here. Whew. Let's go.
I mean, I'm in for Tibalt, for this Tibalt. I don't think I've ever seen it in play.
Yeah, I've cast it once or twice. It's a strange card. It's a strange card.
It's a strange card?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go with strange. This is why we're here. This is what's fun about this tournament, is that we don't usually get We don't get a ton of the best of the best decks. We don't have, you know, these life gain mirror matches happening every round. There's so many different decks to watch here.
And not saying that Tybalt's bad either. It's just like a strange card. You know, the cards you get off it are somewhat unexpected. It's an interesting one. And we see the Heliod here, not comboing, just playing a fair game, gaining life and pumping creatures up, and doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about this deck, is that if you don't combo them, you can just win in so many other ways anyway. There's potentially Raidane, there's Elite Spellbinder, there's maybe like Thalia or something. Heliod's good by itself. You can get a bunch of things on the battlefield and make Heliod a creature. Heliod's a great creature by itself, buffs up the team. And you can even just draw Collecting Company to overwhelm your opponent, even if you're not comboing at all.
Sin Broder.
Okay.
Alright. Clearly our life game player has no problem paying life here. And a Pyromancer too, that's pretty good. So the cards are flowing for this Rakdos deck.
I'd be interested to see if Michael Kritz has a couple copies of the Rampaging Ferocidon in the 75.
Yeah, that would obviously be very, very helpful here. Let me take a look at the deck list here.
They're in game 3, so Michael Kritz did get a game. Seasoned Pyromancer comes down, makes a couple things. The Dreadhorde Arcanist. There's no graveyard due to Rest in Peace, but I mean, overwhelming the board a little bit quickly here for Michael Kritz. Maybe he can take the Heliod deck down.
Okay, so this is actually, looking now we see the Arcanist too. This is actually an Rakdos Arcanist deck. Just happened to have a very weird assortment of creatures in play. So that Rest in Peace is doing some work right now.
When I saw Hellrider in Sin Prodder, I assumed that I originally thought it wasn't off the Tybalt and he was just playing the cards, but Tybalt makes those cards.
Correct. Yes, correct. They are conjured. I don't think Hellrider is legal in Historic.
Is it not? I'm pretty sure it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let me check.
People just don't play it. I think it's because like Glorybringer is better. I think. But people just play that instead.
Oh, you're right. It was in Jumpstart. You're totally correct.
Yeah. People either play instead of Hellrider, they play. I guess you can have a bunch of options, right? You can play Glorybringer, like I said. You can also do Townraiser Tyrant if you'd like to as well. If you'd like to, like a little burn effect like that. But Hellrider is a really, really powerful card if it goes off.
Yeah, it's more of like a tokeny kind of card, but that's pretty interesting. All right, the life's still going up here, and now with the Moon Dancer in play, every life's a scry. So Jarvis gonna put it together really fast here if they haven't already.
And I actually have to say that I have lost to Hellrider before in an actual deck cast, not off of the ball. The card's really strong.
Sweet.
All right, it's Rahilda. Rahilda is a card that I did add to my Boros mid-range deck, and it's super strong in Historic as it's just a 2-mana card that gains card advantage, and they have to deal with it immediately. Pretty good.
Very snowbally card. All right, let's see what Tybalt's got this time for us.
All right, what's in the bag, Jim? What's in the bag?
I don't know. We're gonna find out. Here it comes. It is a Brimstone Vandal. It is now a day-night cycle. So whoever goes day to night, 1 damage will be dealt.
Okay, I mean, that's a card. Culligan's Command.
Culligan's Command not too good here, unfortunately. Can kill a token, discard the extraneous Heliod, but
I mean, it wasn't the worst. Discarded that Heliod. There's definitely cards that could have been better. Is there an answer to Heliod in Michael Kritz's deck?
There is 2 copies of Feed the Swarm.
It's indestructible though.
As an exile?
I'm pretty sure it destroys.
I think you're right, actually. I think you are correct. Although, where's the card?
Oh, you know what? Maybe they can exile it from the board with something like not Legion's End. Something like, if it becomes a creature, then it becomes a little bit more vulnerable to exile destruction from creatures, or exile removal.
Yeah, I am still not seeing a way to remove it, though. Yeah, I believe you are correct. It is not removable. There is no way to remove it as a creature or otherwise.
Wow. I guess you have to discard it if you're Michael Kritz.
Yep.
And once it hits the board, it's there forever.
Yep. And that's kind of the issue here is that 27 life and a constantly growing army of creatures. Let's take a look at Tybalt's ultimate. So I do not know what that is. Tybalt Wicked Tormentor's ultimate is minus X. That doesn't really have an ultimate. Minus X, create X 1/1 devil tokens with when this dies, deal damage. So I suppose if Hellrider had still been in play, maybe like make a bunch of tokens and fire off a huge Hellrider attack. But between all the lifelink available with Heliod, I don't know if Michael can ever get through this board, honestly.
I mean, there can be an answer to Rest in Peace and then start doing things out of the graveyard because Feed the Swarm does answer that.
That is true. That is true.
At this point, Michael Kritz has much more card advantage than Jarvis Moonbeam does, so maybe just overwhelming in card advantage. With Jarvis Moonbeam just top decking could be a thing if there's not a collected company top deck.
The question is like, does the card advantage even matter? Like, what amount of card advantage can beat just like gaining 10 life a turn with a bunch of huge creatures in play? You know,
killing all the creatures.
Yeah, it has to like get to that
likely,
point. The Ardenvale's still going. The Gilead's not going anywhere.
It's killing the creatures, maybe.
Yeah, like with the Ardenvale too, though, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be a tough one for Michael to pull through. There's a Sorin still available. It's the only Planeswalker available.
Well, Sorin can make a 2/3 lifelinker and just keep attacking past the Ardenvale tokens and gaining life, so maybe that gets there.
That'd be true. If Sorin can stick, and I think if a Planeswalker can stick and like keep doing the things.
Well, that's Tybalt, right? But Tybalt's too weird, right?
Yeah, Tybalt like doesn't really do. He's making a creature. So we actually see a plus on Tybalt here to deal 3 to a creature or Planeswalker, unless the controller has Tybalt deal 3 damage to them, and if you do, you may discard and they draw. So deciding they would rather lose their 3/3 than take 3 and allow Michael to loot a card. Very weird game.
I can't say I don't like this position, though, for Michael Kritz. I actually like the position that he's in.
That who's in? Michael?
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose drawing the 3rd Heliod is not great. I think that Jarvis is ahead here. I just don't know if Michael's going to be able to break through this. And with Moondancer scrying, pretty often as well. Sure. Heliod's, the Heliod was basically a dead card anyway, so both Kolaghan's commands have made a Heliod get discarded, but it was never doing anything anyway. And we still see Castle Ardenvale and lifelink for days.
Sin Prodder does his thing again. Inquisition not gonna do anything.
Yep. However, that's fine. Yeah, that's right. It would right. Okay. Sorry, I'm just mentally processing what Sin Prodder does. Jarvis could pay life equal to the mana value of the card to deny it, but there's your Sorin.
All right, I mean, I think this is the key.
Yeah, I agree. The one Sorin, is the one other Planeswalker in the deck, besides the Chandra that's or even lost. Was Chandra lost? No, there's a Chandra too. But having some way to positively progress every turn with the Planeswalker is definitely a way to do it.
Looting away that Fabled Passage. I'm just hardcore rooting for Michael Kritz here.
Yeah, I think Sorin's going to do it. I think now there's a lot of pressure on Jarvis to actually find things to do. Like now there's no more treading water. Like now the scales have tipped a bit.
Oh, Pyromancer.
My ways are not for the weak.
That's a lot.
Taking 3 damage to do that, but it's not like Jarvis Moonbeam can attack through all of this. Proxa, just dome for 3.
Yeah, that is a lava spike.
I guess maybe I would have held that for maybe after killing Rest in Peace, but maybe there's no more left in the deck.
Yeah, I mean, here's a token.
Brimstone, deal a damage.
Chip shot damage certainly starting to add up a little bit.
Well, that's just going to be for lifelink, and it's going to die.
Right, and the scry is the big thing here, because being able to scry and just find something good to do is pretty big. Kind of a strange block, deciding to block with a 1/1 and not one of the larger creatures.
Another land.
All right.
I mean, at least there's a little bit of like a scry engine going on here with the make a castle Ardenvale, attack with it, get the scry one to try to find some things.
Yeah. Unholy Heat not looking too good here. Gotta pay the one though. I guess it does kill the Ardenvale token, I suppose.
It can kill Trellisara if Tybalt targets it. And then he takes the damage, and then Jarvis takes the damage to it.
All right, so Pyromancer is very good here. Obviously, it just comes into play, draws 2 cards.
Let's go, Michael. Okay, I'm not biased. Sorry. Let's go, both players. Oh, going for a plus.
Soren going up again. Now, what's Soren's ultimate? Soren's ultimate is
deal 13, gain 13 to any target.
That is a pretty good ultimate.
Yeah.
He's free.
All right. The ball add. I think I might be rooting for Michael because I just love mid-range decks.
I just want to see some crazy card come off Tybalt here. It's another Brimstone Vandal. I mean, all these things do. It's just like a lot of little chip shot damage everywhere. It's like here's one, here's another one.
Inquisition looking at that Temple Garden.
Yep. It's going back today. It's 2 more damage, and of course, building up to the 13 damage from Soren.
Is it damage to any target? It's just opponent, isn't it?
The 13?
No, the damage from Brimstone Vandal for turning it to nighttime.
Oh, it's opponent. Yeah, it's opponent.
Okay. All right, but all of a sudden we could just see a collected company off the top for Jarvis Moonbeam, and the game's over. So.
Right. I have to imagine that Michael's like running a little low on cards here too. I mean, we're seeing cards just burn through.
All right, is there a collected company?
Big draw step. But first, the sun rises.
6 a.m. Oh, Skyclave Apparition? I mean, that's not the worst. Oh, okay,
so Skyclave deals with Soren.
I probably would have minus the Soren first, but maybe just going for that ultimate.
Darkness, I return.
All right.
Because right now, Michael Crits can't attack with anything. If Soren had minus, getting in for 2 damage in the air with lifelink every turn is pretty valuable.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. The thing is that the Tybalt also has the ability to just like -7 and put 6 or 7 devils in play as well. And you know, we're getting to the point now where there's just an absurd amount of stuff in play for Michael. All right, big scry.
The Collected Company. Another land!
All right. These scries are huge. That's 2 lands that have been drawn. Another 2 lands that have been drawn. So
that gives basically Michael Crits 2 less turns to win.
This is a ridiculous board state.
This is a crazy game in general.
Yeah.
And we didn't even see the rest of Peace come down. And we don't know what the graveyard was like when that came down.
Yeah.
Is that a Witch's Vengeance? Okay, that's not going to do anything, right?
It is. I don't know if it does much.
You ultimate Tybalt here?
So it's 7 more creatures in the battlefield. Is that the thing is like the lifelink is on defense too. So whenever's like 6 points of life gained on the blocks. Yeah. So like you probably just keep drafting and playing creatures. Like
it's these weird support states with Jarvis Moonbeam's deck that just gives them the time to just draw the combo.
Right. Although Jarvis is 2 steps in the combo. There's no Soul Warden effect right now, and there's no Squirrel either. So
Collected Company is the only thing that can really do it in 1 turn. As long as it's your turn and has first strike, when another creature dies, it makes it 1/1?
Spiteful Prankster. I don't know what that does. I need to look it up. Sorry.
This is like the best match to have on coverage, by the way.
Spiteful Prankster. Prankster, jumpstart card. As long as it's your turn as first strike, whenever another creature dies, deals 1 damage to target player or planeswalker. That is huge. That is huge. So basically almost like a Blood Artist effect. With Prankster in play, now everything that dies is worth 1 damage. To player or planeswalker.
We could be here till the end of the round.
Yeah, I
This
mean, the
game's
clock's
taking a
ticking
while.
on Michael, too, here. You know, it's getting a little low.
3 minutes.
Synthrider, both Vandals both have Menace.
You can get rid of one creature here. Just one. The Menaces can get in for a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure.
And we've seen something that could get rid of him, but since there's a Rest in Peace in play, the Unholy Heat could not get rid of the Trilasara.
There's also Hive of the Eye Tyrant available, too, so
Yeah?
even more Menace.
Oh, wait, and the Synthrider has Menace. How many Menaces are there? 4
Yeah, it's
Menaces.
Prodder, Vandal, and the land.
If there's 4 Menaces, that means 3 of them have to get through, so...
The problem is that I agree Michael's probably ahead right now, but the clock is ticking, and plays need to be made.
Yep. If all the Menaces attack, that's 7 damage guaranteed. Now, if you add everything else, is that game? 7 damage is guaranteed.
There's also 6 life to be gained as well,
That's
so
also
Jarvis
true.
is currently at 22.
I don't think that's enough. I think Michael just has to go. Play a card. I think we're going to see Menace creatures come in here.
So now I suppose the path could be attack with everything. Oh, we're going to Vengeance before attacks. Okay.
Wait, does this trigger the Spiteful to deal damage?
If their creatures were to die, yes.
So he can do this in a way that kills his own creature.
Yeah, I suppose if like next turn it could. I think the Vengeance goes away because it was off of the Channeler. If it was available next turn, it could have been like Tybalt -8, then cast Vengeance. But
Oh, yep, killed his own creatures. Oh my gosh, I got exiled!
All
Oh my
right,
gosh, no!
that's my fault. That's my fault. I forgot Rest in Peace in play. Rest in Peace hasn't done anything for like 15 turns, but Rest in Peace will turn off the ability of Prankster because things don't actually die. So, perhaps a misstep there because now no attacks. That was pretty bad. So Michael just killed 3 of his own creatures without doing anything. Of course, Jarvis drew another land. If there's any left,
Michael spent over a minute and a half doing that.
yeah. And time pressure is a real thing. You know, it's very hard to think when that clock is ticking down. You're on coverage.
Yeah, I don't think you could have ever made a mistake with time ever, Jim.
Yeah. So Synthrider, the Vandals are going off again.
All right, Dread Hurricanus don't do anything. Deal 2 damage. Deal another damage. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, somewhat strange. Jarvis decided to deny Michael the... Oh, God.
Here we
Deny
go.
Michael
Here we go.
The Arcanist.
This is where you just get in with all the menaces, right?
Yeah,
Well,
now the game's, I think the game's actually just over now. There's a blocker available from Castle Ardenvale, but... Gonna add red here when we activate the Den of the Bugbear.
That's pretty smart.
So effectively Jarvis is at 17 life. I'm pretty sure it's lethal.
Minute and 26 seconds.
Clock is ticking.
Does he leave something back just in case he's not dead? Just in case Jarvis Mimim's not dead? Because he's at 5.
Apparently not. Just coming in. So block the 2 biggest things. Lifelink the 5/5 and hope it adds up. We got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
That
14.
works. That works. It's Michael loses because of
Yeah, it's only 15.
keeping 1 creature back was enough to not die on the backswing and have game next turn.
Yep. That's all right. So crazy game. Crazy.
And since he wishes vengeance his own creatures, that would have been lethal if he didn't do that.
Yep. Yeah. Tough game there. Tough game. The clock pressure, slight misstep into just being a little bit short.
Man,
Crazy
I
game.
would have loved for Michael to win that, but shot himself in the foot with the Witch's Vengeance. Didn't keep a blocker back for the big attacker. But time pressure is a huge thing. Time pressure is so big.
It's tough too because this happens to me a lot actually, where there's a card in play that has had no effect on the game for like 10 minutes. You just forget it's there.
Yeah.
You know, like that Resident Evil hadn't actually done anything for a really, really long time. So you kind of just now it's not really part of your game plan, not really thinking about it anymore. And then it's like, oh well, it's actually very relevant here. So unfortunately, mistake goes down.
Yep. Christmas is currently playing right now, so let's go ahead and catch the match here. against someone on Arena named Snowman. So let's go ahead and catch the Gruul matchup here that we saw Christmas playing with last round. Gruul Spellbreaker, Bone Crusher Giant. This is in game 3. I'm doing a bunch of things. Clothis in play. Only four lands, but one of them is a Lotus on the control side.
Also a Divine Purge, which looks pretty good right now. Pretty good right now. So, Divine Purge is, it is not a permanent wrap. These creatures are still available. There's a lot of mana available for Christmas too. So, can be recast. We see a Settle in hand for Snowman also, though. So, 5 mana for like this. Not really as good of a deal. We could have seen Burning Tree Emissary and into Cloythis. I'm a little surprised we didn't see that.
Actually interesting to even see Clothis being in Divine Purge, because that means Clothis was a creature, and Snowman didn't die, and then it got Divine Purge. Correct,
yes. That was a pretty meaty board getting purged there. Now we see the Terry coming down also. Very good with Lotus Field. Very good with Lotus Field.
Well, let's go ahead and go over to the control opponent playing here. There's a little bit of a lag here on Kristen's side. So, playing against Snowman, which is Kush Wood in the Discord. Let's go ahead and go over to player number 8, Kush Wood, playing Teferi, Hero of Dominaria on the battlefield. Oops. Here we go. Can we get in? Can we get into the match? Okay. I would love for the match to show up for me, but it is not currently showing up, so we might have to go back to Christmas. Let's freaking go. I'm trying to get the best content, the best look at the content, the best look at the match for you guys watching in chat. But right now, they're not giving us many options here. Let's go ahead and go back over to Christmas with a Burning Tree Emissary on the stack.
There is some humor here in Christmas versus Snowman, I'm just going to say. You know? I know we're all past the season and all, but... Alright, I mean... Definitely enough mana here to make a recovery off these Divine Purges. Spellbreaker, unfortunately, gets haste, but comes in tapped as part of the clause from the Divine Purge.
A Divine Purge really being a beating against haste creatures.
Yeah. So that Settle in hand too, but not actually a path to victory on Snowman's side yet. And Cloythis is going to keep chipping away.
Yeah, you can't settle the wreckage with a Gruul Spellbreaker on the board. Since Gruul Spellbreaker does give you hexproof on your turn, so settle the wreckage is really, really bad against Spellbreaker.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Not like that. Not like this, guys. It's a Narset play that can get closer to it.
All right. Yeah, I think it's that's probably all she wrote here. So the Wing Condition and the 7 life all at once. Chip shot damage from Cloythis was the path to victory here for Christmas, and that path has just been slammed shut. Christmas is over. It's almost February. Take down your Christmas tree. Take down your Christmas lights. There's always next year, right? There's always next year.
I was gonna say
still
like
the Snowman though.
There's double Bone Crusher Giant their face, but that's not enough damage either.
Yeah, I mean the fact that it settles off here is pretty big game. But
yeah, it's big game. But do you just hope that there's no Memory Deluge or whatever and draw into the card and then untap the mana and then cast it? Like technically Snowman could just Memory Deluge or some other draw spell, draw into the card, and then cast it. But I guess you just have to hope that doesn't happen if you're Christmas.
Yeah, the clock's on. You know, the second sun is approaching sooner rather than later. So
looking at the settle, laughing. I bet Christmas is laughing his head off right now.
Yeah. Would be an improvement if the Spellbreaker was a 4/4. 3/6. And you got 9 damage, would have been 10 damage coming across.
And then both Bone Crushers will be lethal in a couple turns?
Yeah, so that 1 point might end up mattering. Alright, damage done, down to 5. Spellbreaker making Settle look pretty silly here.
Yep, that is actually
Christmas's clock is getting low. It is under 2 minutes.
That's actually the main reason a while ago, about a year ago, that people stopped playing Settle the Wreckage, is because Rule Spellbreaker was so popular in the format.
Yes. It's funny, the Field of Ruin is available to kill the Den of the Bugbear, but at the cost of shuffling away
Yes.
what's it called? Now, this is interesting. So, Snowman choosing to Aether Gust this main phase. We could have seen the Aether Gust. I'm sorry, never mind. So, Lotus Field, double Lotus Field Teferi, pretty sweet.
Yeah, double Lotus Field Teferi is like the world is your oyster, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of mana. It's a lot of mana.
Alright, so Spellbreaker, you can't quite cast Bone Crusher Giant. You cast Stomp off of that. Oh, this is so close. Oh,
yeah.
It's just a so close yet so far feeling when you're the aggro player, the control player barely living a couple turns in a row.
Alright. Gonna counter the spell. That opens up Settle, of course. Oh, it's funny because there's a bit of anti-synergy between Settle the Wreckage and Divine Purge, where Settle will give Christmas more mana to cast these Divine Purge creatures.
Yep. I mean, at that point, I guess you don't care if you're the control player. All you care about is not dying.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with approach in the equation, then sure. But gonna take the damage here. Go to 2 life.
That's scary. That's really scary.
Look into Vantress, though. Is that going to be enough to get to the approach?
There's an expansion explosion. Excuse me? Approach is 3 cards away. 2 cards now.
Okay.
Nezahal. That is a card.
I mean, I'm seeing some stomps here. They're face up.
All right, stomp the face.
Snowman knows about him.
Play the land first. Make sure you don't get drawn or something crazy, a sensor or whatever.
Is there any condition with like a Divine Purge not allowing you to cast the adventure part of the Bone Crusher Giant?
You can still cast the adventure part. Yeah, I believe so.
So looks like Christmas just has double lethal here.
I'm slightly confused. I guess you can go for upkeep Bone Crusher, but then you give the option to cast like a huge draw spell and the Archmage Charm or something.
Yeah, it's probably just like play Rebound Crag, say go, and then upkeep both Bone Crushers. I'm going to cast a 9-creature spell. They'll draw off the Bone Crusher stomps also, but if you allow your opponent to, if your opponent has to counter both of them on their turn, they can't cast the approach. So,
right.
Down to 40 seconds here.
Down to 1. 40 seconds left. Upkeep, double Bone Crusher, let's go.
Important to note, if that Spellbreaker had been a 4/4, this game would be over right now. Gonna cast Cloythus instead of Bone Crusher Giant.
Wow.
Does Christmas not realize you can stomp here? Probably.
Maybe not.
It has to be it.
These honestly, these games have all been super close. Most of them have been.
Because this is just over. I mean, Castle Vantress will scry to the approach and then win the game.
Yep.
Now, Christmas can still play a land and cast Stomp, but this Cloythus doesn't actually do anything.
But like playing a land and casting Stomp is not good enough against a counterspell, or that we can just double Stomp.
Exactly, yeah. Right. Like with Shark.
Shark? Oh, before the draw, you just... Oh, he didn't play the land. Alright, upkeep, Bone Crusher, win. Okay, he realized.
There's still... Now his mana up, though.
Now his Archmage Charm. Lethal? Lethal? After all of this, lethal? Yes? Please tell me it's lethal. Please tell me it's lethal. Timeout.
Timeout.
Timeout?
It's gotta be lethal.
I'm gonna use a line that you said. Everybody's clenching now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
Oh boy. That's okay. 25 seconds left. Jesus. All right.
I mean, okay. I mean, could you ask for a better ending of that though?
Yeah, that was whew. Okay. Pretty interesting to see Divine Purge have a drawback in that regard, where you're wrathing a creature to give them back the stomp. You know.
Right. Yeah. I
man.
I have a deck like based around that where you Divine Purge your own like card off the board, and then you can cast the ETB trigger again. So you can use it as a sweeper and then use it for your own cards as well.
Yeah, it's basically just a delayed bounce spell, you know?
Yeah, I mean, in that case, it was like such a huge drawback. I mean, being a 3-mana exile all creatures and artifacts is insane. But then when your opponent gets to do the 2 damage thing again with the Bone Crusher Giants, it's a terrible situation for the control deck.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay,
Wow,
ay.
and also the Nezahal on the board, 2 Planeswalkers on the board, approach in hand, all you need to do is untap and cast it and die to Bone Crusher off a Divine Purge. Wow.
Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, so round 4 is coming up soon. We're going to pair the round. That was our last match. We're going to be back in just a short minute, couple minutes, quick break. We'll be right back with round 4 coming next. Welcome, everybody, to round 4 of Stream League 8, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We have a banger of a matchup for you. We have Burn against Control. Upupa has played in this tournament a bunch of times, playing against a first-time player of Stream League, Buttons, playing Mono Red Burn. What can you say about this Burn deck?
This is just classic. Just classic Magic right here. Blue-white Control versus Burn. And this is a Burn deck. This is not a Mono Red aggro deck. This is a 12 creatures, 24 burn spells, 4 Ramanap Ruins, burn deck. 4 Soulscar Mage, 4 Lava Runner, and then 4 Frenzy Geist Blaster. And a whole bunch of burn spells. Skewer the Critics, Static Discharge, Wizard's Lightning.
Disgusting.
The new Electrostatic Blast. Awesome card. Awesome card. So pure burn against pure control. And blue-eye control, what you expect for the most part. Archmage's Charm, Teferi, Shark Typhoons, you get the idea. So we're going to see a lot of interesting choices from our red players' side as they decide when to time their spells, and it's going to be interesting.
This is going to be a Burn without Lightning Bolt deck.
That's true. There are lightning bolts. They could have played Toroff Summoner or whatever and conjured some lightning bolts, but
for the flavor,
that card's not that good, unfortunately.
Yeah. It is a 3/3 haster that adds 3 copies of Lightning Bolt to your decks. Maybe that's a thing. But what does it take for the control deck in Upupa, which is Tiap Famun, to win this matchup?
It's interesting because there's going to be a lot of juggling going on. There are a few creatures in the burn deck, and the creatures are very important because they are the recurring sources of damage. Got to keep those under control, but can't draw too many Wrath of Gods and Divine Purges, or you'll just die to the burn spells. So nice balancing act, and there's going to be a lot of interesting timing decisions on Buttons' side as to when to cast these burn spells. Hold them all for a flurry, try and play them when they're tapped out for card draw, and so on and so forth.
Turn 1 Soulscar Mage, what you're looking for. Play with Fire notably can go face, so that's good. Also can scry for you. Electrostatic Blast is probably one of the most interesting cards in this deck, in that the burn spell that also technically draws a card.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with this card. I think Electrostatic Blast is phenomenal. It's basically Expressive Iteration, but instead of drawing a second card, you get to shock something. So just 2-mana shock, draw a card, which is incredible.
When you think about it like shock, draw a card in a burn deck, that's just everything you want to be doing and more. Like this light up the stage, you get to use those cards next turn.
Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, it's just
how you can
see the blast into light up a stage, these prowess triggers, all looks awesome. It all looks awesome. The lands here in this burn deck are really good too. There are 4 Ramanap Ruins and 4 Den of the Bugbears, so a lot of value from the lands as well.
Is there a Raminap? Is there a not Raminap? The 3/3 dinosaur in the sideboard for the Scurry Oak matchup? Because I feel like that matchup's a nightmare. Yes,
there are Frozenons on the board, and also Rekindling Phoenix on the board for a little extra beef.
Oh, wow. Rekindling Phoenix, one of my favorite cards to ever play with.
Yeah, pretty good card. Pretty good. If you're a mid-range player, you definitely like Rekindling Phoenix.
Yes. Yes. Can you tell a mid-range player, you can just tell the mid-range player in the person by just if they play Rekindling Phoenix or not.
Yeah, so we see here, this is turn 3, and our control player is already at 8. Was able to counter the light up stage, but not everything else. And like I said, the 1-drop is so important. That Soulscar Mage dealt about, maybe 7-8 damage there for 1 red mana, which is phenomenal. And now we see the weakness of Divine Purge, too. Just recast it, Here
we go. Teferi might not be as good against Burn with the new Teferi. But it does bounce the damage.
Yeah, and there is some value too, honestly. The forcing the burn player can't end step burn spells, which is pretty interesting too. But now we're seeing these lands come into play too. So a little bit of flood for Buttons, but a Den of the Bugbear and a Ramanap Ruins.
This is in scary territory if Upupa can't gain it some life.
Yeah, and as far as life gain goes, there's not a lot. I don't think there's actually any life gain in his main deck. No, there is not. No life gain in the main. There are 2 timely reinforcements on the board. But aside from that, that's the only life gain in the whole deck.
Chandra comes down, non-creature spell will grow the Soulscar Mage. Chandra also deals the damage. I really love Chandra.
Chandra's great. Yeah, there's 1 Chandra in the deck. It's the 1 non-burn spell, non-creature. And will be very, very good if it can stick, but obviously not going to be super easy to stick here. So this is where, like I said earlier, there's going to be a lot of interesting choices for Buttons here. Buttons can fire up into the Bugbear. Buttons can just cast the burn spell. Can cast Chandra. What do you attack? Do you attack Teferi? A lot of choices here, and these choices are all extremely important.
Wow. Not casting a spell before this. Interesting. Maybe just firing off the Raminap.
So we're going to see nothing. Just stone nothing. No No Planeswalker, no Burn Spell, no Den of the Bugbear. Probably fun to fire up the Ruins here and see what it looks like for next turn. Pretty interesting, honestly, because this is Buttons saying I don't know how they have anything. So that might make our control player tap out a little bit.
It'd be interesting if there's a couple copies of maybe like a Scorched Desert or whatever it's called in Button's deck to get rid of off the Ramunap Ruins. This is the desert.
Yeah, that card is super sweet, and normally the colorless land would be a bit of an issue with all the red symbols, but there are obviously, Electrostatic Blast, Geist Blast, there are things to be cast off colorless. I could definitely see playing, one or two of those and kind of sneaking those in.
It does deal damage in a land and can be sacrificed to get multiple triggers off Ramunap Ruins, so I do love that interaction.
Correct. Mono red with 4 Ramunap Ruins and 4 Sunscorched Desert is what got Ramunap Ruins banned in Standard, which is a while ago. But
and also Rampaging Ferocity was also banned in Standard at the same time. Can you imagine how mono red would have been?
Yeah. All right, Chandra time.
All right, this does the damage. That resolved.
I won't stop fighting till the people are safe again.
And then Wizard's Lightning.
So we see the Teferi passive coming into play here, obviously. Unable to cast spells on control players' turns. Got to cast it now if you want to cast it. And there we go.
Wait, did Chandra do the damage to face? Or to
Correct,
a Planeswalker?
yes. To face.
Okay. Fateful Absence.
Absence. So now this is the issue where our control player is in quote-unquote control of the game. 2 Teferis in play, 4 cards in hand. But they're at 1. And
Skip to the good part.
a lot of things need to go right here for our control player to win this game. Because this game's not going to go on for a while. And there are a lot of burn spells in Buttons' burn deck, surprisingly.
Basically, Pumbaa just has to counter every burn spell from here on out.
Correct. Now, just played the Hall of the Storm Giants. That's a good one because the corner needs to be turned here and the game needs to end, and that does that pretty well. Decided to go for the burn spell here. Could try and hold it for a few more. Try and cast a few burn spells at once. Could put Soulscar Mage here. Could fire Den of the Bugbear. A lot of options. Bugbear here looks pretty good. Needs to be answered.
All right, you pay that mana, draw that card off of it, and
yeah, this is great.
Yep. Okay, all right.
That's 2. It's going to come down to a turn where Button says, I have X amount of burn spells. Can you answer X burn spells? If not, you're dead.
And now this is going to be a thing where the Teferi nerf is going to come into action, whereas you usually couldn't play anything at instant speed, but if it's Button's own turn, they can fire off the play with fire at instant speed.
Yep. And realistically, there aren't that many counterspells in this control deck. There are 4 Archmage's Charms. And that's it for hard counters. There's a Mystical Dispute, some disruptions, but you can't Archmage Charm every burn spell in Buttons' deck. That's not going to happen.
All right, here we go.
All right, so I don't like this. Play with fire on the upkeep sort of makes sense, right? Because you want to scry. The thing is, if it resolves, it ends the game anyway. I'd rather just draw my card for the turn, see what it is. But
all right, here's 2 more burn spells.
yeah, probably not two more. It's funny if it's Archmage's Charm and exactly just Jawari Disruption, then we'll see our control player live here, but it is not. So
wow,
and there you go.
See, that's the whole scary territory when you're the control deck and you have complete quote unquote control of the game, like you were saying. You just know that every draw step your opponent has, you can die.
Yep, absolutely. And the fact that Ramunap Ruins is uncounterable, yeah, for sure. And I think that game was won by the Soulscar Mage. Soulscar Mage did about 7 or 8 damage that game. If our control player had been at 5 or 6 life there, not 1, they probably could have been able to pull that one out.
Now, Rekindling Phoenix is really good against Divine Purge. It doesn't get Divine Purge at all, and also good against sweepers.
Now, I'd imagine from the blue light control side, though, those sweepers are coming out. You don't want to play Wrath of God or Divine Purge to kill a Soulscar Mage, So Seal Away, sure. Fateful Absence, honestly, isn't great either. It's just giving them a card. But you're going to want to 1-for-1 the creatures, and you want to close the game out. It's a big one. Now, there are 2 Timelies coming in. Timelies, about as good as you can get as a sideboard card versus burn. A couple Aether Gusts, too. but a lot of pressure on our control player to like get a big shark in play, get something in play, and just turn the corner and win the game before too many burn spells are drawn. Interesting to see the to not see the Ferocidons come in. They're not incredible, but they do turn up the life gain from timely. They're hard to block, but
yeah, the thing that I like about bringing Ferocidon in, or maybe Phoenix, is that it plays on like a different axis, of course. Once again, not only does not Raminap, I keep saying Raminap instead of Rampaging. Rampaging Ferocidon stop the life gain that you know that Upuma's going to be bringing in with the timely reinforcements. But it also is another creature. And if the sweepers are being taken out, that means the creatures now become better.
Right, and you need to have that recurring damage to an extent. Like, this hand, for example, isn't really that good. It's 2 lands and 5 spells, but, like, what is this, 9 damage? Okay, then what? So
you gotta draw a creature then.
Or early play, it can be a little tough.
All right, I'm calling it Soulscar Mage off the top now that this is the keep.
That would make this hand really good, so... They're going to keep... I don't know if I love this Fry coming in either. Killing a shark is cute and all, but... All right, that is not a Soulscar Mage, so... This hand is currently non-functional.
I changed my mind. Lava Runner.
All right, there you go. It's better now. It's better now.
Why do I say things, Jim? Why?
So a lot of weight on this Lava Runner's back because these Skewer the Critics and Light Up stages aren't doing literally anything unless it hits. Gonna hold the Lightning. Gonna go for Lightning into Skewer maybe, or Lightning into Light Up Stage. No, it's gonna attack.
I guess if the Lava Runner couldn't get through, wanted to make sure that the light up the stage could go off.
Yeah, there are 4 copies of Jwari Disruption in this deck, so it kind of makes sense that they're a little scared of being force spiked here, which I believe you're gonna get here. That's what I'm reading right now. And no lands. Okay. So
okay. That land was pretty big.
And there's Fry again. He's Fry not looking too good here. I'm not happy with these Fries at all.
Wait, isn't that what you say every time you go into Burger King?
Burger King did change their mind. They had the disruption, so they could have countered the Light Up Stage and didn't. I am floored. I am absolutely floored that the Light Up Stage was not countered.
Maybe going for countering the burn spells at all costs.
But like,
I don't know.
It's a disruption. It goes dead pretty quick. Yeah. I mean, that would if now they can't know that there's no land to follow, but if that Light Up Stage does not resolve, this game is over.
Finding a room to cast the Fry there.
Yeah. All right.
And then Geist Blaster. So we got 5 cards in hand left. 17.
Yeah, this hand's great now.
Yeah. Electrostatic Blast.
Still room for Timely to make an impact or something like that, but 11 points of burn in hand with the Ruins also in play. Pretty good.
Yeah, Timely would be huge. I'm actually curious if Timely in a spot like this is better than Sunset Revelry.
I think Timely is almost always better than Revelry in sideboards. Where if you're bringing the card in for an aggro or burn matchup, Timely is definitely better. Just the Revelry is more flexible in your main deck.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's Seal Away. Just awkward animation, but sure. 2 damage gets across.
Yeah, now with the creature that was drawn from Buttons, it puts Buttons in such a better spot.
Right, absolutely.
All right.
Unleash the Fury.
Yep. Down to 9. Now this is in a similar spot as it was before, right? We were at 8 at this point in the game, last game.
Yep. I really don't like this Fry. I'm still, there's Divine Purge.
I mean, it is
but now the Lava Runner, it has haste, but
it is good against the haste creature. All right, here's the Electrostatic Blast. Wizard's Lightning can be cast to draw another card off the blast.
3 cards left. There's an 8 Gust, which is totally fine, I think, for Buttons.
Yep, you just take that action.
Yep.
Wait, that still triggers the Electrostatic Blast, so it would trigger off itself, right, since it was cast? Or does that have to resolve?
No, it has to resolve.
Okay. All right, now we're just gonna
Lava
do
Runner, and then I would like to see Blast cast main phase here while they're tapped out.
Yep.
Love it.
They're listening
Love
to the stream, of course. All right, Hall of Storm Giants can be a blocker on the G2 Lava Runner in a pinch. Here's Electrostatic Blast again. This could be lethal.
Oh my.
Yep. This has got to be a nightmare matchup for Blue White Control.
Shock would be good.
This is enough for lethal.
How about some more burn spells? How's that one?
How about some more draws? Do we like that?
Yeah.
All right, no burn spells here, but there's a Wizard's Lightning. All right, Wizard's Lightning is lethal, plus the Lava Runner. There has to be a counter spell on the discharge, plus removal for the Lava Runner. And then Oompa still goes to 2 life.
Right, and then the thing is that, like, even if they have actual everything here, Buttons is at 20, and they have 40 burn spells on their deck. You know, like, they will just draw more burn spells, so...
Now, only 1 card to choose off the Soulscar Mage. Can't go Mountain and the Soulscar Mage, which you would love to do, but... So I think you
for
just
1
go...
mana, there's no card in our Blue White Controller's deck, Blue White Control player's deck list that can stop this. So, there you go. Pretty classic matchup, and Burn taking it down. Burn is usually pretty good against Blue White Control, barring some sort of sideboard card. No timelies, and that was awesome. I loved it.
Wow. That was great. Let me see if we can catch someone that hasn't had a feature yet. Let's double check, and let's go to... I keep wanting to catch Little Bo Peaches, but she keeps finishing before everyone else. All right, let's double check to see if this person's still playing. All right, we do have Berserksy playing against your call for winning this tournament, Arya. Let's go ahead and double check here. Luris on one side, 4 Spirit Dancer and double Esper Sentinel in play, with Berserksy on Berserksy's side here with an Arclight Phoenix in hand, Brazen Borrower in hand, Opt, Curse of Silence on the stack.
That's a lot of stuff in play. Yeah, double Sentinel looking pretty good. Luris already in hand. Spirit Dancer. Oh, okay. I'm like, why? What are we waiting for this to resolve for? So it does. It resolves, of course. Let's choose him a name. Ooh, and the portable hole. Oh, wow. All right, that is pretty good. Cost of flashback looting? 7. 7.
Oh no, not like this. And Brazen Borrower, pretty good against the Aura's deck. I don't know about if it's good enough against double Esper Sentinel, though.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid board for Arya here. Like, doesn't really have much, like, offensively going on, but has everything set up. Bunch of mana, Luris in hand, double Sentinel. 15 life is the important part, too. If Arya's at, like, 6 here, and there's some way to, like, kind of cheese through some damage and win the game, sure. But this is looking pretty good for Arya, who is currently down a game, though.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've seen this matchup before, and if the Aura's deck doesn't have a way to answer a bunch of flyers attacking, then they just lose. They just die. Yeah.
Or lifelink, which is the big one, too, so...
All right, here we go.
Pretty good draw.
Very good draw. We got the Sprite Dragon coming down, potential Brazen Borrower Opt, making the Sprite Dragon a 3/3. But the problem here is leaving that Core Spirit Dancer. If that Core Spirit Dancer lives until the next turn, it's going to be a major problem. You also don't want to give Arya a couple of draws off the Esper Sentinel if you can help it, but there's already 6 cards in hand. Like, I don't know. How do you feel about that?
I don't think there's a path to navigate here. Like, one way or another, Arya's going to go into her turn with a bunch of cards in hand and a Spirit Dance or a Spirit Dancer in play. And Sprite Dragon's great and all, but it's just going to stay back on defense here. Wow, yeah. So it looks like Berserksy's going to go for like a petty theft in response to targeting the Spirit Dancer, perhaps. But
I don't think there's any play that's just like good enough in this spot, right?
Yeah.
Like you can bounce the card here. Dancer, then they
just recast a Spirit Dancer. It only costs 2 mana. There's plenty of lands in play,
Yeah, this isn't standard. Not everything costs 5.
Yeah. So
I like Esper Sentinel in this deck a lot. There's some lists playing Esper Sentinel, or some lists playing Esper Sentinel and the dog. Maybe it's an either or type of thing.
Yeah, it just feels a lot like Hammer Time to me, where like it's not necessarily like a key component of the strategy, but it's just really good against the decks that are good against you. And like it just allows you to draw a few extra cards. You kind of like buy some time, you apply some pressure. It's just a really, really solid card.
Yeah, you can give it extra power, especially in this Auras deck, and then you can really draw a card every turn, and your opponent could just never pay for it. Esper Sentinel's really easy to get to like 3 or 4 power in this Auras deck, especially if you buff multiple of them. Then you just outright win the game.
Yep. Just a casual 8 cards in hand for Arya.
That's not enough. This is Auras. This is a core Spirit Dance. You need 16.
I mean, we're going to see more. I can only imagine that Brazen Borrower is being, or Petty Theft is being cast this turn. So
I don't know what the point of holding the Sprite Dragon back is. Because if they have, if the Spirit Dancer deck has like the nuts, they're going to beat you regardless of whether you hold it back or not. You just have to hope they have just like 100% lands and that Luris, and then just get in with Sprite Dragon and win eventually, I guess.
This is a somewhat odd attack from Arya. So attacking the Sentinels into the Sprite Dragon, clearly there's spells to be cast. So we'll see what the plan is here. We're not going to see a block either.
I mean, if you're not blocking, then you're definitely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess the factor is being that Arya can have Karametra's Blessing or Spell Pierce or something like that to stop this bounce spell. So probably should have cast the Petty Theft before blocks to get an information on like what's going to happen in combat, if a trump block is necessary or not. Slight sequencing issue.
Problem with this here is that the things just come back down. They're pretty cheap.
Yeah, and there are a lot of them. Hey.
Oh, that card we were talking about before.
Good old Cerulean Drake.
Good old with the game card.
That is an unkillable, blocks everything monster.
Attacks through everything.
Yep.
I guess besides the storm dragon Drake thing.
Yes.
I don't remember the name of it. The 5 mana one that gets cheaper.
Storm Chaser Drake?
No, the 5 mana one that gets cheaper. If you play another spell during your turn. It's a 3/3. It has prowess. The name's escaping me.
Storming Entities.
There we go. I knew it was Storm something.
Yes. My bad.
No, it's okay. We get a couple spells here, and every single spell gives so many draws off of Esper Sentinel. It's just so annoying if you're the Phoenix player.
Yeah, I mean, there's just like Arya has like half her deck in her hand right now. There's just like, there's like 10 cards in hand. Gets untapped, draw a million more cards. Again, if Arya was at like 6 life or 5 life, or there's some path to maybe cheesing some damage through, but even then, Cerulean Drake blocks that off really, really well. So, and also the lootings aren't able to be cast either. So there's some sequence of like looting, discard 3-4 Phoenixes, attack you for a whole bunch, and
then they like double looting, play a land, Brazen Borrower, the Cerulean Drake, give them a bunch of cards, doesn't matter anyway.
Sure. Yeah, but at 15 life with the Drake in play and the looting's costing 1,000, it's not possible. There's just no avenue here. Arya's done a very, very good job of cutting off all avenues.
Yeah. Hogpog thinking a little bit. We have a guaranteed attack through the Sprite Dragon with Cerulean Drake. A bunch of card draw. So with the entire deck in Hogpog's hand, we'll see if we can cross the finish line this turn. If not, next turn for sure. Being at 15 life is all you want to be. It's a perfect place to be against Phoenix for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like the borrower's available. It can like chump block a flyer or something. I mean, consider just looks. You can consider, and I suppose pay its axe on Esper Sentinel, but like this is just just pack it up and go to game 3. Like
yeah, this is where you just like concede due to like make sure you don't time out in game 3.
It's just like demoralizing, also. Like
yeah, it's also just humiliating.
And save your mental energy.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have a Vigilance Pro Red Flyer.
That's not good enough. It needs Questing Beast text. Oh, okay.
I have
Never
a
mind. I think we
3/3
just gave
Vigilance
Questing Beast
Pro
next.
Red flying, life linking, card drawing flyer.
Yes. Wait.
better?
We need a cartouche for first strike now.
It's coming in.
No first strike. Unlucky. What? Yep.
It actually, yeah, it actually can't attack because of the Brazen Borrower. So Borrower could flash in and just block it.
Oh, wait.
Oh, that would actually be a huge mistake if Ari attacked there. So close to Calamity, but not quite.
Well, I guess that's okay for Arya to not attack there because you have to wonder, what's the only way you lose this game? A huge Phoenix Flyer turn.
Well, it's Vigilance too. So.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, so it's just the Brazen Borrower blocking it is the big concern.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. 7. We're going to see a 7-mana looting, Jim?
I mean, I hope so.
I really hope so. That has to be some kind of accomplishment. It has to. Why does Arena not have like a you played Call of Duty where it has like the achievements that you can get and you get special things? The achievement should be cast a 7-mana Faithless Looting.
Xbox achievement achieved, yes. So this Brazen Borrower is the only bounce spell in the entire deck list for our Is a Phoenix player. So, and of course, Arya knows that due to the open deck list. So, looks like Arya's just going to chill here, win the game next turn, whatever.
That's not a Faithless Looting. Don't cast Darklight Phoenix. Thinking about it, take it back, cast the looting.
The problem here is that you put an aura on the Spirit Dancer, put an aura on the Spirit Dancer, put an aura on a Sentinel, put an aura on a Sentinel, and attack for 100 damage across 6 bodies.
Well, we already know that, but since we already know that, we want to have fun.
Sure, that's fair. That's fair. I'm all about the 7-mana looting achievement, all right?
Discarding 2 Phoenixes, though, you can't really beat that. Oh, come on. That could have been a 7-mana looting.
Gonna say yeah. Still has Borrower up to block, but now, of course, one additional aura onto the Crokeyz Drake means it can't be blocked anymore. And so we're going to be going to a deciding game 3 here. Our 2 undefeated players, both Arya and Berserksky here are undefeated.
And with a board state like this, I kind of expect that from Arya. But Arya did lose game 1, so we're gonna get a game 3 of this matchup from start to finish. Thinking still. The only way you can really lose is to get punked out by a lot of flyers in a row. So we'll see how Arya decides to play around this. 20 cards left in deck.
This is going to be probably just a lethal attack this turn. So able to go wide enough across all the bodies.
We actually did have the cartouche, and we didn't put on the Cerulean Drake to give it first strike also to have Questing Beast plus text.
Not enough abilities.
Deck and Stone, that's a card.
So, goodbye, Sprite Dragon.
I mean, I know that it was a cool play to play the looting, but I think it was the right play to play the Phoenix back and hold it back to flash in the Borrower just in case they Hogpod can't grow the Cerulean Drake again.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously playing the looting. I think either way here, Arya not winning this turn is like almost impossible.
Unless there's 100% lands and Esper Sentinels.
Yeah, if the hand is literally just it's like 7 lands, I guess, sure, but. So what I was saying earlier, she's going to spread out the auras across all the creatures. Of course, our Phoenix player only at 5 life. Can't take too much.
Can't block with the Dragon Rage Channeler. In Spikefield Hazard, the Esper Sentinel, I guess.
Yeah.
That's
all right. So game number 3. Get a game 3 here.
I wonder how much time Berserksky has on the clock, because it was a good 3 minutes there with the game unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean the clock it shows up at 10 minutes, right? So it's at least 10 minutes. I think that's gonna be pretty fine. So
Healy is an interesting card. I like that card.
Card's sweet. Card's definitely cool. Very cool with Crackling Drake. You turn your token into a second Crackling Drake.
Kill them, yeah. Turn them sideways.
Or you don't have a Drake in play, you have a token in play. You just play Drake, and then kind of pseudo haste it.
Oh no! Took the Drake out.
But yeah, this is. I mean, we saw Arya's deck earlier, and it did look like it was very tuned for the Phoenix matchup. The main deck Sentinels, main deck Spell Pierce. A lot of tools for the matchup aside from just sizing up really well. Also,
Oh, this hand. Oh, it's so good.
that is a good one. That is a good one.
Wow. If you're a Phoenix player, you like dream of this hand. Well, I guess you dream of drawing a Phoenix for turn or something, so you can discard it to looting. I guess also if there was a Dragon Race Channeler, you'd be dreaming of it too.
Yes, that for sure. Because it is like we were saying earlier, the pressure of the Phoenix players to get on the board and attack.
Yep. We do have the Flame Blast Bolt to try to kill the dog or maybe a Esper Sentinel turn 1, but I really don't think you want to use a 1-mana removal spell in Esper Sentinel when you only have 1 mana in play, especially on turn 1. You want to wait till you can pay for it, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised to see this turn 1 looting here with nothing valuable to discard, and we're seeing that the cards being discarded here have no value in the graveyard at all. So definitely, a somewhat risky choice. Could have paid off, but didn't really. Didn't draw any Phoenixes, didn't draw any cards that really want to be in the graveyard. So
I think I would have really liked to see looting as like a turn 3 play, like looting into Storming Entity, give a couple extra turns to draw into a card that you want in the graveyard.
Yeah, I agree. Or iteration can help find a Phoenix as well. Because now, we're seeing the entity and the land going
really
here.
Really tough discards. What do you discard here, Jim?
I don't like discarding the entity. It's the only threat, And Finale Promise is pretty sweet, but I guess keeping the 2 removal spells in the iteration does kind of make sense.
I would have been inclined to keep threat and just go to 1 removal spell.
I don't think Finale Promise is that good here.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Like, it's okay, Both kill spells are instants. Obviously, you can flashback a looting, but we see Curse, Silence, and what did it name? I missed it.
I missed it as well.
Okay.
It's gonna his name.
Well, it's not looting. It's Flame Best Bolt. You can see the bolt costs 3 right now.
Oh, yep. They did cost. They cast Flame Blast. So what does that mean? They don't want they have a core Spirit Dancer. Don't want to get exiled because they can bring it back later on in the game with Luris. That could mean that there's only 1 core Spirit Dancer in the deck or 1 threat that they don't want to get exiled because they want to bring it back. So this kind of tells me, maybe I'm wrong, but there's like a threat and there's only 1 of them.
Kind of a weird card to name though. There's 4 Unholy Heats in the deck, only 1 Flame Blast Bolt. Strange name.
Yeah, I think that actually further kind of confirms what I think is that there's only 1 threat and she really doesn't want to get exiled.
All right, well, there's Sentinel. And Sentinel mucking things up here because Phoenix wants to play Heat to kill it, but doesn't want to play 2 for it. Wants the iteration next turn for sure. I think that
I think I'd heat it, give him a draw, expressive iteration, to just like get ahead.
Ooh, wow.
Especially right now.
Yeah, this is surprising to me. I agree that the Heat, you just gotta bite the bullet there and give him the card. But now he gets another card off it as well, and now the iteration comes off too.
Wow. Interesting iteration here. Can you believe if we saved if we had saved the looting, we'd have a Phoenix in hand now.
Yeah, for sure. The lootings they're good, but they're definitely not a card you just cast. It's sort of like Brainstorm and Legacy. It's a kind of card you would want to cast at the right time.
That's a threat. Can we Finale of Promise for 1? Is there a 1-mana sorcery in the graveyard right now?
Looting.
Oh yeah, there's the looting, and we can also cast the Consider again or something, or maybe the removal spell. Oh my gosh, no blue mana.
Oh man. All right. So no 3rd land for Hogpog, no blue source for Hogpog, and another Phoenix drawn for our Phoenix player. We're looking at a possible Phoenix's Ahoy here.
Oh my gosh, this looting on the Phoenix is going to be sick because it's going to bring them both back because Finale Promise counts as 3 spells.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. This is so good. And you want to stack the Consider before the looting, right? So that you can...
Yep.
Yep.
I love binning any non-Phoenix there.
Solaris, thanks for the huge raid. Appreciate you, my friend.
All right. Yeah, that's really, really good.
That's so good for Berserksy, and Hogpog not drawing that blue land is just, or land in general last turn. Not only not drawing a blue source, but not drawing a land in general.
Yeah, and now Berserksy's drawn the one copy of Fading Hope too, so that's gonna do a really good job of not allowing Arya to get her stuff going here. So this is an ugly game.
Yeah, this is one of those non-games that usually doesn't happen due to the new Mulligan strategy.
Yeah.
There's a Saheeli. There's an Anger of Gods that you never want to cast.
Yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, probably put Saheeli off to the side.
I'm pretty surprised that Anger of the Gods is in this deck, being a Phoenix deck, but I guess you could just choose not to bring back Phoenix and Anger first, so it's reasonable.
Yeah, it's a little weird though because the sizing is awkward. Like the threats are usually going to have more than 3 toughness, you know?
Yeah, I think it's probably for the maybe like the Cat Oven matchup or something that's like sweep a lot, maybe like a really low to the ground humans deck, but it's serviceable, I guess. Like sometimes you just really need to get rid of the threat, and if you can't, you probably lose. So I could see it being in the deck, I guess, as just an insurance policy, but we're not going to need that here, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily terrible, but it's not like the best thing you want to be doing, right? Whoa.
Was that Containment Priest 1 turn too late? Oh,
Yeah.
what an awful draw.
Oh, man.
So if Arya had the Priest the previous turn, it would have absolutely blown out the double Phoenix, but didn't have it, and then drew a non-land for turn that was the Containment Priest, which is now useless.
Wow. Arya had the look of the card being top decked the turn after both Phoenixes came back.
Brutal.
That's gotta feel awful. But it's okay.
Brutal.
The good thing is that Arya's undefeated. Okay. So probably has a good chance of making the top 8. But we're going to go ahead and go into another match here and see if we have one available still remaining. Let's go ahead and try to see if a control matchup is still playing. Maybe. Probably. Most likely. All right. Now, the Cat Oven matchup is done. So what is that supposed to say? Isn't that supposed to be the long match?
It looks like we have Airball and Lady of the Crease.
Let's double check where Airball's at.
Yep.
Here we go. Oh, I don't see Airball's screen showing, so let's go ahead and go over to a Lady of the Crease. All right. Seasoned Pyromancer, Lightning Helix, another Rest in Peace in play. But hey, Seasoned Pyromancer and Ramonap Runes don't care about Rest in Peace.
Yeah, that was a really good draw. So, Pyromancer can draw more cards. Ruins, 2 Ruins in play is pretty good. So that means that Airball's life total is basically 8-ish. A lot of cards in end, though. A lot of cards in end. And unfortunately, 2 lands drawn on Pyromancer, not so good. One's another Bugbear, which is sweet, but Rest in Peace pretty good against the Madness deck. Turns off some of the cards of the deck, like Darcy and the Phoenixes, but ooh, wow. All right. Big draw steps here. That's a big one.
That's a humongous draw step.
That's a big one. Here comes Chandra.
Is there a counterspell? Is there an Aether Gust? Something. Wow, it resolved. If you're the control player and a Chandra resolves, you are all of a sudden sweating. And not because Chandra's on fire.
How about a Chandra and a
Rolling Vortex? Oh my gosh.
Now, it's important to know there is a Hall of a Storm Giants in play for Airball, so the corner can turn here reasonably quick.
Yeah, usually when people play the Rolling Vortex against me, I'm just like, oh, I'm just going to make you lose to your own Rolling Vortex and turn the tide.
Yeah, I mean, the Hall can go after the Chandra as well, but that'll tap out Airball completely. And then Lady has Den of the Bugbear, double Ramonap Ruins, and the Vortex in play.
I don't know about you, but I kind of like seeing Mono Red doing its thing in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm about it. All right, so we're not going to see the Hall of the Storm Giants get in. So, going to leave it to the top of the deck.
I am definitely very, very happy that Memory Lapse got banned and is not like somehow coming back nerfed or something. That card in Jeskai was too good.
Yeah, I don't know how you nerf that card. Maybe make it like target like things 3 or less, something like that. But
Or
I'm
like
not sure
make
what the
it 3
fair
mana
nerf
or
is for that
something. I
card.
don't know.
There's no mana cost issue it can be. It's unplayable at 3 and then 2 at 2. So shock in a land and play Teferi. Oh my.
Like, I guess you could make it bounce to the hand instead of going to the top of the deck.
That's like 1,000 times worse though.
Well, yeah.
Well, and portable hole. Okay, so we see now Den of the Bugbear is clear for takeoff. Ramonap
All
Ruins
right.
are also going to be lethal.
3 damage to face. 3 damage to face, 1 damage at that Teferi will kill it. Goes to 4, cast Blazing Rootwalla. That doesn't seem very... That seems like a great play.
Yeah, this is a great sequence. We'll see if Nicole wants to go to face or Teferi here. I think I agree with going to the Planeswalker.
Yeah,
so.
I think if they're not dead, you got to go for Teferi.
Right, and 4 damage might as well be 3 with the 2 Ramonap Ruins in play. So, question now is, do you cast a Walla? Nicole was gonna think it through. I think playing Walla here is pretty good, given
I think you do. It lets the Walla and the 1/1 be lethal without even using Den of the Bugbear, so you can use the Ramonap Ruins at end step.
Yep. Yeah, I think the question then is, do you want to play the mountain or not? Or you want to hold it for a looting?
I think either one's fine. I think I would hold it. Just in case there's a looting, and if there's not looting, you can just make the land drop with the mountain anyway. If there was 2 lands in hand, I would play one. I think.
Yeah, the issue looking for the double activation on Ruins or Den.
Right.
But looking pretty good here. There you go. Nicole takes it down.
There we go. That is we're going to game 3.
I'm sorry, that was game 2. Okay. Airball's clock was pretty low there too, so the clock might be an issue here as well.
Game 1 must have been very grindy for Lady of the Crease.
Yeah, so we see Nicole's boarded out all 4 Phoenixes with respect to the Graveyard Hate. Brought in the Chandras, the Hazoret, Whirling Vortexes.
I think I like this configuration a lot for Lady of the Crease. I don't think I would change anything.
I kind of like the Phoenixes being in, even though they're not going to get Rest in Peace. Like, they're only are 7 Rest in Pieces, and then just casting a Phoenix isn't that bad, if that's going to be the fallback plan. Like the Unholy Heats. I guess Unholy Heats do kill Planeswalkers too. Temper is a burn spell, is pretty cool. There's definitely a lot of here and a lot of there. So
I definitely like
think that
Temper.
the
Maybe
Chain
I would
Lords
like
also
to go like cut a 1 Temper for a Phoenix just to have the flying threat, and if they have Rest in Peace, it just gets exiled. But yeah, I do like the burn damage. There's a lot of situations where the control deck lives at 3 or lives at 2 and just takes over the game afterwards, and you just want that extra reach.
Yeah, I think that the Chain Whirler has some utility too, because a lot of times Teferi or Narset will be at 1 loyalty. And you can use Chain Whirler to kind of pick it off while also playing a threat, which is kind of cool. So
the only thing I don't like about Chain Whirler is that it's like Lightning Helix bait. Like, Lightning Helix is just so good against it, but it still gets that ETB trigger, which is important to kill Narset.
Yep. So unfortunately for Nicole here, no lands. Very close to a 1 land would be an easy keep, but
now this hand's still really good.
This hand's great.
What do you put back here? The Temper?
Temper. Funny, I actually would have liked to have seen a looting or 2 shaved post board, because with Rest in Peace in play, looting's pretty bad. And then it just card disadvantage.
This is great.
Yeah, so love a discard here. Love discarding the other looting. Get the Walla in play, which is great. So good value.
All right,
good 2 drops.
Let's go, Rootwalla. Let's go. We got a 2-drop Chandler or Whirling Vortex. We got Hazoret as a haste threat that can't get killed by basically anything, and it has to get Aether Gusted or whatever. There's the Rest in Peace on turn 2, but that opens up either Whirling Vortex or Magmatic Chandler to come down.
Yeah, so resolving Vortex here is definitely super nice. Channeler would be a better play if you're looking for that 3rd land, however. So a bit of tension there. Not sure what I like better, honestly.
I think I like Whirling Vortex better, just because Divine Purge could have been cast this turn.
That's fair.
Oh my gosh, 2nd Vortex.
But now the problem is you're not actually applying any pressure. So like the Walla kind of has to kill Narset here.
And then Dragon Rage Chandler comes down.
Now versus no lands available either, so
yeah. I don't hate this position, but I don't like it when there's a Lightning Helix known about in hand.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, going for the not gaining life instead of casting the Chandler. I don't know if I like that either. I don't know. It's a tough decision.
The big problem here is the lack of mana. There's just only 2 lands in play, and this Hazard would be great if it resolved, but just so far away.
Yeah.
The channelers are kind of just like stuck. They aren't doing too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Another thing is too that I think I've heard you say before. Like, if you're not casting Chandler on turn 2, there, when are you ever casting it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Matt interested in a 3rd channeler.
Sound like Pawn Stars.
All right, so gonna fire up the pump on the Walla here. This is pretty interesting. Decline to play these 2 drops. Gonna deny a life gain, but now we see the only threat for Nicole is this 1 Vortex, and it is 17 to 18 life. A lot of work to do.
Yep.
A lot of work to do.
Yep. Now, I mean, you just have to play Magmatic Chandler next turn and just live with the consequence, right?
Yeah, I mean,
unless there's another land off the top, you go Chandler into Rolling Vortex, and then you get a Surveil.
Yeah, I think that would be ideal. I think the path here is Nicole draws
so
land,
huge.
which she does, and it's a good land too. And then I agree. The Channeler plus Vortex here feels pretty good. Only 3 cards left for Airball in hand, so that resolved instantly. So shields seem to be down on a counterspell. Get Surveil on. Love bidding that. And then Vortex is going again. Fortunately, Hazard's not doing much work for a while. So many cards in hand. All right. So we see land number 4, but again, Hazard can't attack yet. So wouldn't be surprised to see double channel every turn, honestly. Okay, so it looks like Nicole's going to play. I guess that is still double channeler. I meant double Magmatic channeler, not Dragon Rage and Magmatic. But this allows Vortex to go up as well, so no Lightning Helixes to gain life. The life races are pretty important here, obviously, with the Vortex pinging both players and chip shot damage mattering too. So, and now if Nicole untaps with the channeler, she can pitch the other channeler, go find another land, hopefully with some playable card, and turn these channelers into more relevant threats.
Yeah, Rolling Vortex super strong here, getting that chip damage in. The extra land, Hazaret's so good. This mountain also is very good.
Interesting spot.
Yeah, interesting spot. The Rest in Peace is good not only because it gets rid of the Faithless Lootings, but it also stops Dragon Rage Chandler forever becoming a 3/3. Going after the Teferi Time Raveler with a couple damage here.
I play another channeler. And another channeler.
Just saying, do you have the sweeper? It forces Airball into the, oh my gosh, the sweeper on end step with Teferi's plus.
And it's pretty good.
Yep, that's a thing. That is a thing that can happen.
It's funny, though, because to be totally fair, those cards weren't that good anyway. And now Hazard is clear for takeoff, assuming no counterspell.
Yep, the counterspell can't be Censor or Drawer Disruption because there is 5 mana in play. Ramunap Ruins for 2 damage. Discover the Formula.
That's gross.
That is a card that was introduced in Alchemy that is absolutely obscene when it resolves.
All right, land tapped. Shields somewhat down. Hazaret could be huge here.
Yep. What could this land be? What could this card be? Is there a 1-mana card in Airball's deck at instant speed? Even
or a 2-mana card that's castable, but no, not really. Unholy Heat.
Do you go out? Do you go?
There
do
are
you
no
hit them for 5 or do you hit Teferi?
I'm surprised at this. I'm going face here 100% of the time. Teferi's not going to matter for 2 more turns. And the damage is so important.
Especially because Rolling Vortex is on the battlefield. You hit them for 5, they take a damage, and then you go hit them for 5, they take a damage, and then they lose to Ramunap the following turn. So that's like a 3-turn clock right there.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake.
You got the Teferi to utilize on this Hazaret the Fervent. Indestructible, but can still be tucked with Teferi. All right. Right.
So Pyromancer are still very good here.
Oh,
That's
this
a great
kills
draw.
Teferi.
Great draw, because that also opens the Pyromancer to just draw 2 cards straight up. All right. So a cost reduced Unholy Heat, sure. All right, so Pyromancer draw 2 here. If this resolves, that is pretty good. So we see
Those
Chandra
are
and
amazing
Hazoret.
cards.
The cards are here, but right now Airball would be at 6 if the Hazoret had gone face.
Also, if an untapped land is drawn, Chandra uptick, gain 2 red mana, cast Hazoret in the same turn.
That would be nice. That is a good turn. That is a good turn.
Wrath of God?
Wrath
Oh
of
my
God to
gosh,
kill
this
a
is so
2/2.
good. So good for the Chandra Hazoret untapped land drawn turn. Let's go. Untapped land right now? Right now? All right, Unholy Heat, not the worst. It can kill Teferi.
That was actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean...
Now, do you just use Unholy Heat first and then cast Hazoret? I mean, it doesn't really matter either way you do it, but the sequencing could matter with a Force Spike type effect.
Yeah, this is actually pretty interesting here. So, like, you want to resolve Chandra, you want to resolve Heat, what do you want to do first kind of thing? Gonna play Hazard first.
I think I like getting the haste damage in. Archmage Charm, okay. This guarantees that almost guarantees the kill on Teferi.
Yes. All right.
And then
There's
Chandra's
only 2 cards
a
in hand.
really,
Airball's
really
getting a little light here.
good game plan at the end of the game here. Lightning Helix face, gaining that life so that Rolling Vortex can't use that red mana in response.
Yes, and now all things being equal, the clock is on Airball's side.
God.
Ugh. Another Teferi.
You hate to see it.
It's
Untapped
incredible
land.
this game is even as close as it is, based on how bad Nicole's start was. Oof. That's what I was saying about looting. I don't think looting's very good in a matchup like this. It's too bad against Rest in Peace, and it's just too another charm. Oh, brutal.
Not in game 3, not like this.
Brutal ending here.
I would much rather get Archmage Charmed and have them not scry 2 than the reverse and not do anything to play around a removal spell. But at the same time, there's a Teferi and a Castle Vantress in play, and there's a Faithless Looting in this hand with a Rest in Peace in play. This is basically the end of the road, I think.
Yeah.
Unless a miracle happens, I don't know.
Yeah, there only is one Hazard in the deck. There's another Chandra, but yeah, this is probably... I mean, I guess like a Pyromancer would be a pretty good draw.
Yeah, Pyromancer will be a really good draw. Is there Ox of Agonis in this deck?
There is Ox of Agonis too. It is true. There's 1 Ox.
I mean, that's
How about a
that's
4th
not
channeler?
terrible. What was that?
How about a 4th Channeler?
how about the 4th channeler? That's not awful. Not the best thing you could be drawing. How about land plus Ox of Agonis?
Ooh, that was
Fiery
actually really
Temper.
good.
That's actually pretty fine, right? You use
Yeah,
the
I mean,
temper
that's about as good as looting can be, I think.
Yeah. Temper. Can Temper kill Teferi this turn? I can't really tell from here.
No, it's first and 6.
Oh, it's at 6. Okay. So you just
Gotta go face here.
Oh man, you just go face.
Place.
All right, who's the burn deck? We're the burn deck. And then Magmatic Handler gets to be cast while holding up Rolling Vortex. We have 2 damage with Raminap Ruins. It's
a ways to go here.
It's looking grim. It's looking pretty grim, but I don't think Lady of the Crease is going to be in a good spot until they feel like the opponent feels like Teferi has to minus. But that's a Shark Typhoon.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And that'll be exact lethal.
So a valid fight, though. I mean, considering how bad Nicole's hand was early in this game, missing 3rd land drop for multiple turns, getting Rest in Peace, still made a serious game out of it. So
the 3 channelers in hand, drawing the 4th one later on. Yeah, the 4 channelers drawn against the control deck with the Rest in Peace in play is not a recipe for success. But I believe that puts Lady of the Crease at X2, 3 and 2, I believe.
No, 2 and 2 now, I believe. Right? So that was around 4.
I believe that was round 4. I thought that was round 5 for a quick second, but Let's see. I don't think we have anybody else playing currently. And then we're gonna take a short break here before we start round 5. But we have can you give us the decks that are currently in the front runner for making the top 8 out of the decks that we've seen today, or out of the decks in the tournament?
We have 2 undefeated players left. We saw Buttons on Mono Red Burn at 4-0, which is awesome. And we saw Burke on Is It Phoenix beating Arya in that somewhat anticlimactic game 3, playing Phoenix as well. At 3-1, we have Tian Famon with Azorius Control, Elite Dragon Azorius Control, John with Mono Black Aggro, Arya with Azorius. I keep wanting to say Azorius Loras. I keep seeing Loras and Auras.
Loras?
Loras. I don't know. Sam with Golgari Foods, On with Affinity, and Cool Jets Rakdos Goblins, and Adam Ant bringing up the rear after a round 1 loss, back up to 3-1 with Azorius Loras as well.
Wow, so it seems like Auras is really, really strong in this tournament. We do have a Golgari Food player in Samsoni 1. How's Samsoni 1 doing?
3-1.
3-1? Okay.
Yep.
Seeing some wins there. Usually the Rakdos player, but channeling the inner Cat Oven today. We haven't been able to catch his matches because he plays extremely fast, and we literally have not been able to catch him. So let's see if we can get him on a feature. I know from the Hooglandia Open that you played that there was a lot of Golgari Food mirror matches, and it took forever. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
To say the least. I'm pretty sure the tournament might have lasted at least an hour behind schedule because of that. Plus, it was we
had one real late round food mirror that went for a very, very long time.
And then someone timed out?
If they did, it was extremely close. It was very, very tedious.
So a good thing I think we only have one Golgari Food deck in this tournament, so we're not going to be seeing those Golgari Food mirror matches, which is a load off of our backs, that's for sure. When a match lasts long, we kind of run out of things to say, right, Jim?
Yeah, especially when just the same thing happening over and over and over.
Like, how many times can you say, all right, Trail of Crumbs is triggering and then Cat's coming back from the oven and sacrificing, and like you just run out of things to say at that point? You just keep saying the same thing over again?
Yeah, we were just talking about those stuff. I think that just Jeff does his slightly time shifted, so he was able to speed up the match to 1.5 also, and still was just like...
It was a slug. It was a slugfest at 1.5.
Yeah, it was tough.
All right. Well, everybody, the matches of round 5 will be going up extremely shortly. We're generating the pairings right now. We're going to get the feature match to you to start round 5, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be back in just a minute, and I mean a minute. It's probably going to be less than that. We'll be back in just a second. See you for round 5 coming up. All right, welcome back to round number 5. Our first feature match is going to be a match that we have not been able to catch yet in Samsoni1 and Todd Turkey playing against each other. Samsoni1 playing Golgari Food and Todd Turkey playing Affinity, which is one of the decks that you pointed out, Jim, to start the tournament with. What do you think about this matchup? What are you excited for? What do you want to see?
It's a fun one, honestly. The Affinity deck has a lot of good cards against the food deck. 4 Portable Hull, 3 main deck Relic of Genesis, and then of course the flying creatures, which can go over the top, kind of get past the ground and pound stuff going on with the familiars and things like that. So gonna be an interesting matchup. You know, raw power level wise, the food deck's one of the best decks in the format, but Affinity has the tools to compete here and should be really cool.
I believe the winner of this tournament will lock in their place in the top 8. The top 4 of this tournament will be getting MIQ invitations. Thank you to MTG Melee about that. 5th and 6th place will be getting Arena Gems, and 7th and 8th place will be getting everyone gets CoolStuffing.com store credit, but 7th and 8th place just gets the store credit instead of getting the gems and the MIQ invite. As always, 9th through 16th place are guaranteed entry into the next one if they'd like to play. This current hand right now, Overgrown Tomb, High of the Eye Tyrant, Double Familiar, Double Yawgmoth, Gilded Goose. Do you keep this hand?
Yeah, you gotta keep this, right? I don't know how you can amalgam this hand. You have Goose, Double Familiar. It's not great, but you have Goose potentially for a turn 3 Yawgmoth. You can sack the Familiars. Seems fine to me.
Yawgmoth's one of those cards that I love playing with, but I hate playing against. Samson's writing Thopter on his screen.
Yeah, I'm like, what's happening right now? Did I do that? You can do that?
I maybe he's using some program that lets him write on the screen.
Okay.
All right, I mean, for the content.
Interesting.
Chatterfag. That's a card.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting Modern Horizons card.
And by card, I mean Commander.
Yeah, yes. All right, so we see the familiars here. Like I said, we just have turn 3 Yawgmoth, which is pretty good. You know, turn these familiars into card draws. Oh, this is gonna be an absolutely backbreaking Yawgmoth. A lot of pressure on Todd here to have a mystical dispute. Metallic rebuke here, which looks like they might have, honestly. So
that is a meat hook.
That was a meat hook massacre too. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, there are 3 absolute must counter cards in Sam's hand.
Wanting to get that block off Ornithopter to potentially meat hook for 1.
Yeah, Yawgmoth works too. So we see a rebuke or no? I'm feeling rebuke here.
Is there 4 rebukes in Todd Turkey's deck?
Oh, there are 4 rebukes. Yep, and there you go. There's 1.
All right.
So it's a big turn for Todd.
I like playing the second copy of a legendary into a potential counterspell there.
Yeah, I mean, if any of these resolve, the game is in huge.
Wow.
There, that's pretty good. All right, so making some progress here.
Todd Turkey, yeah. Go ahead.
Once Yawgmoth resolves, I mean, if there's no food for Sam here, or I mean, no land, food will work also, but no land. All right,
okay.
These 4 drops are not there.
I mean,
that's kind of the point of rebuking these decks, is that like you just want to find that 1 key spell, keep them off balance for a bit, and then finish the job. So
yeah, this match, this artifact deck really reminds me of, like you said, a different deck reminded you of the Hammer Time decks. Like this deck reminds me of Hammer Time too.
Yeah, I mean, it's playing a lot of the same cards, but strategically, it's definitely a little bit different. It's a little more grindy, a little more interactive.
Yeah.
And the ability with Monitor to like draw a bunch of cards and actually counter some spells. It's kind of cool because like it is an aggressive deck, but it has a lot of like mid-game play also.
Thought Monitor being a 1-mana 2/2 flyer that draws 2 is incredible.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Now we saw Todd go from almost no cards in hand to now 4 cards in hand, which is huge. And the missed land drop for Sam here is also huge. Meteor Massacre is still pretty scary, but I'm pretty surprised to see Sam not go for Deadly Dispute last turn.
Me too.
Just not trying. I mean, once a Meat Hook or Yawgmoth gets cast here, it's going to be a huge game. Oh my god, this is going to be a nasty Meat Hook.
All right, I mean, Todd Turkey is going to get a couple of draws out of it, though.
Yeah.
Untap land? Oh, it's a tap land!
That's great. It is 2 plants. It is 2 plants.
Yeah, that is what Chatterfing does.
Yeah, so now we get to see some treasures. Actually, if there's a land drawn here, with the 2 treasures, that'll do it too. Cards drawn for Sentinels.
All right, are we drawing an untapped land here? There it is. This really,
So
gosh.
now Meat Hook Massacre can clear the entire board but Chatterfang.
Next turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chatterfang doesn't double the it's sorry. Too many words on Chatterfang. I thought Chatterfang doubled tokens. I'm thinking of the other card.
There is a world where Samson dies, right?
So it's plus that many squirrel tokens. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought Chatterfang was a different card. So now at 11, a bunch of stuff in play and a bunch of cards in hand. The Gilded Goose being a blocker here is huge because a Nettlecyst off the top can't just power up 1 flyer to kill Sam here. So
gosh, Nettlecyst, I've definitely lost the Nettlecyst playing against that deck the other day. Nettlecyst is really powerful. It reminds me of. Oh, he's just okay.
That's cool. I love it. Like chalkboarding the game board. That's great.
It's like he's John Madden over here.
Yeah. I'm also a very visual person, so having the things written out is actually pretty cool. It's kind of clever.
It's like in a way he's commentating his own match.
Yeah.
Wait, we're not even needed. Just let him play.
Yeah. Right, so we're gonna see the familiar hit with Portable Hole
instead of the goose.
Yeah.
So that means no analysis, right?
Yeah, definitely. That's pretty interesting. All right. That does grow the Smith to a 3/3. All right. So Chatterfang does more things I didn't know it did.
Yes, it's a great commander. It can sacrifice squirrels to deal +X -X to a creature, depending on how many squirrels you sacrifice.
Yeah. Relic number 2. And a land, and saying go. I'm feeling another rebuke here, which would be probably game over. Yeah.
It could be game over, but it could be not. There's only 4 power in the air right now, unless there's a Nettlecyst.
Yeah, I mean, there's still cards to be drawn, possibly off Sentinel. The lower the life gets, also, the worse Yawgmoth gets as far as using the ability.
Well, if there's an Overgrown Tomb coming into play untapped, Meat Hook for 1, he can pay for Rebuke.
Yep, that is true. I love it. Buke? Question mark.
He knows he's featured.
Tight end blocks right. Love it. This is great.
Yeah, you gotta pull there, you gotta seal there, and you gotta nally.
Yep.
All right, a lot of uses for mana here with like there's Yawgmoth sacrifices, Gilded Goose making food, potentially gaining life. Chatterfang has a couple billion abilities. Meat Hook Massacre playing around Metallic Rebuke. Maybe there's a Shotgun Overgrown Tomb putting Samson to 5. Not playing around Rebuke, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, playing around Rebuke is pretty difficult because some stuff still lives and it still seems pretty tenuous.
Also, in order for that to happen, as Sentinel gets 2 more draws.
Correct. Yeah. So it's so funny how if Todd just has the Rebuke in hand, like it's all totally for naught.
Yeah. Gosh, is there a Meat Hook this turn? I was kind of surprised to see a Chatterfang attack. Maybe there's something that I don't know. Whoa.
Just gonna jump block.
Nothing played.
And nothing. Wow, okay. I'm surprised these relics are still in play, honestly.
There it is.
Like having 2 relics in play is almost pointless, Should have definitely cycled one of them end step. But here's the cyst. And that assist can go on a flyer, but there's a Gilded Goose to block. And now the problem is that there's 4 cards in hand. Sam didn't do anything. So Todd has to be like, okay, what's going on here? Is there a removal spell or something? Is there something happening at instant speed here I need to worry about?
Hagramulling, maybe like another dispute, I guess. If I was Top Turkey, I would assume that there's a Deadly Dispute in hand or something. An 11/11 Thought Monitor.
That's a chunky boy. And then now there isn't really a way to kill this anymore. The only kill spells in the deck are Fatal Push. There's one Bone Shards, I suppose. But as far as actually killing this huge flyer, not really going to happen. Not really going to happen.
Is the life gained here? Probably not.
Oh, this is cute. I missed this. So, make a food, make a squirrel, sack the squirrel, kill the barb.
Now, there needs to be another flyer or kill the Thought Monitor.
And again, we see 1 card in hand and mana up for a Rebuke.
Squirrel.
So,
this food deck is turning into just Squirrel Tribal, I think.
Basically, yeah. All right, cool game.
Wow.
I'm gonna peek. Okay, what the hell's going on?
Oh, you're picking at the other player.
Yeah, I want to see if they're Rebukes in it or not.
I bet you can't tell now because they're in sideboarding.
Yeah, I missed it. I was trying to see the okay. I was trying to see if I could see the thumbnail, but cool game though. That one clutch Rebuke won the game. If that Yawgmoth resolved that turn, game's over.
Yeah, I think maybe Samson's way to win that game was just to not do nothing on that last turn and to just fire off the biggest meat hook possible, give him a couple draws and clear the board there.
Yeah, very fair. It might have still not been enough with the Nettlecyst still available as like just a big creature in and of itself, but definitely best chance for sure. I agree.
Big creature plus Nettlecyst doesn't work if there's a random Ornithopter or Flyer or whatever on the other side of the battlefield, but if there wasn't and it was just Nettlecyst, then Cat can keep blocking it.
That's true. That is true.
With two relics on the board, I don't even know if Cat can come out of the grave. That's
true. Yeah, those relics just kind of sat there. I mean, the first relic leaving it in play is very, very reasonable, but the second relic was a little surprising too. But definitely had the graveyard completely covered.
Actually, second relic is fine because it still exiles the Cat even if there's 2 food. Bring back the Cat to try to block the thing with Nettlecyst. Use it to make them exile the Cat, and then they bring the Cat back in response, and then you can use the other relic.
Yeah, but at that stage in the game, there was neither Cat nor relic or Cat nor oven in play, no cards in the graveyard. So I think you're correct that it can do that, but contextually in that game, that wasn't a scenario that was likely to be happening.
Okay, so how about this scenario? Todd Turkey already had everything that he needed in hand.
That is much more probable, I think, that if the Rebuke was already in hand, you don't even need to draw anything else anyway, and you're good to go.
But that's a very interesting deck. I have lost to that deck. It's scary to play against because all of a sudden their Ornithopter can be a 12-12.
Yes.
Or 12-13 or whatever it is, 12-14.
Yes, I did a video for Cool Stuff a few weeks ago playing that deck, and my intro for the video was written back in the old revised rule books. There was a line of a last page, of all the credits that said, "And our condolences to anyone who's ever been killed by an Ornithopter," as a joke. Because back in 1997, no one killed him with an Ornithopter. But of course, Cranioplating, Affinity, lots of folks have died to Ornithopter by now. So it's a funny callback joke. But so
and then everyone who has died to Ornithopter just cries and crawls under their desk.
Yep. All right, Esper Sentinel making its presence known.
I feel like how there's cards that are get better and better the more and more competitive that the game is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Esper Sentinel is one of those cards. If Esper Sentinel in Standard, whatever, right? There's a lot of 3-mana creatures and 4-mana creatures being played, but when you're in a format like Historic or maybe Modern, there's a lot of spells that you can really just abuse the draw power off Esper Sentinel. Your opponent's playing a lot of cheap spells. Strong
agree. Great Smith there, hitting a Portable Hole. Portable Hole, one of the best cards in the matchup. Can hit a lot of the pieces in his deck.
All right, here we go. Give him a draw. Give him a draw. Don't give him a draw.
Nope, you're going to use the treasure. So, sack a treasure to deny a draw seems very worth it to me.
That was interesting because now there's nothing to sack with Deadly Disputes, so maybe that was a thing.
It's true. Well, very land-heavy hand for Sam here. Ooh, nice. One of the benefits of this Affinity deck, aside from just playing Metallic Rebuke, is getting to play main deck Relics. Relics are very good in this format. We've seen tons of graveyard hate so far today.
Oh, really suffering for sacrificing the treasure there.
Yes.
I don't know. I think I want to give him the draw to guarantee my deadly dispute goes off.
Yeah, I think I agree. I agree you don't want your opponent to draw cards, but definitely much worse with not being able to do literally anything here.
All right, let's see if a card is drawn here that we can trigger a deadly dispute. That's a Chatterfang. We don't really want to deadly dispute that, but I guess we'll have to in a pinch if they try to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean there are glass caskets in Todd's board, so could definitely see a casket come down here.
Ooh, a Treasure Vault. That's an interesting art of it. And Treasure Vault is especially powerful in Todd Turkey's deck because it counts as an artifact on the board still. And Nettle Cyst makes the creature get bigger based on how many artifacts you have, and that's a 5/5.
Yeah, Shadow Spear is really good in this deck, both as a cheap artifact and then making your Nettle Cysts have trample and lifelink, which is huge. Some decks can't beat it. Wow.
Whoa. That is a lot of lands. another F coming from Samsoni on the battlefield there. That is a lot of lands. We probably could have drawn out of it if we did keep the treasure, but here we are.
Well, now there's the ability to block with Hive of the Eye Tyrant and then sacrifice it to dispute. So, plays the untapped land here. Of course, the Shadow Spear makes one of the blocks bad, but...
What do we have here for 2? Reverse Engineer.
It's a lot of cards.
That is a lot of cards. There it is, the thing that's going to win the game.
All right, so...
Wait, Reverse Engineer untaps the things?
No, it taps things to pay for it.
I thought they tapped they tapped the Nettle Cysts, but
Correct.
it doesn't actually tap the creature. That's so powerful.
Equipments don't matter if they're tapped or not, so it's pretty cool.
That's so powerful. Ooh, Mortality Spear.
All right, so Spear's pretty good.
Oh, no.
Also pretty cool here is that the Spear can be cast for 4 to kill a creature, and the life gain trigger from Massacre will make this next Spear cost cheap, which is kind of cool. So
yeah, that's very neat. This is by far the best Mortality Spear deck. Like basically the only deck besides like maybe Fringe in Niv Mizzet Reborn, the only deck that it can be played in. But it's a very powerful card.
For sure.
Let's see. Is there another one? Oh my goodness, brutal.
Yeah, and don't forget, there's still plenty of rebukes and stuff in this deck, and there's now 8 cards in hand for Todd.
Oh my gosh, the deck draws so many cards.
Yeah.
Do Infinity decks usually draw as many cards?
That Samson hasn't done anything. So, you know, Todd's had all the time in the world to kind of set all this up and draw all these cards and stuff like that. So that is a part of it, you know, like, but yeah, I mean, quite the array of things for Todd to do here.
All right, so there's so many options for Todd. There's a portable hole in hand. Not really doing anything though, so not worth casting. Couple 6/6s here. Could buff it with Shadow Spear. I really love that you can tap these equipments, and it doesn't really matter if they're tapped or not.
Yeah, it's a cool synergy for sure.
Here we go. Mortality Spear, the Nettle Cyst.
Sure. So that will actually this is not gonna work.
You can get rebuked.
No, it's gonna be a 1/1 germ token. So no creature died here.
You can sacrifice with the Chatterfang.
I guess, yeah. I think that the goal was to double mortality for that turn, perhaps, but
maybe not.
All right, so
not bad. That's not bad.
It's interesting that Todd hasn't been able to seal the deal yet here. Full 7 cards in hand. Missed the land drop too. So obviously, has a lot of spells in hand.
Could just be metallic rebukes and just trying to stop some things from happening.
Yeah, but then why not counter the spear last turn? I guess there was no mana up to play for it. Sure, that's fair. So,
well, there was no mana. There was no mana to pay for it. There's not double blue, right? Or no, it only needs 1 blue.
Yeah, it's 1 blue. It was castable. It was castable and paid for blue though, because Samson had two land and 1 treasure up for it.
Right. True. Glass Casket comes down, tries to exile this Chatterfang. Use the ability in response, making sure that Germ dies.
It could sack itself? Ridiculous.
Yeah, it does everything.
All right, life has been gained, so now spear is cost less.
All right, we can Mortality Spear the Nettle Cyst and maybe Fatal Push the Ornithopter.
Yeah, I mean,
Thought
all right.
Oh.
How about some more cards?
So many cards. So many cards. Honestly, since your deck plays Cat Oven, I might just go for killing all the flyers. I don't know.
All right. Going for Shadow Spear. So, gonna let it resolve, though. Could have killed the Nettle System response again and denied the Germ token. We're gonna go for Fatal Push instead. Interesting.
I guess planning to Mortality Spear the Thought Monitor or like the other Nettle Cyst?
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, the thing is, the cyst was what makes the monitor threatening in the first place. So,
yep.
A little surprised by that play.
Cage. Okay, maybe you can kill the cage if there's a but there's a problem. There's no cat and no oven. Yawgmoth.
I mean, unfortunately, Yawgmoth not really doing much here. There's no friends. It's got no friends.
Would Yawgmoth have friends in if it was a real life person though?
Probably not. Oh, he seems like a jerk.
What is he drawing?
I don't know, but I love it. I just fucking love it. Like,
should this just be a thing that MTG Melee just adds as an extension?
I kind of wish it was.
Right.
Blue 42.
Well, I mean, their deck should be called Blue 42, to be honest.
Yeah, right. We didn't see a land play that, so kind of weird. No Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Smith for the Nettle Cyst. Yeah, I mean, there's a point where you just have so many cards that literally nothing else matters.
Oh my gosh, the FML on the board.
That stands for Funyuns Make Love. Like the world go round.
You just put Funyuns into a DNA strand?
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Portable,
okay,
you're going to give her the Meat Massacre. It's funny, Todd is at 6.
I didn't even notice
that's
that.
Why I'm surprised to not see the Hive last turn. But
Squirrel.
Having a Squirrel. All right.
Friend.
Of course, the Shadow Spear ready to go onto this this 9/9.
Trample is going to be huge.
Yeah, that is a path. So now there's a token. Now the planet can sack and kill the Thought Monitor, and if that can draw an answer to the Nettle Cyst.
And it makes if an artifact is killed. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. Still not playing a land. I don't understand.
He played the Colony Garden.
Oh right, you're right. I'm sorry. I mean, that is one honking, chonking token.
Honking and chonking. Wait, there's no Gilded Goose.
Is big.
How can it honk?
Is big. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't need no goose. It already ate the goose. The honking's come from the inside.
It chomped the honk.
Yeah.
Discard a card, proliferate.
So we're gonna see discard 3 lands here.
Okay.
The old complaint equity, and we're gonna call it Todd Turkey taking it down.
Oh wait, whoa, that was pretty
or proliferate,
cool,
sure. All right, still alive.
That's 5 damage.
So if the Smith had come in also, we'd have lethal here, but...
Wow, Samson actually lived, somehow.
Yeah, Samson still has nothing.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? Blood on the Snow.
Also weird they discarded the Creature Land and not, like, the Overgrown Tomb or whatever, but... Yeah, that's not going to do it. That's not going to do it. So, Todd Turkey takes it down.
Wow. That's a swift 2-0, too. Wow.
Yeah. That was a draw. Obviously, poor Samson drew a lot of lands that game. An unbelievable amount of lands.
Also sacrificed the treasure to pay instead of using Deadly Dispute on it, which could have fast-forwarded the game a little bit.
But that is true. That is very, very true. So we see Affinity moving to is that 4-0 or 5-0? That's 5-0.
I'm pretty sure that's 4-1.
4-1.
Unless Affinity got down paired, because I know Samson.
You are correct. You are correct. 4-1. 4-1 and lock for top 8 though.
Yes, Affinity locked for top 8. We saw a bunch of cards being drawn there. If you like artifacts and you like drawing cards, please don't play that deck against me. All right, let's try to see if we have another player currently playing still. Let's go ahead and go over to... Let's see. Let's go over to Elliot Dragon, playing against Upumpa, the two really, really good players. Let's go ahead and go over there. It is a control mirror match, so this might be the last match that we cover for this round in top 5.
And of course, they're in game 2.
Yeah, of course, they just haven't reached game 3 yet.
Reduce that big mana advantage, though. Lotus Field in play.
All right, Sphinx's Revelation is a card that I rarely ever see in control decks in this format, but Lotus Field makes it a really good card.
How about Narset again?
When did Sphinx's Revelation become not as good, or is it just better in older format?
It just pure card draw. It's just not as good as card draw attached to threats, basically. You know.
That's true, or like card draw that you can use twice, like Memory Deluge.
Yeah, like I love Sphinx Revelation. I've cast a lot of Sphinx Revs in my life, but it's also just a pretty fast format too.
Was that basically just a standard staple? Or I've never played in a standard with Sphinx's Revelation, and I also never played in older formats. I guess I played Pioneer for a little bit, and people were slamming Sphinx's Revelation, but what format was it the best in?
Oh, standard for sure. Yeah, it was a 4 of a standard. I mean, I used to play one in like modern just for control back in the day, but for the most part, it's a standard card. A little bit in Pioneer, but
wow,
I'm surprised. Honestly, it's a little below the bar in Historic. I would think that it would be maybe a little better, but it's also like how good Sphinx's Rev is a little bit based on how good just the counterspells are in the format. And because Archmage's Charm is probably the best counterspell, and it draws 2 cards anyway, it sort of like lessens the need for a little bit.
Sacrifice to Vantress here, is it weird?
All right. Yeah, that's pretty strange, honestly.
Well, needing to hold up the dispute for Teferi is important.
Oh, sure. That makes sense.
But also could have not tapped the Vantress to cast Narset.
Yeah. Looking pretty good here though. So you see Charm and Commit up along with Shark Typhoon and Rev.
Now, I don't usually see Drawer Disruption played in Historic, but maybe it's good enough. I usually see Censor. But maybe they're playing both.
Let's take a look.
Censor gets to draw a card, and Drawer Disruption doesn't, but Drawer Disruption also just gets to be a land.
Yeah, there is 4 Disruption. Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot.
Are there censors?
There are no censors.
Wow. I mean, land drops are very important, and if you get to hit all of your land drops in a control mirror match, that could be a recipe for winning. There's a Nezahal in the hand of a Boomba. That is a Shark Typhoon. There is no Stifle, and a Teferi holding up the Archmage Charm. Ooh, this is big.
Yeah, Teferi plus, I said earlier, Teferi plus Lotus Field is pretty gross.
And this is just the mana advantage. Whoa. Little bit surprised by this tapping here, but
I think it's right.
I know what
wanting to tap both Lotus Fields to untap it is smart too.
Yeah, I think this is definitely good. And then the mana available with Charm anyway, untap 2, and now just a bajillion mana available.
Yep.
And Narset in play, probably quietly turning off some of the cards in our top player's hand.
Yep, Upumpa Tiamafun is an Italian streamer. Awesome personality. Awesome personality. So we have the Hollow Storm Giants coming in here. Archmage Charm can what? Can take it? No, Archmage Charm says non-land.
Non-land, I believe, yes. Commit can't target it either. I think it's also non-land. However, like, we can just see Sphinx's Rep for, 5 here. Pretty good.
Non-land permanent. Oh my gosh, targeting Teferi.
I don't know if I like this.
And that draws 2 to cast Teferi again?
Why not just why not just let the Teferi go and Sphinx is red for a bunch? I guess the Teferi is obviously very good with the Lotus Fields, but like the land isn't going anywhere, you know. I guess now you can see a Time Twister also at some point, but
oh yeah, we're gonna have like memory next turn probably with the Narset.
Let's skip to the good.
yeah, I don't know if saving Teferi was necessary there at all. Honestly, it's kind of a strange choice.
I guess not attacking with the 5/5, making sure the 5/5 can block the Hall, but then again, you don't want to just lose your 5/5 to the Hall either.
Right, like why do we even like just win the game? You know, draw a bunch of cards and win the game. Like Teferi doesn't feel like a necessary piece to win this game. Like forcing an activation on Hall again is pretty cool, but
There's just like major time walking happening here.
yeah, it's just like, all right, attack Teferi, sure. You know,
Sphinx
like
is red for a bunch.
you're totally tapped out. Sphinx is red for a million. I have a 5/5 in play.
Sphinx is red for
And like it's funny because the
6.
memory is
Next
also
turn with 10
a
cards
one-sided memory is available too, but like you just draw 6 here. Yeah,
the
like
next turn with 10 cards in hand.
yeah, double counterspell and a 5/5 in play. Good luck.
And that'll be game.
Yeah. Cast the Proctor. Oh, sure, field again. Sure, that's great. All right. So you go with double counterspell up and lethal on the board. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. It is important to note, though, that there is the clock is already up for Elliot here.
We might need to see one of those win the game in 4 minutes control mirror turns.
Yeah,
games.
gotta pump it up a little bit. Although, to be fair, this deck is a control deck that has kind of a nut draw with the Lotus Fields and the Strict Proctors, so the ability to get a quick advantage early is possible.
I think you just don't do anything and start the next turn and go to combat.
Yep.
Stop whatever's trying to stop this, and there you go.
All right, 8.5 for 9-ish minutes for Elliot here.
Doing the memory, top decking the Teferi and things, did basically time walk one more turn to have an extra 5 damage with the shark.
Yeah, I mean, I think just drawing 5 or 6 cards would have done that anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
But sure.
There's an actual approach to the
if,
second sun in the sideboard. Is that what Blue Eye Control's doing nowadays? Just winning with approach?
I'd imagine not in post-board games. Approach is good against like the non-counterspell decks because they can't really stop it, but against counterspell decks, it seems pretty hard to resolve a 7-mana sorcery.
Right. I guess you can resolve them if you play 4-mana Teferi. Just resolve an approach at the end of your opponent's turn. That'd be sick.
Yeah, but like at that point, you're probably already winning. So,
I'm just going for awesome flavor things to happen.
For sure. Definitely super sweet.
All right. Listen, this isn't the Pro Tour. This is Stream League. We can do this. We don't play Approach the Second Sun to not cast it. We got let's see. Divine Purge is a card that is so good that it's just played in Historic now. It is such a good card, except if you Divine Purge your opponent's Bone Crusher Giants and get hit for lethal with stop.
Yes. I mean, it's the kind of card that just gets better as the formats get older, like Fatal Push,
Right.
The cheaper spells are, the better it gets. Or Esper Sentinel, same thing.
Yep. Yeah, this hand's a snap it off, right?
It's pretty good. The Lotus Field's kind of awkward. Now the third land makes it less awkward. No synergy with the Lotus Field just yet. All right. Well, 2 lands in a row, very, very good here. Very, very good. So now Elliot doesn't need to tap out on turn 3 for Lotus Field. He can have mana up.
Especially if there was a Narset this turn, being able to Dovin's Veto, that's very strong.
Yep. Test talents up, vetoes up.
Now, this is a little bit of an awkward spot. You just don't play Lotus Field yet until you have 2 mana left over for a Dovin's Veto, so you gotta hope to draw another land after this.
Yeah, like, drawing these lands has been huge.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, a little Sharky, a little baby shark action, which is honestly very relevant against Narset.
Do you steal the 1/1 on end step?
I would not think so.
Field of Ruin, pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't even think you draw 2 here because we have with 7 cards in hand, you'd have to discard a hand size. So I think the just need to keep biding time here.
Thinking about drawing with Archmage Charm, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think the drawing makes sense because you just have to discard a hand size. I think you can wait 1 turn, play Pathway, end step Deluge. If that resolves, then you can cast Narset with Veto back up. Elliot agrees.
If you're Elliot, like, what more could you want? Like, besides drawing just 1 more land, you test the talents this?
Yeah, I think you have to. So,
especially with Veto back up.
Correct. You still have the Veto up, which is great. Now that it's gone from the graveyard as well, which is great. You get to see their hand, which is pretty awesome too. I think it's like a slam dunk. You just have to do it here.
Yeah, this is a slam dunk test of talents for sure. Like almost just game winning, depending on what Ukumba has.
Yeah, Prant's pretty good. All right.
Let's see that Time Raveler come down. Probably not though.
I mean, now I could see our top players starting to jam spells, try and push them through, but not super necessary. And now comes the awkward part of Lotus Field, where no synergy cards have been drawn with Lotus Field. You need to just tap 2 lands, you just basically, and leave up only Veto. And with the Veto in hand, it still sort of works, but it is pretty awkward.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I just don't like Lotus Field, but I can see how it's just so strong.
Yeah, the ceiling is high, but the floor is low.
This is one of those situations where the floor is just low enough to have a really, really good test of talents, and maybe Ukumba can come back because of the low floor.
Yeah, the thing is that if there was 1 more land available, so it could be Narset, then Lotus Field, and still have 2 mana up, but... Alright, lands get sacked.
And then nothing, right? Because you know there's a Teferi Hero of Dominaria, you need to veto that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good cards in hand here. 2 Teferis, Archmage's Charm.
Yep, just let it go. Two mana up.
Go. Can't shut that.
Yeah, Dovin's Veto is a crazy card. I don't know why that card was ever printed. I don't even understand. But it's just really... Oh, that's a land. Wow.
All right, it's a big land draw there. This turns on the hand a bit. Teferi is quite good here. Obviously, untapping Lotus Field's super good. The question is, does Ukumba have their own Dovin's Veto or counterspell here?
Right.
Huge inflection point.
And if there is a Dovin's Veto and Teferi gets countered, that means it leaves no mana up for Archmage Charm, which means that Ukumba gets to play his Teferi, and basically the game's over.
The good news is that Elliot still has a lot of action available. End step, Deluge, Double Charm, whatever. The clock is ticking, though. Only 5 minutes left, and this game is a long way from concluding.
Yep, both players staring at each other, saying, hey, nice deck. And the other person saying, yo, nice deck.
Yep. And really no reason to act, you know, with the Shark in play, mana advantage, and Hall of Storm Giants in play.
I think I like the Hall because you need to be able to block their Hall.
You just need lands, too.
Or attack with the Hall and have a land in general, yeah.
Just gotta make your land drops.
At this point in the game where you know it's going to get into that slog where it's taking forever, being lower on clock is not the place you want to be.
Yep. All right, well, this is actually pretty interesting. So we can see a theft on the Shark here, which is pretty good.
Especially because it's untapped.
It's untapped, and now the Veto's still up.
Yep, Archmage Charm up, Veto up.
All right, well, gotta counter Teferi. You ain't countering anything else, so shield's down.
All right, if there was already a land played from Opumpa's side, right? So it can't go land to ferry. That's about as good as you can hope to have that if you're Elliott Dragon.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. That turn would have gone much, much worse.
All right, Narset comes down. Does he leave Narset at 5 or down ticket? Probably.
I don't
down
see what being at 5 would profit. Like it's taking 7 or taking 1, right? So you gotta just go down here, I think.
Especially because there's cards like Fateful Absence in Opumpa's deck that can stop the Narset anyway. There it is.
Goodbye, Shark.
Keep an open mind.
Discontinuity. Can't cast that.
Yeah, and then still, it's funny because you'd think the Lotus Field deck would be ahead on lands, but still behind on mana here.
So far, right now, Elliott Dragon is 2 lands behind.
Which is a lot. That's
Well,
that's
3
Owen's
lands
veto.
behind,
That's a,
1,
so.
2, 3, 4, 5, 3 lands behind, but 2 mana behind. If there's a land drop on Opumpa's side, which I'm assuming there is. We have a 1/1 Shark, which is good against the Narset. Fairy comes down. We have the Archmage Charm, or you can choose to let it resolve and then Fateful Absence it.
Yeah, I think countering it here makes sense. This way they won't draw a card off of it, and like I said, there's Narset in play too, I guess. But
Wow, that could have been an auto tapper, leaving up Field of Ruin if there is a Archmage Charm in Opumpa's hand.
Sloppy technique.
possibly, yes. All right, another non-land.
Here we go. Resolves.
So now the issue is the absence, sure.
This is hardly my worst. Hold that thought.
Oh,
So we're hitting the point here of Elliott has the cards and no mana, and our top player has the mana but is running out of cards. There's infinite cards for Elliott with the
I
clues in
think
play
that
also.
actually favors Elliott because Elliott at least has like 8 mana to play with. It's not no mana or like 3 or 4 mana.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The clock, however, does not favor Elliott. Pretty aggressive in countering these Teferis with the Narcissus still in play.
Contain your rage.
Contain your rage.
Yeah, love cracking the clue here. No reason to kill the Shark. Because the Narcissus being on 2 or 1's mostly the same. Try to make some land drops. Or not.
Alright, here's the fairy that can potentially draw a land.
Alright.
Does it
Very, really good here.
Basically all
Trust me.
walkers in hand, maybe?
You'll thank me later.
Or all removal spells. Ooh, the Teferi resolved already. Discontinuity could have stopped that from happening.
Keep up the pace.
Could have.
Yeah, but it wouldn't untap the lands either. I think those exchanges are just great for Elliott. Like,
Yeah.
that's a 3-for-1.
Yep.
You know?
Draw a land and get a clue. You'll take that any day.
Yeah, like the cards is just Elliott's just so flush with cards. The problem is just actually winning the game. There's only 2.5 minutes left. So
Yeah, it was going to come down to a timing thing. And Hall of the Storm Giants could be really good for Opumpa with Mystical Dispute and Fateful Absence having to pay extra mana. But I think Elliott Dragon's ahead, and as long as he plays fast, should be able to pull this one out, but we'll see what Opumpa has. Another Teferi.
yeah, I think Elliott's very ahead. But again, clock is an issue.
I'm going to sit this one out.
I think Elliott knows this, waiting for the exact time to cast Fateful Absence, knowing the timer.
All right, so we're gonna see a tuck on Narset, which is almost a benefit. And then Elliott's gonna draw off the clue before the tuck resolves, so Narset is farther down. I don't know if I agree with that. I want to get back to Narset as soon as possible.
All right, here's Strict Proctor.
It's possible we just see a discontinuity on the upkeep here, just as a time walk. multiverse. Okay.
That can go get the Narset?
This is the way to Narset.
Oh.
Gonna shuffle it away, though.
It's a good use of Field of Ruin. Well, maybe it might need Fateful Actions for the Hall of the Storm Giants, but probably don't have time for that with 2 minutes on the clock. LA has to play lightning speed here. So far ahead in the match in Game 3, timing out would be a disaster.
Was a land play that turn?
Yes. Nezahal. Oh my gosh, uncounterable.
Okay, that's a card.
Right.
That's funny because Discontinuity could have countered that.
Yeah, that's true.
Ending the turn.
Oh, minute and a half.
Time. The part of the control mirror where both players are like, all right, we're just tapping out. Let's just go. Draw some cards.
Oh my, almost 100. No, here's the lands, Jim.
Found him. Discarding the Castle Ardenvale? What? Ardenvale blocks Nezahal all day, right?
Yep.
All right, kept it.
Crazy game. Oh my gosh, hard cast Shark Typhoon, let's go. Can't beat that, right?
Time.
Run. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Almost played the Narset first. Hard cast on my own Shark Typhoon. Draw a counterspell? If it's a 2-minute counterspell, can get Rory. Oh no, it's a Dogen Veto!
What does ending the turn do here?
I don't know.
Why would you want to end? What? I
don't know.
Okay. Maybe a playing too fast misstep there. It is counterspell-esque at times, but it was not a counterspell there. But just emptied the stack and denied a land drop. And
Yikes.
yeah, and I think Nezahal might just take this one down.
Okay.
I guess once Narset is down, Nezahal is not as scary. There are also 2 Hall of the Storm Giants available too. So, and the Sharks also.
Yeah, I don't think LA can beat the Shark with 59 seconds left.
Yeah. Right. Cracking clues.
Gosh, at this point in the game, the control mirrors are just chaos.
It's funny because Upumpa's clock isn't even up yet. Like, they have over 10 minutes left.
Oh my god! Why Disruption with 9 mana on the board?
Not like this. Not like this.
this.
Oh man, crazy game.
Wow. Wow, I believe that's the last match. Correct me if I'm wrong. For
I would hope so.
Round 5.
Oh man, crazy game. Crazy game. Whew. Oh, excuse me.
All right, so that is the end of round 5. We're gonna take a quick break before the top 8 starts, so make sure to stick around for the top 8. Do we have any undefeateds? We should have 1 undefeated, if not none, if the undefeated lost, Jim.
We have 1 undefeated player. It is Burke, undefeated with Is It Phoenix.
Wow. Wow. The top 8 is going to be live in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. Top 8 happening soon. We're gonna, can you name the people in the top 8? Do you have those right now or not yet?
We got, if these standings are final, we've got Buttons in 2nd place with Mono Red Burn, Tien in 3rd place with Azorius Control, John in 4th place, Mono Black Aggro, Tom in 5th place, Azorius Affinity. We have Adam Ant in 6th place with Azorius Auras. And then we have a whole bunch of 3-2s. On the tiebreaker lottery, Arya in 7th with Azorius Auras at 3-2. And our 8th and final seed, beating out Elliott Dragon by 2nd tiebreaker, Dragosi on Is It Phoenix. So unfortunately, Elliott Dragon just misses the cut on tiebreakers.
Wow, 2-time Stream League winner, Elliott Dragon, and the last Stream League 7 winner, Elliott Dragon, squeaks out of the top 8 with 9th place.
They were tied in the first tiebreaker, 58.66 repeating percent, but The total game win percentage favored Dragosi, and that's our 8th place player.
That's why you have to 2-0 your opponents instead of 2-1.
Every time.
All right, we'll see you in about 5 minutes for the top 8 of Stream League 8, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. welcome everybody to the top 8 of Stream League 8. Top 8, Stream League 8. Sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. We have John Light's Games playing against Todd Turkey. We have seen briefly the mono black deck, but here it is for a full match. What do you think about this matchup, Jim?
Phyrexian Obliterator versus Nettle Cyst. It's perfect. It's perfect. Pretty interesting looking black aggro deck here. More like almost mid-range aggro deck. Rotting Regisaur, Phyrexian Obliterator. A lot of new alchemy cards in the deck, which is pretty sweet. And then, of course, you saw Affinity. This is gonna be an interesting one. Not a lot of removal in the Affinity deck. As far as, there's the portable holes, and that's really it. There isn't really a way for this Affinity deck to actually kill an Obliterator. So it will be a moat on the ground. It's gonna be an interesting one. I'm not sure who's on top here, honestly.
Yeah, Sap Vitality is a pretty interesting card that John Light's Games has in his hand right now. It's a new to alchemy card. It'll give a card in hand perpetually +3/+0, which is interesting. 5
not very
lander,
good how many creatures in your hand, unfortunately, but
5 lander.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
6.
Oh no.
How about 6?
This is not how you want to start out the game 1 in the top 8.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
We were just riding on the back of Knight of the Ebon Legion, hoping there was no portable hole, and there was one.
Yeah, and Stat Vitality is... Oh, there you go. Perfect. I was going to say, Stat Vitality is very interesting because do you want to cast it without a creature in your hand? Yes or no kind of thing. So now we see an 8/5 Obliterator, and the only real answer here is a Metallic Rebuke from Todd Turkey. If this thing does not get rebuked, I'm pretty sure the game is already over.
It can't get rebuked, right?
Land drop here could do it.
Here we go. That's the treasure vault, Jim.
That's not a blue land.
Oh my gosh. Obliterator. Let's go! Does Obliterator win a game in top 8?
Yeah, this is Obliterator's going solo here. This is going to be a solo job. I don't think that... Because the Obliterator is not a card you can block. So... I mean, I suppose we could see like a Nettle Cyst into a Shadow Spear to gain some life, and like race it that way. That's probably the only path. That is the meanest Obliterator I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh my gosh, especially knowing your opponent doesn't have an out to it.
Yeah, and then also the Murderous Rider in hand closes off a lot of avenues.
I guess you can just block it, but that's not good.
You can block it. You can deal damage to it if you'd like to.
Oh, here we go. 8 to the face. Yikes.
I'd have a lot of respect if Todd double block there and just sacrifice 5 permanents, but I guess the Murderous Rider would also ruin
if any deck can sacrifice 5 permanents, it's that deck.
This is true. The deck does put a lot of permanents in play for sure. Shadow Spear or bust, but even then Murderous Rider shuts that down. I think this game's already over. One big Obliterator.
One big nightmare of a creature.
Yeah. Phyrexians are back.
Oh no.
Poor Todd.
Oh,
the problem is, even post-board, there's no answer to this. There's 4 glass caskets and no way to remove Obliterator from the battlefield. Obliterator is a very polarizing card. Against some decks, it's heinously terrible. They just kill it directly, counter it, wrath it, whatever. Against some decks, it's almost unbeatable. Gruul being a good example. You play Obliterator against Gruul, and if they don't kill you that turn, they're just dead.
Or Obliterator just gets like Skyclave Apparitioned or whatever, easily killed. But yeah, against Gruul, they just die.
Yeah. Oh, there's a Shadow Spear. So that's a piece of the puzzle. But again, I think Murderous Rider is going to put this one away.
Yeah, whatever Shadow Spear goes on to. Okay, wow. I mean, a lot of cards, but
yeah,
can Obliterator beat like 8 cards in hand? Yes.
All right. I mean, we could see a double block on Obliterator. Oh, wow.
Whoa.
I find this to be incredibly surprising.
I guess you just get in with Hive and the Gifted Aetherborn?
Oh, I guess the Hive is... You're right. The Hive is lethal. Hiding there amongst the lands is the Hive of the Ice Tyrant for lethal.
Hiving there. Wow.
Hiving there amongst the lands.
Phyrexian Obliterator solo job.
I love how that hand went from literally 5 swamps and like, oh my god, what's happening here, to... can't ever lose.
Oh, man. Okay, that's why you play this deck. Because you want to play Phyrexian Obliterator.
Oh yeah, you don't put 19 swamps in your deck without a plan, and Phyrexian Obliterator is certainly a plan.
There's a Veteran Ghoul Color that I've never seen before. Can you tell us about that card real quick? Veteran Ghoul Color.
I can't give me 1 second to read it. Veteran Ghoul Color. Let's take a look. It is a new alchemy card. It is a 2-mana 2/1 menace. Whenever a card in your graveyard is put into your hand, conjure a duplicate of that card into your hand. So they have Phyrexian Reclamation here to return cards. So kind of like basically doubles all of your raised dead effects. Also being a 2/1. There aren't actually that many effects in this deck that put cards back into your hand from your graveyard, but 2/1 menace for 2 could do worse than that regardless.
I mean, they're in the top 8 because they probably resolved that, or they never resolved it.
Yeah, I mean, again, the fail state of being a 2/1 menace for 2 could be a lot worse. So
okay, here we go, Jim. This is a hand.
It's got Reggie.
You know what? Also, if you can't deal with the Phyrexian Obliterator, maybe you also can't deal with a Rotting Regisaur.
Well, no, you can though, because the 3 is a lot less than 4. 4 glass caskets. So that one's answerable. It is mostly just specifically Obliterator that cannot be answered, except for Metallic Rebuke.
Oh, that third land. Things you love to see.
See Reggie here.
I
a little awkward sequencing wise.
I think we see Scavenger first, but yeah.
And then also the Sap Vitality wants to have things in hand, so kind of wants to get cast first, but.
Okay, well that makes some things easier here, right?
Yes. Now with the Bloodchief's Thirst, you could just fire off a double kill spell turn and use Vitality on the Scavenger, which is pretty good.
I kind of like that.
Could also just play Scavenger as well, and then do that next turn. Because the attacks here are still good, regardless.
Is this deck playing Gutter Bones? Because that can go back to hand, too.
There is no Gutter Bones.
Okay.
No Gutter Bones.
There's the Glass Casket we were talking about. But now they don't have Glass Casket for Rotting Regisaur, Jim. Do we see a Reggie go the distance?
Reggie is free to roam. And another knight.
Not bad.
Interesting though, because Pummeler doesn't want to be, totally all in here, looking to see which way is what. The Blackstaff plays well against removal spells. And here comes the Aetherborn. What is the play going to be here?
Wow.
Reggie.
No.
Reggie.
Yes!
Reggie. All right, and now there are more questions. What gets discarded this turn?
Probably the Sap Vitality. I could see the Knight being discarded too.
Yeah, I think just keeping both kill spells is pretty reasonable, honestly. Veteran Ghoul Color. That's not gonna actually matter because it'll get discarded to the thing. So
more like Veteran Cool Color.
So we're gonna see the attack here. This surprises me a lot. I am extremely surprised to see Bloodchief's Thirst not kill the Smith.
Wow.
Trading off a creature here seems very bad because now if Regisaur is dealt with, you've got nothing left.
Maybe wanting to Bloodchief's the 2/1 and then play Veteran Cool Color and maybe Sap Vitality and upkeep before the draw step? Or in response to the Rotting Regisaur trigger?
That's possible. Gonna play it now, augment the Ghoul Caller, and just say go. And now, we're in a spot where we have two good spells in our hand. We're just trying to Regisaur, and we have nothing else. All right, and Reggie is huge, but it's not free. It does ask.
I kind of like discarding Ghoul Caller. Just Bloodchief, pay the 1 for spent. No one get in for 7. Oh, this is even better. You just let them draw and play Gifted Aetherborn.
Yeah, I agree with that. Cards don't matter here. Kill your opponent.
See, the card advantage for Rotting Regisaur is the card your opponent has left in their hand when they're dead.
There's also the thing is that by not playing Aetherborn, now Pummeler has also lost Aetherborn. So Pummeler traded the Gifted Aetherborn in hand. Now he's not anymore. So, all right. So still lives. Guess who's back?
Okay, there's 7 life. Do you chump block Todd Turkey? Oh
It
my
is pretty
gosh.
humorous that the black staff
Removal
is
spell?
a infinite source of chump blockers for a bit.
That wasn't a removal spell, but it was a cast Lockbane, which is very important.
Yeah, pretty good drop. The mono black lands are really good. Lockflame's great. Hive the Eye Tyrant's great.
I don't even think you castle. Oh my gosh, and that's the scoop!
Yeah, what a game. By all rights, that shouldn't have happened. 6 cards in hand.
Oh my gosh.
But Regisaur says you kill me or you die. And unfortunately, Todd just could not find the answer fast enough. A pretty brutal match here in top 8. Pretty brutal first match.
John likes games, ask the questions. Odd Turkey provides the answers. Could not answer the question.
Yeah. Just a bludgeoning.
Would you say that Pummeler pummeled the opponent?
That would be a very accurate representation in all facets of that match.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So who is currently still left in the top 8 right now? Let's go ahead.
I imagine all the matches are still playing.
I can imagine everyone's in game 1 still.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Where are we headed?
Let's watch Dragozy play against Berserksy. Dragozy won game 1 playing Phoenix. We're gonna get a chance to watch this from the Phoenix perspective. A couple Dragon Rage Channelers and a Consider in hand. You got to snap this off, right?
Yes, that's great. Couldn't ask for more. Great mana. Spire Bluff Canal. Looks great. These are our 2 Phoenix players battling it out. There are 2 Phoenix decks in top 8.
And John Likes Games solidified a spot into the next Mythic Invitational qualifier in February.
Sweet. Skipping the line. No top 1200 for you.
All right, that's a Tormod's Crypt.
And of course, right on cue draws the Faithless Looting.
Yeah.
Crypt is fine though, but it's definitely, it is the most all-in of the graveyard hate effects. So you can't cycle it to draw a card. You can't exile a graveyard and draw a card with it. It just sort of sits there and gives you a one-shot effect that can be rebuilt upon. It's not rest in peace either, so you can do just enough to make him use it and then rebuild as well.
Yeah, it's only the card that you play if you care about your graveyard yourself. So you won't play a card like Graph Digger's Cage.
Yeah, I mean even Soul Guide Lantern though is targeted as well.
Yeah.
It just costs a little bit of mana rather than 0 mana.
A 0 mana spell doesn't really matter in this deck because like Arclight Phoenix usually only counts for instants and sorcery. So Tormod's Crypt being 0 mana is definitely a thing to consider. But I honestly think Soul Guide Lantern is better. But Berserksy's in the top 8 and I'm not.
Very true. Me either. So.
All right.
Consider not binning the looting, which is pretty interesting. Obviously, looting has value in the graveyard.
Here we go.
As well as.
Oh, I thought for sure we'd have a Dorat.
All right, so we're looking like we're just gonna try and force the issue here on this Tormod's Crypt. Discard a Phoenix and a land, force the Crypt on the Arclight, and then start rebuilding next turn.
Yeah, and you have the perfect card to rebuild, which is another copy of Faithless Looting, and you can cast Stormwing Entity or Dorat, depending on which one you care about more. But I like this sequence for Dragozy for sure. Yep.
That's what I was saying about the Crypt too, where yes, the Crypt has now done its job, but it's gone. And there's plenty more to do. Plenty more to do.
And no Luris in that Izzet deck. There's a Crackling Drake.
That is true. All right. Drake's pretty good.
Drake's very good here. Drake can also attack through the Stormwing Entity.
So we see looting before Dorat.
Yeah, I think that means dead set on Stormwing Entity turn, right?
Yeah. I mean, Stormwing here, and then Steam Events tapped, and the next turn is Sprite Dragon plus Iteration's pretty good. So, yeah. A lot of sequencing in these decks. All the spells are cheap, so you got to figure out what order you're gonna play them in.
Shocking.
No. Gonna shock in. So perhaps bluffing
Consider.
Mystical Dispute or something.
Mystical Dispute, yeah. I don't hate the bluff. I mean, the life matters a little bit, but it's going to be back and forth for sure. I think I like bluffing the Dispute and maybe make them change their play rather than saving 2 life there.
I think it's only good if you know exactly what you're stopping them from playing. You have a good read on their hand. Maybe second Drake.
That or second Drake and
don't care.
Calling the bluff.
Casting spell anyway.
Yep, Berserksy says call.
Yeah, you got nothing. It did keep the Crackling Drake home, however. So couldn't attack into the Stormwing for fear of a op or something like that to make it a 4/4 and trade. So that's also part of the value too.
Quick question in chat: don't you need steps to bluff the dispute there? Stops, I mean. You don't, because the dispute only stops if your opponent's in the middle of casting a spell on the stack. So it's going to go straight through if the opponent's not casting anything. Even if you have the dispute in hand. There's a Dora as a 2/2, 4/4 Stormwing entity. Do you like this attack?
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, because if this Crackling Drake blocks the Dorat to protect it against any spell, then you can just spike field the Crackling Drake.
Yep. So the upside is huge, and then if blocked with Stormwing, it's totally fine. Just cast Consider, make the trade, get it for 5. Feels great to me. Feels great. There's a very real chance that the Drake might block also, but we're gonna see. I
don't know the point of exiling Stormwing entity. They can't bring it back anyway.
Yeah, I maybe just forgot the trigger on the Sprite Dragon, but sure.
Because that could be important down the line for
killing a token,
killing a token, or killing the opponent's perfect pet.
Yep. I think a slight misstep there from Dragosy, but
or even using a removal spell on a Phoenix and killing it with an Unholy Heat.
Yep.
Then it can get exiled.
So Saheeli comes down and makes token. It's important to note that Saheeli can copy Crackling Drake onto these tokens, which is awesome. But of course, it's currently summoning 6. That would be a next turn kind of play.
It'll be cool to be able to spike field that 1/1 in response to the ability.
Very true. Very true.
Sorry, maybe there's bigger plans for this Consider. Maybe Dragosy considering other options.
Other options?
I didn't mean it like that, but there you go. Nice catch. Okay, so we have Pillar of Flame, which can do the same thing. So obviously, it's the better play if you know there's another removal spell coming off the top, obviously. Here we go. Spins a land. As Express Federation, super strong.
Pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
So this could be a flashback looting.
I guess you could double Pillar the Crackles.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just like land, flashback looting, and then Phoenix, right?
You could do a ton of damage if you Pillar face, though. That was a lot of damage if you Pillared face.
Get it for 7. Big chunk. Kill the most important creature. Now the fear here is that some like a second Drake comes down and gets to be copied or something like that. But now the threat's pretty good here.
Yeah, second Drake coming down and copied is a bad thing, of course. There's a Phoenix that could get copied. 6 damage could come through, but incentivized to keep Arclight Phoenix back, probably.
Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, that's a pretty big one.
Wow.
So now Dragosy can flashback a looting here and try and spike away a 1-mana spell.
All right, if Dragosy gets a 1-mana spell, it would be amazing. Negate.
Negate.
Card you don't see every day.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. All right, well,
here we go.
Still love looting here.
All right, 1-mana spell. That is a 1-mana spell, okay? I didn't specify 1 minute instant or sorcery.
Correct.
I don't really know if I like playing that pre-combat. I guess it doesn't really matter, but it could influence a decision, maybe.
Strong agree.
All right, here's my flyers, and you don't have any. What's your draw step, Berserksy?
It's a big draw step.
That is a flyer.
Is passable. Both players on basically nothing.
You could make a 1/1 into a 3/3 Dragon Rage Channeler. You'd like?
Yeah, Saheeli's not doing much here. I'm pretty cool just getting it for 3 here. It's very, very reasonable. Tokens ain't doing much anyway. Saheeli's not doing much anyway. Berserky is low enough where a yeah, okay, never mind. Sure.
It's a pretty good draw, but it's not an instant or sorcery. So you're going to get a trade off of this Dragon Rage Channeler on one of them, probably Entity, and then cast another Entity hard cast. which is still
You
very
can't
good.
block entity here. You can't risk an op or something like that winning the combat. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, unless Berserksy says, "Well, I'm far enough behind anyway," but I guess that's too much, right?
Yeah, so double Stormwing here probably locks it up.
Oh,
Iteration on
Expressive
top
Iteration.
definitely locks it up.
Yeah, Expressive Iteration might do the trick here. Depends on what this draw is, though. If it's another Crackling Drake, it could be pretty strong.
Like iteration into like, I don't even know. Iteration into Crackling Drake, land, and a removal spell. Maybe.
All right, this is going to be too hot to handle here for Berserksy, and Dragosi might win this 2-0. Berserksy has top aided another Stream League in the past with Rogues.
Oh, good draw.
Oh yeah, we knew that was there.
All right. Listen,
what
my
a great
is not
draw!
false.
Oh
Okay,
God.
it was still a good draw.
You're not lying.
All right, and that is lethal.
Wow, these two matches in the top 8 have been lopsided and the matches that we've covered during Swiss were not lopsided.
Yeah, well, we're trimming the fat here. We're getting right to the important matches. Top 4. Let's go.
At least we're covering as many matches as possible.
That is true. We get the variety pack.
All right, who's still playing? I wonder if we have a Poompa still playing. Let's double check to see that control deck. Probably the control deck is playing against the SRAM deck. Let's go ahead and go over to. Either Adamant or Upoompa side. I believe we're having a little bit of problem with the lag on Upoompa's side, so we might just go over to Adamant's screen. So let's go ahead and go over there to see if that is a little bit better for us. Oh, he's not streaming his screen. Okay. Going back over to Upoompa, let's go ahead and watch how this match ends up here.
I would say it's looking pretty good this game for our control player. The trifecta of Planeswalkers in play. Divine Purge seems pretty good in this matchup.
All right, Divine Purge is very good. It also gets around Karametra's Blessing and things like that, which is also powerful. 3 Planeswalkers on the battlefield. Narset, super good against this card. Storm Chaser Drake, unable to draw cards off of it. We have a Commit, a Cleansing Nova. In the driver's seat if you're a Upoompa. Upoompa is down a game. So we're going to get a game 3 if this game ends how we think it's going to.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing here is just Narset. You know, without the ability to have velocity and keep things rocking and rolling on Adamant's side, I just don't see a way to overcome this board state.
No, I am not making this up as I go.
It's very.
Yep, we had a little bit of time in Historic with only 1 Teferi being on the battlefield in blue-white control decks, and now there's 2 again.
Back to 2. All right, so there's your Shark type, but also just gonna cast it. Oh man, yeah, this is
oh yeah,
wowies.
When Twitch chat gets what they want, Jim.
Yeah, never a good time. It's never a good time.
I bet they're down there like little minions in Twitch chat. Hard cast.
Yeah, they do like hard casting Shark type. That is definitely for sure.
Listen, you don't play blue-white control and not hard cast Shark type, and you'll hear me say that a lot. Okay, what's happening here? Dovin's veto, maybe?
I mean, it's just post sideboard, so good game. I mean, Adamant, I'm sure, has some sort of soft removal spells in the sideboard. Take a little look over here.
Adamant is not the person to do the good game debate. And good game.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
I mean,
Not too much on the board for Adamant.
Maybe
2 Mystical
not.
Disputes and a Test of Talents, and then 2 Spell Pierce main. So there is some interaction as far as the stack goes, but
So this tells me that Adam just really doesn't have anything.
gonna keep going though.
Usually I'm a fan of doing the good game when you immediately concede afterwards, but continuing to play here.
Yep. I agree. The game is pretty over.
The game is also good, though. All right, here we go. Seal away. Doesn't quite work on the Storm Chaser.
Oh, I've done the hero thing before.
Barry says, I've done the hero thing before.
Let's skip
That's
to
true,
the
I mean,
good
Done it
part.
before,
true.
they got banned, they got nerfed.
Done the hero thing before, stopped doing the hero thing, and then came back to be the hero he always wanted.
Yep. We also have commit plus Narset on tap here too, so not much analysis to be done here, honestly. There are a lot of planeswalkers in play and a lot of cards in hand, and no draws for the Narset. Commit, Seal Away, Divine Purge. Just everything. Just
Yep.
actual everything.
Yep. At this point, do you just keep playing if you're Adam, or do you like concede to game 3? Okay, they answered my question.
Yeah, I mean, literally no chance to win. So maybe you want to burn down the control player's clock a little bit, but they seem both like they're both pretty high. So
all right, here we didn't put timely reinforcements in. Rest in Peace isn't in against the Luris deck post board. So do we change the configuration or do we leave it the same?
no, I think this is great. Love Steal Away, love Divine Purge. Rest in Peace for Luris seems it's only good against literally the card Luris, which seems unnecessary. Timely, not really about like stemming the beats, more about like stopping Adamant from doing the thing he's trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
If Adamant does what he wants to do, it's going to be 50 damage, not 20 damage exactly. So,
right. Also, I don't know. I kind of like a one of Rest in Peace against Luris because they always have Luris in hand. It's not like you're hoping that they're going to draw it. They always have it.
Yeah, but it's just like Luris is not going to matter at such a later point in the game that at that point the game feels somewhat decided already.
That's true.
I don't know. I don't think having a dead card is worth it. There's plenty of other ways in his deck to kill a Luris or counter a Luris. Whoa, doggy.
We'll try killing Luris with a dog on the board. Well, I mean, Divine Purge does that. All right, that's a good 1-2 punch here to start off the game for Adam. This might have been how Adam pulled out game 1.
Yeah, much better start for Adam here, and then hand is only okay for our control player.
Now, the last match we cover, the winner of it will get a winner's interview. So we'll get a chance to interview them together, Jim.
Sweet. No auras. Just getting in for 3.
No,
Playing
another
another doggy.
savior. I guess not
Now this
playing around
plays-
Divine Purge.
This plays well against Wrath of God, but not so good against Divine Purge, yeah.
This could be a really short game.
Yeah, I mean, we could see Shark Typhoon cycle for 1 here to block the Drake if the Drake comes in by itself with no augmentation.
All
That is
right.
shields down, but cycling Shark to kill a Selfless Savior seems pretty good.
Either that or kill the Drake.
Well, it's gonna kill the dog anyway, because the dog they'll sack the dog.
Right,
but,
right. Taking it.
All right. I'm not sure what Adam will be playing this turn that needs to be countered, but also drawing 2 cards is pretty good here too. So, and so many cards in
guess
hand.
with Shark Typhoon, you
I would
also
be surprised to
gonna
see a
draw?
Spell Pierce here, honestly.
All right. Is there a Mystical Dispute / Dovin's Veto somewhere? Well, I mean, I meant for Adam.
Right. Yes. There's one somewhere.
Okay, you answered my question. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Yes,
So
there is.
yeah, and I guess now that the thing is that Adam's sort of not even playing the Aura game right now. I mean, Adam probably has a Dispute or a Spell Pierce kind of card in hand. Just playing to the board, just attack the
Well,
force.
I mean, for not playing the Aura game,
Yeah.
I mean, Upumpa's at 12.
Yeah, exactly. Just playing the sort of like fish beatdown kind of game. So Shark Typhoon for 2 here can block the Savior successfully, which is pretty sweet.
Well, I guess that's what he's going for. Well, can you imagine if Adam just slams to Fairy Time Reveler on his side? He's not going to be playing it, but it would be cool.
Yeah, that would be very good, but unfortunately no Teferis for Adam.
Bounce the shark, draw a card.
All right, what's the thought? What's the thought here?
Maybe there's a Karametra's Blessing in hand that there was a stop there for.
Possible.
Maybe he adds back the Lurrus using all the white mana, keeps up a Spell Pierce or a Mystical Dispute.
Yeah, I think it would be somewhat surprising to not see Lurrus added here, so I agree with that. So no Lurrus could mean Dispute plus Blessing.
It could also,
mean Blessing. A lot of the benefits of Blessing come from it being Enchanted Creature. There are 2 Shajiri Shelters in his deck list also. So
okay, it could mean that. It could also mean Dovin's Veto potentially.
Yep.
All that glitters in the Drake can pay for Dispute. Good, all that glitters. Well, it's not too good, but you need one more ore to make it like pretty good.
Pretty interesting spot here. Could cast Dispute and make them tap the mana for it, and then untap Teferi, bounce it. And because Teferi is buffed now, it would have 2 loyalty to survive the Savior. I think I kind of like the Dispute there, honestly.
If Dispute happens and Adam has something, he just lets the all that glitters get countered though, and it just adds Lurrus or something like that. Or maybe he doesn't add Lurrus and holds up the counterspell. Like maybe it's just like damned if you do, damned if you don't type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, so you see.
Dark Typhoon for 3.
This is in the end step, so no attack from the Drake.
This is about as good of a spot as you can hope to be in if you're in Pupa, right? There's no like massive drawing happening on Adam's side and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, playing a pretty fair game, and these sharks are perfect. Like the literal perfect card to have. Can't be countered, flying blockers. I'm just flush of resources here.
Could cast Narset to stop the draw off Storm Chaser Drake and still hold up the Dispute.
Seems great to me.
And also can pay for a Dispute if there's a Dispute on Adam's side as well. Just doesn't really play around Dovin's Veto, but what does anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a totally fine spot to let it ride. Trading resources now is actively good for our control player.
What does Adam have? This is for locking up a Mythic Invitational Qualifier invite. And some CoolStuffInc.com store credit.
Yeah, Adam's been leaving this mana up now for multiple turns.
Spell Pierce. 2
Maybe
Spell
2.
Pierces?
Mind and body should move in unison.
Okay.
Like wind and
Ours is going down.
before action.
Amusing here how Divine Purge is good, but also kills the sharks too, because normally Purge is good when your board is not stable, but the board is surprisingly stable right now.
I don't know. I think I go with Teferi. But Divine Purge lets them cast their Savior and the Stormshaker Drake again, and then also exiles your sharks.
Correct. Those sharks ain't coming back. Yeah, I mean, taking a safer line here, having Divine Purge in case things go wrong. This is a turn where a control player is tapped out, so things go wrong this turn. Purge can clean it up.
Maybe this is a little bit of a bait into playing a couple things, but not really, because the Divine Purge is known about, so there's no way that Adam plays a bunch of things here.
Right. 7 cards in hand, too. A lot of cards.
Yeah, on Adam's side, looking at the 1 Divine Purge and 6 other cards, you gotta be pretty scared, right?
Yeah, I mean, this game started out pretty well. We're going to see a Shelter.
No drawing here.
So, Pro Blue can kill Narset.
Yep.
Which is a start, but Narset already got a card, you know?
I guess it
Such
does.
violence
It does
is
make Storm
upsetting.
Chaser Drake much better, but there's also Teferi that can come down and bounce it. A lot of things can happen here.
I mean, Adam Ant's hand still seems very reactive, based on the fact that he hasn't really done anything this game. But of course, the problem is a lot of Adam's reactive cards are Spell Pierce, Mystical Dispute. These soft counter spells. As the game goes on, they get worse and worse.
And by making sure that there's plenty of lands to make the land drops. Adding Lurrus back, saying, okay, I'm going to go shields down this turn. making it cast Teferi, Time Raveler, or Teferi Hero of Dominaria super good.
Yeah.
Now, the Storm Chaser Drake can get blocked, or it can get bounced, draw an additional card, hold up Mystical Dispute, still keep the Sharks. Upumpa's position is pretty unbeatable right now, unless Adam has just a crazy amount of, like 3 counters or something in hand, right?
Yeah, this is getting better and better for a control player, for sure.
This might knock one of the auras out of the top 8. There are 2 auras in top 8 right now.
It's funny because you know, a lot of lands in hand for our control player. You know, a little bit flooded here, but just has got the lands in play, got things going. The insight resolves, but doesn't really help that much. Still can't get past this this shark.
Yeah, what's the way out here for Adam, you think?
Stuff, you know, make it big and protect it for a turn or two, but with the Divine Purge available also, another, oh my god. There is none.
Yeah, with Teferi, you can, plussing here, you can also Divine Purge on their end step.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there was one, but now with the Purge and the Absence has also been drawn. You know, the problem is that the longer a game goes, Adam's cards just get worse and worse. Spell Pierce, Mystical Dispute. We're in the point in the game now where these cards just don't do anything. Yep. They're just blanks, you know? Right. Yeah, I mean, Divine Purge at instant speed is pretty gross. There's an obsession, but...
Five mana available. Fateful Absence can come down targeting Storm Chaser Drake. I think the only realistic chance for Pumbaa to lose is to have a couple Karametra's Blessings followed by like a couple like Jovin's Vetoes for Divine Purge. Because Divine Purge is going to be the thing that gets rid of Storm Chaser Drake. That doesn't give Adam the ability to use Karametra's Blessing. So if Adam had an out, it would be countering both purges and having like a couple Karametra's Blessing.
That's a lot to ask.
That's a lot to ask, but like, and it's pretty unreasonable. But can it happen? We've seen crazier things in this tournament already.
Yeah, that's you know, for sure. That is definitely the path to victory. Hushbringer.
Well, that's not one of the cards that I just mentioned.
That is true. That's a card that's actually actively bad against Divine Purge, given the current board state.
Very bad.
And these Sharks just standing tall. You know, they haven't really attacked. They've just, all right, there's the obsession.
I'm pretty sure the Sharks have saved like 20 damage already.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
More than that.
Because Adam has not been able to get this Drake big enough to attack through them.
Yep, like if the Sharks hadn't been here, the Divine Purges would have had to be fired off already. And then at that point, there's no Sharks against a Storm Chaser Drake and a Hushbringer.
Yep.
But then again, there's Fateful Absence, there's Teferi that can bounce one, cast a second Teferi, bounce another one, do whatever. The world is your oyster if you're a Pumbaa, and this is in Game 3 and exactly the position where you want to be in this point in the game.
Yeah, Planeswalker is defended by instant speed Divine Purge. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I think a lot of players didn't really miss the Fairy Time Raveler cast sorcery that should never be used as an instant at the end of turn, especially a sweeper.
All right, let's add an Archmage's Charm to the list of things Adam Ant's got to get through here.
What else would you like to add, Jim? What else can we have for a Pumbaa's hand to make it even better?
It's hard for there to be more, honestly. And we see the attack from the Sharks here, basically saying, "All right, I'll purge you." Sure.
How about a Teferi Hero of Dominaria?
We're gonna see this purge in the. Oh, so the point of this purge now is that Adam can't play spells right now. So the new templating on Teferi, if the purge is cast on Adam's turn, Adam can play spells at instant speed, so it can be countered. So just gonna take it now, wipe the board, and Looking tough here. Looking tough. So 3-mana Savior, 4-mana Hushbringer, 4-mana Stormcast Drake. There's a lot of mana for Adam here, so we can recast these things.
Divine Purge is a huge upgrade for these decks, especially in Historic. That usually you had to use a card like Settle the Wreckage to do Mass Exile, or a card like Wrath of God, which Selfless Savior would stop.
Not the second Divine Purge.
But Divine Purge just like filling the role of a catch-all that doesn't destroy, which makes it so much better against Selfless Savior.
Yeah. How about another Purge? That Selfless Savior costs 5 now.
Have you ever cast a 5-mana Selfless Savior?
I have not, and I plan on keeping it that way.
How about a 7-mana Faithless Looting?
That one definitely not. That is no way, no how. Oh, we're going game close time? Wow. All right. I didn't think it was game close time.
Well, listen, it's closing time. The only thing different about this is we're not playing the song.
You don't have to go home, but you can't play here. So, of course, great run for Adamant. Top 8's a great finish.
Okay. Loris comes down.
Yeah, we've got...
Savior. There's another Divine Purge. This is...
Cast Divine Purge, activate Hall of the Storm Giants. Pretty good. Pretty good.
And also
I think
can't stop it.
There, even though we saw the Hall attack last turn, it doesn't need to attack. There's no reason for our control player to try and close this game out. You can just chill, draw cards, keep doing stuff.
Well, that would be what a control player would do. It's better to draw cards than it is to win the game. But Upumpa just likes to win the game and not draw cards.
Boring.
Okay, now Adam gives the good game. Watch. You want to see the Spell Pierce? Oh, yeah, he can't even use Spell Pierce because his Fairy Time Raveler's on the board. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we're done. If we weren't done 8 turns ago, we're definitely done now.
Yeah. All the Storm Giants coming across.
Are we in a control meta now, Jim? Or did these control decks just not face up against the Golgari food deck fast enough?
Yeah, I mean, I think that with Divine Purge, this matchup seems pretty good for the control deck. Definitely, key Spell Pierces. I would say Adam's hand didn't seem great in that game, but Divine Purge is so cheap that you can play it with counter spells or with other things and stuff like that, and it just is so effective against Selfless Savior.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
We're going to go ahead and get right into top 4. That is the end of the top 8. We have top 4 solidified. We have our MIQ invites going to be given out to these 4 players. If you can see the top 4 right now, who are these players? We did watch 3 of them.
Where's the bracket? Okay, it looks like we've got Azorius Control. We just saw that. Buttons playing Mono Red Burn. Buttons beat Aria. I am stunned.
Oh my gosh.
I did not think the Burn deck would beat the Azorius Aura's deck, but there it is. There it is.
Is that what they're called now?
Burn takes it down.
Azorius Aureas?
Yeah. Burn wasn't the play, which is definitely a factor. Then we have Mono Black Aggro, and then we have Is It Phoenix. So Azorius Control, Mono Red Burn, Mono Black Aggro, and Is It Phoenix.
All right, so you know who we have to check out, right? We have to watch Burn again.
Burn, yeah. I mean, I like that Burn deck, so I would like to see. It looks like we have Burn versus Control again. We already watched that one. And Is It Phoenix versus Mono Black Aggro?
I believe
Phyrexian Obliterators has got no competition really. Yeah, can't really be killed by the Phoenix deck. Definitely can't be killed by the Burn deck. So
I think I want to watch Buttons play Mono Red first. That match is probably going to end more quickly, and then we'll catch the Phyrexian Obliterator afterwards.
Sweet, sounds great.
All right, so we're currently in the waiting room for Buttons to get started playing Burn. But what does it take for the control deck to take this one? Last time we watched this matchup, Buttons destroyed the control opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of classic matchup here. You know, the ability for the burn deck to get some damage early, and then the control deck doesn't really have a plan to end the game fast and can't counter every Skewer the Critics and Wizard's Lightning off the top of the red player's deck. So as long as our red player can get our control player down to, you know, single-digit life total by turn 4 or 5-ish, they should be in really, really good shape. And the burn deck, again, also has access to 4 Den of the Bugbear and 4 Ramonette Ruins, so a lot of value in the lands as well.
So how does control win this?
Control deck has got to deal with the early creatures. The control deck has to try and take the least amount of damage possible from the creatures, make them cast their burn spells and kill you. You know, 3 damage here, 3 damage there. Don't let Soul Scar Mage get in for 9 damage. That could absolutely not happen if our control player wants to win this game.
Right. We saw the two games that the burn player won against the control last time, and it was number 1 turn 1 Soul Scar Mage, and then the other game was a turn 2 Gitu Lava Runner.
Yep.
If they don't have that early creature, it's going to be hard to get all 20 points of damage in.
Strong. And this is a rematch. So these players have already played, and the Mono Red burn deck took it down pretty convincingly. So we'll see if our control player can make any adjustments here and change the fates.
What do you think about game 1 of the other one? We're not going to be able to see game 1 by watching the Buttons matchup here against Upupa. With the Mono Black aggro, talk about that matchup a little bit as we wait for Buttons and Upupa to start.
Well, once again, we see a creature that the Phoenix deck cannot kill in Phyrexian Obliterator. So the singleton bounce spell, once again, going to be pretty overtaxed. Black deck has a pretty good curve. You know, the Aetherborns are pretty good. You're going to gain some life here and there. Scavenger's also pretty cool. Reggie, also really big, you know, and a pretty hard card to kill, although Unholy Heat can do it. That's a new element these Phoenix decks have. Efficiency-wise, Phoenix definitely favored, but the black deck has some cards that are very hard to answer, so it's going to be a toss-up.
There's also a lot of 2 damage spells in the Phoenix deck, and it doesn't do 3 damage. A lot of them don't do 3 damage to kill a card like Nighthawk Scavenger that can get out of control.
That is true. Also, the Aetherborn as well. So, you know, turn 2 Aetherborn, turn 3 Scavenger, attack, gain some life, all very, very live.
And flyers.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, so we see this hand to start out here. We do have that turn 1 Soulscar Mage, 2 Den of the Bugbears, Static Discharge, Electrostatic Blast, and Wizard's Lightning. What more could you ask for?
Perfect hand. Couldn't ask for more. Best 1-drop, 2 creature lands, 3 burn spells, and one of the burn spells is Blast, which is phenomenal at drawing more spells too. So couldn't ask for a better hand.
So do we have 1 or 2 mana cards to stop this Soulscar Mage in the white deck? We do have a card like Fateful Absence that can get rid of it, but it does give the burn player a draw, which you never want to happen. Do we have a 1 mana way to stop this card?
No, there are 2 seal aways and 3 Fateful Absences. And again, Absence isn't even that good against burn because you're giving them a clue, which they can draw another burn spell with later on in the game. So, yeah, it's just, obviously you're still going to cast Absence on turn 2 to kill the Soulscar Mage, but the game's going to go really long, and the longer it goes, the more burn spells they can draw.
So I would say, it goes without saying now. I mean, we already said it that Mono Red is pretty favored here.
Yeah, I think pretty strongly favored.
Now, Upupa was the last control player that Buttons played against that we covered, or was it a different control player? You said that there was a couple of gain life cards in the sideboard in the form of heroic, not heroic. It was the
timely
reinforcements. I was thinking about heroic reinforcements for a second, but
that one's a much cooler card. But yeah, 2 timers on the board is the only life gain in the entire 75.
Same thing. I wonder if Upupa is regretting life choices here.
So we have I think a slight issue here about play draw.
Button should be on the play, I believe.
Yes, it looks like that might have been incorrectly done, which is very awkward because Button's hand is really, really good, and they have to restart the game. That would be troublesome, to say the least.
So they would just need to restart, correct?
I guess so. Yes.
So Upupa took the play, winning the role in the game, but Button should have been on the play due to the seeding in top 8.
Correct. For those who don't know, it's a top 8 play draw rule. So your seed in top 8 determines your play. So, for example, if I'm the 2 seed, I play against the 6 seed. I am on the play as I am the higher seed. I later play the 1 seed. I'll be on the draw because they're a higher seed than me. So it gives a little advantage to players who did better in a tournament. You know, we have players in our top 8 who went 5-0, and some players who went 3-2s. It gives a little bit of extra bump to the players who had a better record.
All right, so with that said, I do want to catch this match, but you need to restart this match. Really unfortunate for Buttons having a really, really good hand, especially being on the play, but Upupa accidentally was on the play in this game. Now, whether or not that matters with Buttons already being ahead in the matchup anyways, we will see how that happens, but they're going to restart their match right now. Super unfortunate, but that is how that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, I mean, I think super unfortunate is a bit of a stretch. You know, was that a very good hand for Mono Red? Absolutely. But this Mono Red deck is not a combo deck. It's not like they had drawn, you know, the Reanimate and the Entomb and the Dark Ritual and the Thoughtseize. It's like it's some insane, you know, like picture perfect turn 1 kill kind of hand. Like it was just like a 1-mana creature and some burn spells and lands, you know. So as long as our burn player can produce a 1-drop, essentially, I think their hand's gonna be great most of the time.
Right. I'll see. They are conducting the start of the match right now, so we're going to go ahead and catch that in just a minute. Now, in the event that the mono red player doesn't have a turn 1 creature, but still has a playable hand that's passable to keep, do you keep one of those hands, like a 3 lands and 4 burn spells hand?
Not thrilled about it. I mean, probably if the lands are also utility lands. So this hand is obviously worse, but the Geist Blaster has the ability to discard cards and draw new cards, I believe, which would be very, very good here as far as getting rid of this 4th extraneous land.
I believe it does seek an instant or sorcery.
Correct, yeah. And then being on the play is also really, really good, in case you were wondering. So still pretty worth it, I think. Yeah, Geist Blaster's a solid card. Discard a land, you draw a guaranteed spell.
Get a land at the stage, yep.
Pretty good, yeah. And Prowess also is a threat. Oh my god. Search for Azcanta, great magic card. I love the card. Not so good here. This is going to be a pretty short game.
Wow. Apumpo could go to like less than 10 here.
Yeah. We see Light Up a Stage, Prowess. Okay.
No, that's a Soulscar Mage and Electrostatic Blast for next turn.
Yep, so holding back the Soulscar Mage in case they have Divine Purge, smart. And our control player is already at 7.
It's turn 2 of the game, Jim.
They have not played their 3rd land yet. This is what we were saying about needing to deal with these creatures, you know, like, all right, there's the Divine Purge, but it's just too late.
It gives the Geist Blaster a new card to draw too.
Yeah. All right, so now it's 5 and a creature in play, and just so much work to do for our control player.
And we already have what, 4 damage in hand?
It's 5 damage in hand, a trigger up the blast. Lava Runner has haste. Actually, it comes untapped, I guess, but yeah, just a lot of stuff here.
You would just hit for 1, and then Static Discharge plus Electrostatic Blast in like end step if they go for fire off a 4-mana spell or something. Up.
That's game.
Here we go.
Yeah, so as I said, cheap removal spells for the creatures, very, very necessary.
Not a land though.
Oh, that's a little awkward. Okay. So I like Light Up Stage again. It's fine. There are 2.
Wow.
Missed again. Okay.
Whoa. Now you can counter a burn spell?
Yeah, I mean, there's still just no chance for our control player to ever win this game because, like, even a 3-mana Skewer the Critics here has to be countered, and then the Blast has to be countered, and then the Geist Blaster has to be killed. You know, just like, just so much stuff. Like, there only are so many counterspells in this deck regardless, you know?
Like, this has to be draw a counterspell off the Shark deck right now.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. If our control player is already, like, desperate digging for a counterspell there, what about next turn? And the turn after? And the turn after? And the turn after? You know, like... So even though our burn player bricked off a little bit on the light up stages there, I think that game wasn't even close. Yeah. So, once again, our control player has 2 timely reinforcements on the board. Probably has to draw one of them to win this match. This burn deck's sweet.
Oh yeah, it's better than I thought it was going to be, for sure.
Yeah, I would say it is definitely missing another good 1-drop. You know, Lava Runners, it's fine, it's okay, but
it's missing the haste prowess creature, right?
Yeah, Monastery Sister would be pretty ideal. Would be pretty ideal.
How about Ragavan?
That one would be pretty good. I think that Ragavan honestly would be worse in this deck than Soulscar Mage. So like that would make it the second best one drop, not the first best one drop.
Right.
Because you're just so focused on actually dealing damage.
Yep.
I might be underselling it a little bit though. Ragavan's obviously pretty good, but you're not really using the mana for much, nor the cards for much either. You just want to get in and kill your opponent, you know?
It is a haste threat and not on turn 1, and it also is a 2/1 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it being a Savannah line is the most important part, you know, but even then, like, the other parts of the card aren't as good or useful.
Right. We could see... I mean, I would assume that we get Swiss Spear at some point for Historic, especially when they start putting other cards from... Doesn't Pioneer have Swiss Spear?
Yeah, it's in Pioneer. So.
Yeah. So it's going to come over eventually. It's just a matter of when. And then you got to watch out for Burn being one of the best decks, maybe.
Yeah.
Being with Swiss Spear in the game and Soulscar Mage. The only thing stopping it would be like, is Bolt ever going to be in Historic? I don't even know the answer to that. Probably not.
I would say no. Yeah, it's too ubiquitous. All right, great hand.
Wow.
Like I said, you know, the game one where it's like, oh no, they lost their great hand. Like it's just draw 1 mana creature and some lands and spells. You know, like your hand's great.
I wasn't exaggerating at all when I said super unfortunate. I would never do something like that for content. No.
Sure.
All right, so Soulscar Mage on the board. Rolling Vortex gets to trigger the Soulscar Mage. Attack in for 2. Deal wing 1 at the start of the turn.
Timely or bust here. No 2 mana removal spell for the 1-drop. So Timely makes this a game. Without Timely, I don't think this is even a game. Brought in Fry again. I don't like bringing in Fry here at all. I kind of hate it, actually. The burn deck needs to deal damage. Kill your opponent. Play your burn spells and kill your opponent. You know?
I think I might have liked a Wizard's Lightning to the face at some point. Okay, here we go.
Sure. And again, Absence is, you know, it killed the creature, but added 2 for 1 to the burn player. Now, 14 is, you know, 13 is a decent amount to go into turn 4 with, but oh my god, Narset.
Look at Fry.
Well, like, you know, who cares about Narset? Just kill your opponent. You know, that's the point. Like, blast them, skewer them, draw a card with a clue. They found it timely. All right. That's the important card. But now the Vortex is up and Buttons knows about it.
Well, timely is nullified a little bit by Rolling Vortex.
It's the 6 life is the part that matters, you know?
Well, you can stop them from gaining the life.
Correct. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And there aren't any creatures to play anywhere now. And now Buttons might not even play the Soulscar Mage.
Yep.
Do we not see the blast on end step? Did I miss that? Was there not a mana for it?
I think you drew a card from the clue, right?
Oh, the clue instead of blasting. That's interesting. I think I would like to see like to have seen blast there. Which why you know you're sure it's gonna resolve.
Yeah.
And then this turn could have been like discharge, trigger blast, get more stuff going. Clue's not going anywhere, you know?
Could go somewhere to a Divine Purge, I guess.
That is true. That is true. Totally true. Fun synergy. Give your opponent a clue and just take it away.
Yeah, that's a synergy that is a thing for sure. Minusing Narset here, what do we find? Aether Gust.
Gust. Okay.
Yeah.
That plays.
I mean, eventually Apumpa's going to die to this Rolling Vortex if it doesn't exit the battlefield at some point by the Aether Gust.
So you could see Aether Gust ship the Vortex into a timely. This is actually a pretty good sequence here. So counter the spell. We'll see some triggers anyway. More blasts. But if we see end step Aether Gust into timely for 6 life, that's pretty big.
I think that's what it's going to be.
Yep.
Oh, really strong here. And I was asking before the match, what does it take for Blue-White to win? And this is one of the sequences that does that, gaining a bunch of life off of timely reinforcements.
For sure.
A 6 life will go a long way.
Yep. Now, no creatures, though, so now Soulscar Mage is free to play.
Oh, getting in with Den of the Bugbear.
All right. Taking your damage where you can get it. So free 4 damage here and a goblin in play. Back to 10.
I actually kind of like that play.
Yeah, I actually like it a lot too.
I didn't even think about it. I don't know why. I just thought about playing cards in hand, not activating the Den of the Bugbear.
Yep. It's free damage. Just like tap 5, deal 4, put a goblin in play.
I love how it just leaves the creature on board too. You just always get it. A lot of effects like that, like a Karazev that makes the Ragavan token, it like leaves the battlefield at end of combat or at the end of turn.
Yep.
But this Den of the Bugbear keeps the creature, which is very relevant.
All right, there's the goblin. Start burning. Blast
that
trigger.
electrostatic blast.
Electrostatic blast is so good. It's just such a freaking good card.
Oh my gosh. It does skewer the critics, put him down to 3 already.
Yep.
I mean, even Geist Blaster could get another skewer. So, like, now the counterspells have to start rolling out.
Yep.
Here we go.
And now we're at the point where every Lava Spike needs to be countered. You can't counter every spell. Here comes the Vortex. I love not casting Soul Scar there. No point to play into Sweeper and leave Vortex activation up.
Just for a
Flashback
second timely.
I'm sorry, casting timely, probably the only way back in this game. This game's over.
Wow.
I'm known for my
Wow, plussing.
timing. Let's skip to the good part.
Can't hold up a counterspell here. I mean, I guess you could hold up an Aether Gust.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Aether Gust or Absence for the Den of the Bugbear, if that's a possibility, but...
Oh my gosh, seeing Mono Red in the finals is insane if Mono Red pulls this one out.
All right. Vortex.
Oh,
Lava
haste
Runner
up.
with haste. Looking pretty good.
Fry can get rid of Teferi, not like it matters, but...
That's what I'm saying. The Fry is just terrible to me. I'm sorry. I just think it's like, discard the Fry to the Geist Blaster and draw an actual burn spell.
Any McDonald's lovers in chat? What do you think of fries? Nice, sweet, salty fries.
Down to 2. Geist Blast is
Blaster.
Fry away. Go find me a real burn spell, please.
Oh my
Soul
gosh.
Scar Mage? Sure, whatever.
There we got it! There we go! The Seeking Off Geist Blaster!
And there are 4 Jawari in this deck, so I don't necessarily hate just saying go here. Because if you play this as discharge and it gets countered, ooh, I don't like this.
Can't be countered.
Yeah, but now shields are down, so the way that our control player can get back into this game right now is like Divine Purge, Time Reinforcements, there's some sequence involving Timely, and now with the shields down on Vortex, that can actually happen where it couldn't happen before. I do not like this play from our Burn Player on this turn.
Static Discharge is sorcery though.
Right, but you just leave the mana for Vortex. Just don't cast.
Right.
Don't cast Fry.
leave them the out of
Use the
Timely.
Fairy, whatever, sure. Draw cards, do I care? You know, like
Right.
that's why I think Fry isn't a good card to bring in, because you don't really care about anything on the board at all. You know, it's not even like you need to push your creatures through like Shark Typhoons or whatever. Just like as long as your Lava Runner gets it for 4 damage, great. Perfect.
Wow,
Good job.
locking up top 2 mono red burn, beating out blue-white control.
Dominating.
That was a domination both times they played against each other.
In Magic, you know, sometimes you see a match, you can't be exactly sure if the sample size is big enough. We've now watched 4 games of this red deck absolutely destroying this blue-white control deck. And I feel safe to say it is an extremely lopsided matchup, given how the decks are built. Now, if the blue-white deck wanted to beat the burn deck, they definitely could. Play 4 Timelies and, you know, a couple other life gain cards or whatever. Could definitely win if they wanted to. But as the decks are currently beat, this is like a 90-10 matchup.
Right. All right, we're going to try to see if we can find the end of the mono black against Izzet. So let's go and see if Rotting Regisaur can take this one down.
Reggie's in play. I see a Reggie.
All right, Reggie's in play. Aetherboard's in play. We have a Hive of the Eye Tyrant, another Reggie in hand. Hagramalling can get rid of a blocker. 14 life on Dragozi's side. 12 life on Dragozi's side. There's the Unholy Heat.
You hate to see it. What were they thinking with Unholy Heat? What is this card? Come on.
Wow. Crunch for 9.
A red deck should not be able to kill a 6 toughest creature for 1 mana. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And the big 6/6 like Vigilance, Questing Beast type, whatever card they call Elder Gargaroth.
Yeah. Just too much.
Also, like in other formats like Modern, Unholy Heat completely nullifying decks, like the ramp deck, the green-red deck that the 6/6 thing, and it just kills it, and no one played the deck anymore for a while.
Yeah, it's just too much damage for 1 mana.
All right, so we have a Hagramalling in hand, and we could potentially play that tap. Do we play Routing Regisaur or Nighthawk Scavenger here? Do we like the life gain off the Scavenger, or do we want the 6 toughness?
It's a tough spot. I think killing Stormwing here isn't crazy. Just like kill Stormwing and say go. See if they draw land for double spell next turn. Stormwing can do a lot of damage. So like if you play Scavenger and it gets bounced or killed, you just lose. So I like this play here from our black player.
Yeah, I mean, Amulet Titan is what I was thinking about. I promise you I didn't look up the card or anything. We have a Consider here in response.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of risk here to play this card on our Dragosi's turn, because it could end up being countered by something.
We are in game 3, so counter spells are definitely a thing.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
All right, that works.
I mean, we would love another mana to be able to cast Gifted Aetherborn plus Cry the Canarium.
Still think this is well worth it. Now, important to note, did not play the Darcy in hand. So, has mana up here for something. I miss cool animations. Everyone, they used to have cool animations for stuff.
Like that one? Yeah, that was a great animation.
Yeah.
Remember Luminous Broodmoth's animation?
That was a cool one, too.
We also have the big hand sweeping across the battlefield.
That was the best one. That one's awesome. The first time I saw it, scared the crap out of me.
The first time I saw Broodmoth scared me.
Yeah. And now it's just like a shadow of a dragon flies over the board for half a second.
Yep.
It's disappointing.
Disappointing. Yeah. Okay. So we have a Knight of the Ebon Legion drawn, which isn't the worst. Nighthawk Scavenger plus Nighthawk Scavenger or Routing Regisaur plus Knight of the Ebon Legion is a play we can do here.
Yeah. The Scavenger is a 5/3. It's quite big.
And the lifelink is huge.
Correct. This is the kind of spot where Scavenger's been cast. If it's removed here, it's pretty bad for our black player. If it lives, it's pretty good. Of course, Darcy has to attack. And trading blows, 6 damage from Darcy, 5 damage and 5 life gain from Scavenger's pretty good for our black player. All right, there goes a Phoenix to the bin. We see another Unholy Heat.
All right. Do you block this if you're John Lance Games, or do you not block?
I don't think so. I mean, it's obviously a pretty good trade. By blocking there, you're basically saying, I want to win the long game here. And the cantrip deck, it's pretty good at finding things to do, I don't know. I don't know if I like that. If the channelers didn't have to attack and there was a choice to be made there, maybe I'm a little more about it, but all right, so there's Reggie. Knights in play also.
If there's not another Unholy Heat here, we could see another Rotting Regisaur victory.
Reggie does rumble. Any land drawn turns on Tyrant. Also, the mana can pump the Knight in play.
Also, pumping Knight is lethal. Exactly 11.
Yep. So, Reggie big.
We saw how the Artifact deck lost to Reggie being big.
Man, are we gonna have a freaking Skewer the Critics versus Rotting Regisaur finals? That's. I don't even know if you can ask for more than that, honestly.
And there was good decks in the finals too. There was 4 Azorius decks in the finals, and none of them are going to make the finals. Or in the top 8, none of them are going to make the finals.
Yep. Two auras, 1 control, 1 affinity. Ooh, that's a dirty finale.
That is a really dirty finale. Oh my, that's the worst thing possible actually for. Okay, if I could script this and I say what is the worst possible turn that could happen, I would do what just happened.
Yeah, that was it. All right. I mean, Aetherborn's pretty good, and the Hive is also pretty good. So as far as racing goes, on board, Pummeler's still ahead, but multiple cards in hand for Dragosi.
That's another Phoenix in the bin. No more spells? A land.
Yeah, that's kind of... So it means that the cards in hand for Dragosi must be really good, because hard casting Phoenix is totally fine here.
This will get rid of the Phoenix and gain 2 life.
Yeah, this is a big swing. The race is obviously in Pummeler's favor, so whatever cards Dragosi kept were better than hard-casting Phoenix. Let's see what they are.
I think one of the best cards for Pummeler to draw is... There's no 1-mana card in his deck that can kill a Phoenix. Okay, a land is not one of those cards.
Yeah, I mean, still just a really good spot, though. I mean...
Oh, for sure.
Hive gets in. I don't know if Aetherborn
I don't know. I think that might have just been like an attack all bug there. Not bug, but just like instinctively press attack all.
I mean, they didn't pause afterwards. It's not like they were like, oh no, So trading Aetherborn for Phoenix here, I mean, getting a few life, sure, but I don't know if I like this play.
I mean, it guarantees. Well, even with not attacking with Aetherborn, they still go to 3 with the Menace. So, well, I mean, if the Hive of the Eye Tyrant can't be beaten here, Hive of the Eye Tyrant's going to take the game in game 3. Oh my gosh,
Shock
going
in
to
the land.
Hive for game?
Shock in the land feels like a scoop to me.
Yeah, it does.
Hive?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, is it lethal?
All right. Make sure you get that Phoenix on the way out, too, all right?
Oh my gosh.
Mono black versus mono red. Welcome to your newest historic metagame, folks. Forget the Phoenix deck, forget the Fairy. It's all about Skewer the Critics and Phyrexian Obliterator.
Yep, it's all about your Soulscar Mage. It's all about the burn against the Rotting Regisaur and the Phyrexian Obliterator.
It's going to be a good match, too, because the one count against the black deck is it's a little inefficient. There are a lot of clunky, like, 3s and 4s and in the deck. Means that all the cheap spells from burn should be very good against it. But the red deck can't really deal with Regisaur, Obliterator, or Gifted Aetherborn. It can kill an Aetherborn, but Obliterator and Reggie are quite good. And there's a lot of lifelinkers, too. 4 Aetherborn, 4 Scavenger, and 4 Murderous Rider. This is going to be an interesting match.
All right, I want to watch the burn side. I just love watching the burn side.
I will not argue with you.
I love watching the Reggie side, but there's like less decisions for the Reggie side because you cast Reggie and you ask a question.
That's true. Yeah. Boom. There it is. Big creature attack. Woo!
And you know what? That works. It does work.
Oh, that was not a count against our mono black player. That's freaking awesome. I played a lot of Reggie in my day too. I'm just saying, Reggie's huge. It's a sledgehammer, you know? Here it is. Boom.
Wow, it really is a sledgehammer. And
did you get out of the way? Yes or no?
What was that?
Did you get out of the way? Yes or no?
Yeah, I know. It's like Pummeler
is
the actual perfect name on Arena for that deck.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
If you haven't caught John Likes Games yet, he streams very often, and he's a great streamer. He's actually probably the most well-dressed streamer on Twitch. And
I'm insulted.
You feel assaulted? Look at that shirt.
Look at does he have a see-through Colas t-shirt? I don't think so.
Does he have a cool stuff Inc? Does he have a coolstuffinc.com t-shirt? No.
That is a nice shirt also.
Yeah, thanks. But he does have a top hat and a tux.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
So, as the finals gets ready to start, how does Mono Red beat Phyrexian Obliterator and Rotting Regisaur, not including everything else, with no Unholy Heat?
So, important question here is who's on the play. And I believe our burn player is on the play. That's huge. Because honestly, I don't even think that Obliterator is that big of a deal. Obliterator is particularly good against Gruul and decks that need to attack because it's such an insane blocker. You just can't ever attack into it.
Yep.
We've already established, though, the mono red deck, the creatures are only there for the first few turns of attacking. The rest is all burn spells. So mono black plays Obliterator, burn player says, whatever, 3U, you're dead. You know, I think that the real crux of this is going to be Gifted Aetherborn and Nighthawk Scavenger. And then also we have the 4 copies of Sap Vitality, which can perpetually give these creatures a buff. Now, there are ways for our burn player to kill them. You know, Skewer the Critics, Wizard's Lightning. So there's a lot of tension here where, there's these really good lifelinkers for the black deck. But the burn deck can kill them. But if the burn deck uses burn spells killing them, then there's time for Reggie and Obliterator to come to town. So going to be a lot of song and dance back and forth. It should be a really good matchup.
Yeah, this should be one of the funnest matches that we cover on this. And I'm glad that it's in the finals. And we know for one thing's for sure, it's probably not going to come down to the timer.
Yeah, I love how, it could literally go either way. I think the burn player could just smoke them. You know, just, insanely good draw, blah, 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 you're dead. Or it can go the opposite way of just, Aetherborn on 2, can't kill it, Regisaur, raw, you're dead. So, could go either way. Super exciting. It's going to be really cool.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see one of those things where there's a Regisaur in play and 3 burn spells have to go into killing it. But there's gonna be a lot of card advantage. I can see the mono black deck losing on cards, but having beefy cards in play, and then mono red having a lot of cards with the with all the card advantage that that deck has with the exiling a bunch of spells off the top, being able to cast a number of them, things like that, but just not being able to get rid of the creatures.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that what is our black player at that point? You know, can the 3 burn spells go to face and kill them or not? Because if they can, register or whatever, it's a big creature. We'll also chump block it once and kill you. Who cares? You know, but if they're not low enough, then Reggie will take over the game and dominate the game.
Right. I've definitely been in situations where I'm playing mono red and I'm playing against like Gruul, and all the Gruul creatures are like 4/4s and 5/5s. And I'm just like, do I really just need to kill this with 2 spells? It feels really bad, but sometimes you just have to.
I think at any point, if Regisaur is killed by 3 spells, if the game isn't won in combat that turn, the match is over for mono red. So
oh, for sure.
That's a major warning sign. Things are not going well for a mono red player.
There's also less 3 damage spells than usual in that deck because there's no lightning strike, I don't believe.
Correct. Yeah, lightning strike is replaced by static discharge. So
and there's static discharge, there's skewer the critics, and there's wizard's lightning. But if either one of those aren't drawn and it's 2 damage spells, then the Nighthawk Scavenger could take over as well.
Correct. Yeah, Scavenger and Aetherborn are big ones. They are definitely very, very, you know, I think they're, like I said, more important than Obliterator and Regisaur is, despite Regisaur and Obliterator being much more flashy and hard to kill.
And fun.
And sure, and fun too. Yeah, you know, the Aetherborns are going to bridge the gap to Obliterator. All right, let's go. Let's get in this game and see how it goes.
I'm excited about this. Now, Burn is on the play, since I believe Burn did go undefeated or X1 in Swiss.
I've seen better hands. Oh, I'm sorry. You're watching the mono black side. I have the Burn side.
I should be watching Burn. Where's my Burn player at?
I don't know, but you missed a pretty good 7-card hand. It was 4 mountains, 2 Den of the Bugbear, 1 Ramonette Bruins. So I'm laughing over here, and Chad has no idea what's going on. Yeah.
I was wondering what you had going on too, but here we go.
So you get a mulligan to 6 here. Now, however, this is a big play draw game, because if this Lava Runner can get in here for light up a stage, it's huge. If it can't, big trouble. Big trouble on the stack.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Oh.
All right.
I mean, killing that creature turn 1 was super important.
Yeah, super important. So there's a Knight.
All right, this Static Blast is going to be nice. And then the Static Discharge gets to go face. And then the Blast will get a land drop.
Yeah, looking like it. Gonna think for a bit here now.
Not utilizing the Blast yet. You're going to have to think about that in this matchup, right? You're not exactly just going to kill them right away like you are against the control deck, right?
Yeah, I love Electrostatic Blast. Not only is it a very good card, I love the play patterns. It really makes you have to plan out your next turn. It's super cool. We're going to see nothing. So I think that this nothing plan is favoring our black player, giving them time to go play Obliterator at a pretty reasonable pace here. We will see some more damage. Now, the Discharge, that's pretty funny. So Static Discharge perpetually increases the damage of all of the discharges that are in your hand. I
believe it's right? Graveyard.
Yeah, hand, library, and graveyard, but not exile. So the one that was in exile from the blast effect did not get the augmentation.
Here we go. Here's the 6. Can we out this?
Honestly, it's a lot of damage. So like I said here, you know, the burn deck can just ignore Reggie, go 4 to the face, fire up light up the stage. No, gonna blast first. This is
maybe maybe going for the light up the stage for next turn. Blast can cast can play Ramonette Runes, I guess.
Let's see here. So the cards on the left are the
blast.
Blast, and then the Skewer the Critics and the Soul Scar are the cards that are light up a stage. Yep. So Ruins, yeah, there's Ruins this turn, and then Soul Scar Mage this turn, and then Skewer can happen next turn.
All right. Reggie is asking the question: can you deal with it? I actually really like casting Murderous Rider if I'm Pummeler as a 2/3 lifelinker.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's 12 lifelinkers in this deck, so that's probably a bad sign for our burn player that was the worst card in hand to be discarded.
Yeah, if I'm the burn player, I'm like, yikes! What else is in their hand?
Okay, Sap Vitality, not bad, honestly.
Getting in
7,
for 7
also not
damage.
bad. All right, here we go. Flurry of burn spells.
Here we go. 9. 6 off the skewer. Oh no.
All right, well that's 6.
I mean, it doesn't take much for the mono red deck to get enough damage. I mean, there could be a 2-mana spell and Den of the Bugbear per game. Oh, not anymore. There's a 2/3 lifelinker.
Yeah, that was Guy's Bowser's not bad, but yeah. So now, as I said, the lifelinkers. Now the next burn spell is to kill that lifelinker.
And it also, and then Frenzied has to chump.
Oh no!
Wait, that kills the lifelinker, and then Frenzied chumps the rotting.
But then there's 6 damage still needs to be accounted for also. So might just be one too many lands for Buttons here. Buttons also mulligan this game too. I think one more spell does it for Buttons here. Yeah, gotta block. Gotta kill the rider.
Alright, is there a lifelink blocker, and do we draw, like, what, a draw spell off the top? Oh my gosh, a rotting Regisaur. Light up the stage!
Alright, that's it. That's the path.
Oh my gosh.
So close.
Oh,
So there were a lot of outs there.
Oh my gosh.
Tough game for Buttons. Tough game for Buttons. That mulligan hurt, and then a few too many lands. Just not enough. Just not enough.
You know what was the difference in that game? Turn 1
What?
Bloodchief's Thirst.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Wow.
And there are only 2 thirsts in the deck.
This
so
might be
2
the
thirsts in 4
quickest
nights.
finals in the history of Stream Leagues, and this is the 8th one.
Yeah, it's funny because like that game was fast, but it was very, very close too. That was a very close game. You know, multiple things could have broken our burn player's way to win that one. Even in Chase staring down 2 huge Reggies.
Wow. Now, what are you looking at as far as the mono-red game plan post board? Is this a Phoenix matchup so you can keep blocking Reggie and it keeps coming back?
I don't think so at all. This is a kill you before your stuff gets online kind of matchup. See, Play with Fire getting cut, interesting. The Ferocodon seemed very good to turn off the lifelinkers, which is great.
So if we don't bring Phoenix in against a matchup like this, when do we ever bring it in? We didn't bring it in against Control either.
Well, the thing is, this is a very different matchup because this is not like an aggro or mid-range matchup because they have Reggie and Obliterator, and you just can't ever beat those cards, you know? If they were just playing Gruul Spellbreaker and whatever, I mean, sure, you know, but you actually can't block Obliterator. It's just a 5/5 unblockable you can't kill.
Right.
So
not being able to block Obliterator is one thing, but
that
also
point,
it just
never win at that point.
it infinitely blocks Regisaur. But that's the reason why I was thinking it can also infinitely block Knight of the Ebon Legion. But maybe you that's just not the game plan, right? You just want to kill them.
Correct. I think if you're in that stage of the game, the black deck is winning. All right, so here we go. Now this is an interesting one with Blast. Do you blast it now? Now you got to make sure your next spell you cast is going to be triggering the blast. You got to use the cards from it. So
here's the Gifted Aetherborn. There is a static discharge to kill it though, which is really strong.
So we probably see discharge to kill it here, and then we'll see our top 3 cards. See what turns up. Skewer, land, Play with Fire. Can't play Skewer though. So
that's a creature.
I don't think, I agree with that. I don't think you want it at this stage in the game. Now we're on turn 3. It's going to be a creature every turn for the black deck. Ooh, what is this card?
Subversive Acolyte.
2/3, pay 2, choose 1, activate once. Another lifelinker? I missed this one.
It's a 3/4 lifelinker for 2 additional mana.
Well, that's got to die too, so this is still pretty good though. Light up the stage, skewer the critics. There's a skewer. Take this thing out. The problem here is that there's no recurring damage source, and now these burn spells are getting split. There's, you know, some going to face, some going to creatures. Pummeler's at 14 and playing Phyrexian Obliterator.
Oh my goodness.
Right.
Mono black. Mono black.
So now, actually, hold on a second.
Wait, Soulscar Mage is actually really, really good against Obliterator.
Yeah, let me actually read Soulscar Mage here.
It turns it into -1/-1, and I don't think damage is even applied.
Correct. You are correct. Yeah, Soulscar Mage, but again, 5 points of non-combat damage is pretty tough to
got a Wizard's Lightning to Phyrexian Obliterator right now.
I don't agree at all.
No?
It's face. You're not trying to win the game on the board here. You're just trying to kill your opponent. I don't know if I agree with this. So now it's 2/2, but you still can't attack into it. And just less points of burn. I mean, so right now Pummeler would be at 9. Oh boy, this is gutsy. This is gutsy.
Oh man.
All right, just sending into the Obliterator. Got to sacrifice 3 permanents here.
The
I don't
1/1
know
token,
about
I
this.
guess.
I don't know about this. Now what?
And both Reminaps.
Like, now what? You know, like,
There's a
is
2/3
a
life
Murderous
flicker on the
Rider
other side
still
of the
waiting to
board
come
now.
here? Yeah, I appreciate the gusto, but I think the best planning is
Oh
Obliterator.
no!
Yeah, you just got to ignore it.
Oh man, lifelink 2/3 getting in for 2 more. Eventually, Pomo's gonna have 15 life.
Right. Yeah, but lifelink is a big deal too.
Oh,
There's a
tap land feels bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, trying to take down the Obliterator by going straight into it is a tough play.
Oh,
my
second
God.
Obliterator. Oh,
Tough place to be.
is Obliterator gonna win the finals? Please tell me Obliterator wins the finals.
I'm not seeing a way out here. Got to kill the lifelinker, take 5. You're on a 3-turn clock. Yeah, I don't know what the path to victory is here anymore.
Oh my gosh. John Likes Games. DGen Gaming Creator. By the way, type an exclamation point DGen in the chat to look at all the DGen creators. But wow.
Yeah, I mean,
oh my
yeah,
gosh,
that's
the
gonna
concede
do it.
button. Oh,
I mean,
the Predator.
great run for buttons, but Pummeler takes it down. Mono black. That was cool.
Wow.
That was cool.
The definition of the things you love to see.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me this morning, hey, Jim, we're going to cast Phyrexian Obliterator versus Skewer the Critics in the finals, are you okay with that? I would have said, I'm going to go eat lunch. Skip the finals here. I was going to skip right to it. I'm not even going to do the rest of the tournament. So, super awesome stuff. Super awesome games.
Yeah, I'm gonna look to get John Likes Games into a winner's interview.
That'd be awesome.
So
they get super close. Like that first game was just a hair away. And then in game 2, I don't think I agree with the play of trying to take down Obliterator. I think those burn spells probably have to go face. Getting into combat with Obliterator is pretty risky, as we saw with all his permanents dying. So,
oh, for sure,
tough choices.
For sure.
Gutsy though, super gutsy.
Oh, I agree 100%. Wow, that you don't usually see a Phyrexian Obliterator on the board for long. Either you're dead or it dies immediately.
Yeah,
and a lot of the times that we saw it, in fact, every time the opponent was dead.
And you don't often see a player willingly attack into an Obliterator, even if it is only a 2/2. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see, and what I want to ask him as well is how many times he played against Blue Control, and if he ended up killing them with Night of the Ebon Legions, or what happened there, because Blue Control should be even a way that they can just kill Obliterator on the spot with a card like Fateful Absence, right?
Yeah, like Obliterator, Regisaur, Night Owl Scavenger don't look super great against the control decks, but sideboard wise, things like is there duress in the board? No. Is there a Thoughtseize in this deck? No Thoughtseize either. Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, I would say the control matchup looks
Holy
a little sus,
cow. Holy
looking at
cow.
sideboard, but came to kill creatures today.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I felt
we are currently hearing one second, John. We are currently in the can you share your video for us?
Oh,
so we can
of course.
See you?
Sure. Oh, of course.
All right, one moment. Can you hear John Jim in the winner's interview channel?
Oh, it would help if I was in the right channel. So, my bad.
It is okay. We are going to hear from John Likes Games in just a second, guys. We're going to hear from his tournament experience, what he liked, what he disliked, and also how many glorious games that he won with Phyrexian Obliterator. All right, just one moment. As long as you can hear okay, Jim, we are good to go.
I can, yes.
All right. All right, it is time to tell us about your tournament experience, John. John Likes Games, winner of Stream League 8. I can't wait to enshrine you into the Stream League Hall of Fame with none other than Riding Regisaur and Phyrexian Obliterator. What do you have to say? How was your tournament experience in Swiss? Let's start out with Swiss.
Okay, so my tournament experience in Swiss, you'll find is pretty extensive. Actually, I was in Stream League 6, I believe, wasn't I? I think.
I believe you were. Yes.
And took 9th. Lost on tiebreakers, and that's it. So that's it.
There you go. Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah, I don't even have a DCI number. I've never been to a Friday Night Magic. You know, I've been playing since 1998. But so I mean, I've played a lot of games of Magic, but I've always kind of lived kind of a ways from a metropolitan area. I'm actually closer now than I've ever been in my life to a local gaming store, but it's still, you know, whatever, 35 or 40 minutes away. So I just never make it out. So, you know, obviously I've been following folks like Jim Davis for ages. I mean, I remember watching Star City games on the weekends and whatever, this would be 2014, 2015, I don't know, something like that. Just all weekend long and stuff. So I'm very familiar with tournament Magic, but obviously never, you know.
Oh yeah.
I've never really.
Jim, do you have anything to add on to asking about John Lance games or noting about the performance?
What was your path in this tournament? So we saw there are people like control decks. Your deck definitely focused on killing creatures for sure. Stat Vitality looks really cool.
I'm sorry, Jim. I have to interrupt you real quick. If you can, we're hearing you double on stream, one through Discord and one through Skype. If you can mute yourself on Skype, so we can. We're hearing double of you.
Will John be able to hear me?
I'll be able to hear you through Discord.
If you mute yourself on Skype.
Mute on Skype. Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Are we good now?
Yep.
Sorry, folks. So your deck seems really good at killing creatures and winning creature matchups. Obviously, Obliterator, one of those cards where some decks see it and they're just like, I can't win anymore. But some decks can just wrath it and stuff like that too. So, but
sure.
I guess any control decks, and how'd that go for you?
Well, and see, you know, I'm not gonna lie. That was the plan that I had going into this tournament, was dodge the control matchup, and it worked well. So, you know, yeah. As far as the tournament, like I ended up playing against Dragosi twice. You folks saw this one closing up the in the top 4 there. But I also played Buttons twice, and Buttons was my only loss. So needless to say, coming into the finals, I was terrified. I feel like my mono red matchup's pretty good. I mean, if you look at the list, there's more lifelink than any one deck has any right to have, right? And as you mentioned, like one of the cards you already actually even brought up was Sat Vitality, and I'm telling you, the card's a hero in decks that want it. Don't just jam it in any old deck with swamps, because black is a real cost. But like giving +3/+0 to Murderous Riders in my hand, doing, you know, +3/+0 to the Nighthawk Scavenger, believe it or not, comes up pretty often. You know, if you're playing Historic, you have to account for the graveyard, right? So the Nighthawk Scavenger, sometimes you're sweeping their graveyard away and shrinking your own Nighthawk Scavenger. Well, it's not a big deal if you're giving it +3/+0, right? In some ways, since I had already lost to Buttons, I was terrified at the finals. But again, you got to have confidence in your deck, and I feel like in general, I should have a pretty solid mono red matchup, right?
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I was saying that in the deck tech, where the amount of lifelink creatures here, you know, if the right player can't keep you off your creatures for the first few turns, you know, they're basically all must kills. And then if they spend their time bolting your creatures, that gives time for Obliterator and Riding Register to play also. So definitely worked out. Super close games. That first game was so close.
Oh my God.
So close.
For real.
You must have been cringing when the top deck draw 2 spell when you were at like 3 life, right?
Oh. Folks, you know, I'm glad the cam wasn't on, because I might have wet myself on camera in front of all these people. You know,
it's not a big deal.
Right?
Oh my gosh, right? That was crazy. Yeah,
but you guys did on any of the matchups you guys actually got to follow me in? Did you guys actually get to see the? Because I didn't have the stream up. I wouldn't want any I wouldn't want there to be any thoughts of impropriety or whatever, you know.
Right.
But was there any time you guys saw the Phyrexian bring back from the graveyard card? No, the other one.
Grave. Oh no, we didn't.
Reclamation. Yeah. Oh darn it. See,
no, we never saw that card. Yeah.
It really came in handy in a couple of the matchups where you might not have gotten to see there, you know, being able to pay 2 life, pay 2 mana, and return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Man, I'm telling you, you can really grind. And you know, I tease a little bit about trying to dodge the control matchup, but as long as they can't exile the enchantment with the Phyrexian Reclamation, you can just keep recurring those creatures. And obviously, the honest to goodness control plan is try and curve out, try and attack in good, right? But then if you can resolve, I have 2 Phyrexian Reclamation in the main and then 1 on the side. And if you can resolve one of those, sometimes they really have a hard time dealing with it. And one of the things that the control decks want to do is, first of all, they have damage-based removal. And damage-based removal is very bad against Phyrexian Obliterator, obviously. I'm sure you guys talked about that. But so then they're sweeping it away or something. Well, okay, but Divine Purge doesn't hit Phyrexian Obliterator, so they've got to actually use a dedicated board sweeper, like Day of Judgment, like Wrath of God, like Doomscar. But then if I can just get it back, you can't chump it with your Sharks, which is a common game plan. Not only does it trample, but you're losing permanence every time. You know, it's I think it's a little worse maybe coming up. So be cautious on your crafting this deck if any of you are interested in doing that, because old T4, you know, it used to be 3 fairy, bouncing Phyrexian Obliterator. That's a bad game.
Pretty good, yeah.
You don't want to be on the Phyrexian Obliterator side of that.
The one card that I talked about that could against the control decks that could really cleanly deal with Phyrexian Obliterator is Fateful Absence. So as long as you can dodge that card, then you'll be okay in the control matchups. But I also mentioned that you probably don't have the best matchup against control decks, but your game plan seem to work out. But against the red decks, against Gruul decks, or even the artifact deck that you played against, you completely destroyed them with Rotting Regisaur and Phyrexian Obliterator.
Yep. And that's the general idea, right? Do a little bit of controlling stuff early on. You noticed a couple of Blood Chief's Thirst. You noticed the Sap Vitalities we talked about. Curve out well and force them to deal with every single threat. There's a lot of decks in the format who just don't have enough card advantage. There's so much tempo in Magic right now, you know, and cards like Expressive Iteration stuff. You know, you could gush another Magic card about those cards, but you know, darn it, 3 mana 7/6s are pretty good too.
Yes, that's a good way to end it. 3 mana 7/6s are pretty good too. All right. Do you have anything else that you'd like to ask Jim before we crown John Likes Games as the new Stream League 8 champion?
No, it's a great place to end. Sometimes keyword big is just good enough.
That's true. And you know what's better than a crown? A top hat. I'm really happy that you won John Likes Games. Oh, there we go. You had it available. I'm really happy that you won John Likes Games. And I can't wait to check out one of your streams in the future. Hopefully you're playing that mono black deck again.
I'll definitely fool around with it some for sure.
All right, well, congratulations to John Likes Games for winning Stream League 8. Stream League 9 will most likely be happening next month, but you're going to get a good chunk of change from CoolStuffInc.com and your guaranteed invite into Mythic Invitational Qualifier in February.
Thank you.
All right. Have a wonderful rest of your day, everybody. Thank you for joining us for Stream League 8, sponsored by CoolStuffInc.com. Make sure to check out the About section in my profile for everybody that sponsors this amazing event and this stream in general, like Grey Vikings Games, where you can get a bunch of different things. Also, John Likes Games is a part of DGen Gaming. So if you type in !DGen as well, you can check out all the DGen Gaming streamers and check out all the things that we provide as well in the About section. Also, huge thank you over here to Jim Davis for helping us out for the 5th or 6th time. I really appreciate your insight in helping us out with this in a major way. Thank you so much. And also thank you to everybody, all of you guys that have joined this tournament as well. It wouldn't be possible without everybody working together. So thank you, everybody. And congratulations one more time to John Likes Games for the Stream League 8 champion. We'll see you next time. And as always, Goose Gang out. Let's go.